Okay. Okay, if we can all take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, it is for the third time that our International Sakharov Conference focuses on Ukraine. The first, in May 2023, was titled How to Win a Lasting Peace. Last year, the title of the 14th International Sakharov Conference was Hidden Wounds of War. And this year, it is Pulling Back from the Abyss. The titles of these three conferences clearly reflect the political developments and the human cost caused by Russia's warmongering and imperialistic lunacy. From talking about peace, we have continued with a focus on the human cost of the war of destruction. And now we have reached a point that we understand that the consequences of this war will be global, and that the risk of global destruction is real, and that it also might reach us here in Lithuania. At the same time, the fundamental security system that helped maintain peace in Europe has collapsed. A new style of leadership has become more and more prevalent, not only in Eastern Europe and Asia, but also in the West, both here in Europe and across the Atlantic Ocean. And thus one gets the feeling that we are sliding back to the early 19th century, when the great powers decided the fate of the countries within their actual and desired spheres of influence. Indeed, one gets the feeling that the world is going mad. A lot of what is happening is not coincidental. Unfortunately so, I would say. We know that already in the early 1980s, when Soviet leader and longtime head of the KGB Yuri Andropov understood that the USSR was not going to survive, resources of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union were gradually transferred to the West, in particular to the United States. They did so by making use of mafia gangs that developed a base in North America, among others in Brighton Beach, which very quickly became Little Odessa, where by coincidence a now famous real estate broker had his casino business and was in urgent need of financial injections. Nobody then could imagine that this real estate broker would later become President of the United States. And even worse, that the population in the beacon of democracy did not learn its lesson during his first 4 years term as president, but voted him back in office again 8 years later. The mind-blowing consequences of this we see every day. There are a lot of speculations about the link between the presidents of Russia and the United States, which I will not dwell on here. What is evident, however, is that they share values. They have a similar Weltanschauung. They both believe that the world can be divided between the great powers. And both think that they are the greatest. Also, both have a complicated relation with a third, China, which actually seems to have the best cards, even if only because of the size of the population, the age of the leader, and the fact that the country is built on a very long-term policy. Neither Putin nor Trump have that luxury, however much they might believe that they are eternal. Surely in 15 to 20 years, they are gone, but the mess that they created will remain much longer. The Russian war of destruction in Ukraine has demolished the great country of Ukraine, however optimistic one might be. The destruction is particularly and painfully evident in the east and in the south, where the physical destruction is combined with the dire psychological consequences. Every day we are witnesses of the mental destruction of the millions who lost everything, who witnessed the unimaginable horrors of a terrible war, and who lost family members or friends, or who are trying to survive abroad as refugees, not knowing when and whether they will ever return. That is the reality of today. Optimism and resilience cannot negate that painful picture. We do not imagine and do not want to imagine the destruction on the Russian side. But you do not have to be a clairvoyant to understand that there the physical destruction might be less, but the moral and psychological destruction is far worse. People have been turned into mindless wheels in a Stalinist system where human life has no value whatsoever. Having such a country as your neighbor means permanent great danger. Against one needs to build a fortress. Here in Lithuania, we are very well aware of that. We are trying to be ready militarily, but I'm afraid that we're absolutely not ready psychologically, and much needs to be done to achieve that. However, also the relationship with the United States is, I fear, forever damaged. The older generation of Lithuanians remembered the futile hope of the Forest Brothers that America would act on its promise to come and help them liberate the country. And of course, they never did. Just like the Hungarians in 1956 had to deal with the same disillusion when they were left alone against the Soviet tanks. Broken promises that are now remembered because, again, we feel the possibility that we will be abandoned for the sake of the so-called greater good. And even if the relationship can be restored, the current crisis has fundamentally changed the Western understanding of how freedom and democracy needs to be defended. The Helsinki Accords, signed 50 years ago, have wound up in the wastebasket, and trust in a strong and reliable joint defense structure is seriously undermined. Equally importantly, the question is whether in 4 years from now, the United States can still be considered a democracy. Some experts believe that Trump has been able to destroy it already within the first 100 days of his rule. And at the same time, also in Europe, democracy and freedom are under threat, not only in formerly communist countries like Slovakia and Romania, but also in Germany, in particular in the eastern part, where not coincidentally Vladimir Putin was an operative in the KGB office in Dresden, and where the main political party has recently been declared extremist, and for a very good reason. Of course, we were lulled asleep in the belief that parliamentary democracy was victorious, as Francis Fukuyama and many others asserted. And at that time, the KGB was already making its full spectrum of plans to take back control of the country, to become the party instead of being merely the strong arm of the party, and then gradually reinstate the imperial Soviet Union. We so much wanted to have an easy and peaceful life that all the warning signs in, for instance, Moldova, in Georgia, and in 2014 in Ukraine were mostly ignored. By many, the warnings and clear signs on the wall were negated as so-called Russophobia. In 1844, the Czech writer Karl Havlicek summarized the Russian problem as follows, and I quote, "The Russians like to label everything Russian as Slavic, so that later they can label everything Slavic as Russian." A century and a half later, Milan Kundera, also Czech, describes in his essay The Tragedy of Central Europe very succinctly the strange attraction that many, and in particular Western intellectuals, have towards Russia. And I quote, "It is a world that, provided we are removed from it, fascinates and attracts us. The moment it closes around us, though, it reveals its terrible foreignness. Russia knows another, greater dimension of disaster, another image of space, a space so immense that entire nations are swallowed up in it, another sense of time, slow and patient, another way of laughing, another way of living, and another way of dying." The Russian dimension of disaster we are witnessing every day on television, on social media, and in Ukraine live in front of our eyes. Indeed, the problem is that whatever regime is in power, Tsarist, Soviet, or Putinist, the urge to swallow up nations has always been there, and in fact, Putin has craftily merged everything Tsarist, imperial, Soviet, and in particular Stalinist, into a monstrous ideology of which we see the consequences today. The worst is, I believe, that as long as Putin is in power, there will not be peace, and not even a truce. For Putin, an end to the war means his own end, either naturally or because he suddenly finds himself on a very large balcony. Putin has become a hostage of his own Hitlerite Volksgemeinschaft, creating a unified society by forming an external and internal enemy, a society based on Stalinist fear, based on terror. And this has been a rather easy task, because a society that just emerged from 75 years of Soviet rule has Soviet fear in its genes, in its DNA. And interestingly, while Russia rapidly slid back into the Stalinist 1930s, Ukraine shed this Soviet fear through multiple national uprisings. Fear was replaced by resilience and an unquenchable thirst for freedom, the freedom that Putin so deeply fears, a freedom that actually he inadvertently stimulated like no other. Like no other, he contributed to Ukrainian patriotism and was hit by a boomerang. When I became professor of Soviet and post-Soviet studies at Vytautas Magnus University almost 15 years ago, people looked at me with wonder. Isn't the Soviet Union dead? Well, clearly the Soviet Union is not dead. It's very much alive, and much more than people tend to believe. It is not only there physically, in the form of this expansionist warmongering country, very close to here, scarily close to here, but it's also there psychologically. It's in the genes, it's in the DNA of people, and it's not difficult to push the right buttons and keep it very much alive. The FSB, being real and dedicated Chekists, are very good at this. During the first day of the conference, we will look at the consequences of the war for Europe, for transatlantic relations, and for the Pacific. The latter is important because it is not only China that is watching with interest how much the Russians will succeed in Ukraine, but also because North Korea is now not only supplier of military hardware to Russia, but also directly involved with manpower. That does not bode well for the Korean Peninsula, because North Korea is now learning on the battlefield how to wage war in a modern sense, while South Korea does not have that opportunity. The morning session of the second day is almost a conference on its own, where half a dozen very prominent experts will talk about the human factor, the mental state of some of the most prominent political leaders today. Many think, or hope, that they are crazy. But are they really? Have we forgotten that none of the Nazis on trial in Nuremberg in 1946 were mentally ill? And that in fact they all had a relatively high IQ, and two of them were geniuses. Yet they committed the most hideous crimes on a massive scale, so intelligence and being mass murderer is not an outlandish combination. The conference will end with a closed session for invitees only, discussing what we can learn from the war in Ukraine. It is vitally important that we learn because tomorrow the war might be here. The History of Lithuania, a book recently published in Russia with a foreword by the Minister of Foreign Affairs Lavrov, which claims that the Lithuanian nation and language do not exist, and that Lithuanians are in fact Slavs, like the Russians, remember the Czech writer, is only another bad sign on the wall. We need to be vigilant, and we need to be ready. Many Ukrainians did not believe in the fall of 2021 that Russia would actually be so brazen to invade the country. But they did, and we see the result. We should not allow them to destroy our beautiful city of Vilnius and continue their stampede. We are here to help stop them. And in the end, we will, I have no doubt, but it will not come cheaply. Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to Professor Juozas Augutis, Rector of the Vytautas Magnus University.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, it's really my honor and privilege to welcome you on this important gathering, the 15th International Sakharov Conference, Pulling Back from the Abyss, the Global Consequences of the War in Ukraine, hosted by the Andrei Sakharov Center at Vytautas Magnus University in collaboration with FGIP and many other partners and sponsors. I would like to begin by extending my deepest gratitude to all who have contributed to making this event reality. Your dedication is not only admirable, it's essential. Just a while ago, it seemed that democracy had taken roots like a dominant model of governance. The Helsinki Accords of 1975, one of the cornerstones of European security and cooperation, had become a normative framework for peaceful resolutions and mutual respect. We meet today in a time of extraordinary global transformation. The war in Ukraine has not only brought unspeakable suffering and destruction, but has also shattered the illusion of stable rule of law-based world order that many of us hoped would prevail in 21st century. Aggression is not only a violation of territorial sovereignty, it is a direct attack on the values we hold dear. It's a human dignity, it's a liberty, it's a democracy and peace. Andrei Sakharov, whose name this conference bears, reminds us of the enduring power of moral clarity in the face of oppression. As a scientist, dissident, and humanist, Sakharov embodied the courage to speak truth to power and the conviction that progress must never come to the cost of human dignity. I truly believe we all share that commitment today. The war in Ukraine has already taught us painful and powerful lessons. It has reminded us that peace cannot be taken for granted, that deterrence without unity is fragile, and that the international community is only as strong as it shared will to act. It has revealed the limits of institutional complacency and the dangers of ignoring early signs of authoritarianism expansion. But many questions remain unresolved. How we do rebuild trust in the fractured international system? How do we ensure accountability for war crimes and defend justice? And how do we support the resilience of societies, Ukrainian and beyond, facing not only bombs and bullets, but also disinformation, displacement, and fatigue? These are not theoretical questions. They are ethical, political, and strategic dilemmas of our times. And they demand clarity, cooperation, and courage from all of us. As a representative of the university, we believe that our role is not only to educate minds, but to awaken conscience. In a crumbling world, we must remain a sanctuary for trust. In a world beset by division, we must forge a critical dialogue. The university must remain a bastion of free thought and critical inquiry. In a world of rising authoritarianism and political manipulation, universities must cultivate not only knowledge, but moral imagination. And in a world threatened by fear, we must defend hope. We must not only analyze the world, but also help to heal it. Above all, we must remember that empathy is not a weakness, it's a force that humanizes policy, bridges divides, and anchors our response in shared humanity. Let this conference be more than an analytical forum. Let it make it a catalyst for integrity, cooperation, and intellectual resilience. I wish you a productive, thought-provoking, and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
We are live streaming the conference in Ukraine, and we have a hub at Taras Shevchenko National University in Kiev. And so I would like to invite the rector of the Taras Shevchenko National University, Volodymyr Bukrov, to say a few words to us.
Thank you very much, Robert. Dear ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, it is a pleasure for me to speak to you from Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev. Our university has set up a hub to follow the proceeding of the 15th International Sakharov Conference on the global consequences of the war in Ukraine. It is an honor and a pleasure to address you, and let me extend our gratitude to the Andrei Sakharov Research Center at our partner university, the Vytautas Magnus University in Lithuania, and the Federation Global Initiative on Psychiatry for organizing this important event. We are currently in the 11th year of our fight against the unprovoked attack of Russia on our country and on the 4th year of full-scale invasion. Every day we witness the horrible consequences of this war. A number of our students have already died on the battlefield defending our country. Our faculty members also sacrifice their lives both in the fight and in peaceful Kiev. The year 2025 started with the tragic news on the 1st of January that two of our professors killed at night by a kamikaze drone in the downtown Kiev. Recently, our colleague professors lost both of his children as a result of missile strike on Kiev. It is a painful experience which the university gains every day. We at Taras Shevchenko National University believe that our resilience and international partnership can help us sustain and get more prepared for future challenges. Together with our partners, the Federation Global Initiative on Psychiatry, we are developing a knowledge center on veteran mental health. The Veteran Mental Health Center of Excellence will play a crucial role in our country's efforts to counter the mental health consequences of this war for the military, veterans, their families, and the communities where they belong, and also for the whole Ukrainian society. We are committed to the high goal of survival and revival of our beautiful country, and we are grateful to all our esteemed partners and supporters for everything they are doing to help us during these challenging times. Last but not least, many thanks all brave defenders of Ukraine who make possible our participation in this event and maybe our life in Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Thank you, esteemed rector. So, dear colleagues, we wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Here in Kiev, we remain with you, listening and learning together. Warm regards from all of us and the best of luck with the event.
Thank you very much, Volodymyr and Stanislav. I would now like to introduce the first keynote speaker of today. Unfortunately, he could not be with us here because of a clash in his calendar. Ivan Krastyev. He is a chairman of the Center for Liberal Strategies and Albert Hirschman Permanent Fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna. And he is a founding member of the European Council on Foreign Relations, a member of the Board of Trustees of the International Crisis Group, and a member of the Board of Directors of GlobSec. And he is a contributing editor to the Financial Times and author of many books on the state of affairs in the world. Ivan Krastyev.
Good morning and good day to everybody. On one level, I'm very privileged for being invited to give this talk. On the other side, I really feel very uncomfortable. First, for not being there, and secondly, I should confess to you, I don't have much of a trust in video messages. Anytime I have been in the audience and somebody was making a video message, this was the time for me to switch off. So as a result of it, I simply will try from a distance to have and to make 5 points and to try to raise them for kind of a discussion of the conference. And I'll start with the fact that in my understanding, keynote speeches are not lectures and keynote speeches are not speeches, but they are much more possibility for somebody to think loudly. Much more to raise questions than to answer them and to try basically to open issues that can be discussed later. And we're in a moment in which there is not very difficult to come with questions, and particularly they're not very difficult to come with the questions to which we don't have answers. Probably I'm not going to be surprise you to believe that I don't believe that academician Sakharov is going to feel particularly excited in the world in which we are living, because one of the major missions of his life, this idea of universal nature of humanity, the idea of a mankind as a one family, has been something that is challenged dramatically. And this is my first point. And my point is that we are at the end of a period that basically started not simply with the end of the Cold War, but which it started even earlier, and to which one of the major symbols is Andrei Sakharov. And this was the moment in which there was a certain understanding that we're very much independent. We are living in the world in which we are equal. We have equal rights. And the only peace is possible if we're going to basically start to understand this. I'm saying this because all 3 decades after the end of the Cold War were very much driven by this. And if you're rereading Fukuyama's The End of History article, not the book, but the article, keep in mind it was written in the spring of 1989. Nobody was discussing the end of the Soviet Union. Back then, the idea was that probably borders are going to remain the same. But what he has very much figured out was that something dramatically changed because the world converged on the idea that liberal democracy is the destination of humanity. And the major intuition behind his thinking, and it was very typical for modernization theory, was that the similar we get, the better the world is going to be. It is easier to have peace. I'm saying this because, in my view, what you are seeing now, and you're seeing very much that particularly in the places like the United States, or in general, basically in this kind of a liberal wave that we are seeing, there is a very strong intuition, which is a different one. And this is very much related with the thinking of a very important French-American Catholic philosopher, René Girard, who believed that, in fact, similarity brings conflict. I have spent some time trying to talk and to read some of the intellectuals who are behind this kind of a new rise of illiberalism, and there is something very strong about Girard's basically intuition. And his intuition is that if we're going to start to look more similar, it means that we're going to basically want the same thing. And the more we're going to want the same thing, this is going to bring much more conflict. This is going to bring a war. Girard himself is very apocalyptic. He's seeing the end of the world, and he believes that imitation, the way that I want to be like you, is among this kind of a road to hell. I'm saying this because as a result of it, the very foundation on which the idea of universal human rights and the idea of universal humanity has been built is really challenged as a result of it. I don't believe that many of the people who are taking decisions these days have been read Girard or they know who Girard is. But this is about the zeitgeist. This is about the spirit of time. All this idea that civilization from single went to plural, and we're talking about civilizations, is perceived as the way to reduce tensions in the world. And then, and this is my second point, as a result of it, what we're seeing today is not simply the end of the post-Cold War period, the end of the liberal international order in the way it was basically born after the end of the Cold War. We are seeing, in my view, something kind of a broader. British historian Eric Hobsbawm used to talk about the short 20th century, which started in 1914 with the breakout of the World War I and ended with the end of the Cold War. My view is that we are seeing now basically the end of the long 20th century, which started with the breakdown of the World War I, but which is finishing now. And in a much more practical terms, the period that started after that with the unification of Germany is ending with kind of agreement of the current American administration that there's going to be some level of partition of Ukraine. I'm saying this because as a result of it, one of the fact that this period is ending means that all our references to the lessons of the 20th century suddenly stop to look so powerful and consensual. Talking again about the different political intuitions which are driving political actors when it comes, for example, to Russia's war against Ukraine is that for many Europeans, for most of the Europeans, and particularly for the political leaders of the small East European countries, when they look at Ukraine and when they look at the Russia's invasion, the analogies that they're living with is 1938. This is Munich. They're afraid that basically if the international community, the West, is not going to stop Putin there, we're going to see a tragedy like the one we saw after the Munich appeasement. When you talk to many people in the United States close to this administration, they're going back to the 20th century, but they're living with a totally different analogy. They don't believe that we're back in 1938. They believe that we're back in 1914. And what they fear very much is a sleepwalking into a major nuclear war. And I'm saying this because suddenly, while the 20th century and the references to the 20th century was the intellectual base on which our political conversation have been framed, suddenly, either for some people, what happened in the 20th century became totally irrelevant, or basically what happened in the 20th century started to be interpreted very differently. And as a result of it, all these consensuses, all these references to never again or to the lessons of the 20th century lost their magic power. And I believe this is when we understand that a certain period is ending. When the foundational concepts, the magic words on which this period was built, suddenly start to resonate. And in my view, we can see this, for example, the keywords around which the 20th century was built: fascism, Nazism, communism, all of them suddenly start to be used in a very, very easy way. Suddenly people start to identify themselves, political parties, with the legacies of fascism or Nazism. Suddenly, basically, President Putin started to denounce the democratic leadership of Ukraine as being Nazis. The exceptional nature of what was happened in the 20th century, the exceptional tragedy that happened suddenly was trivialized and was used and instrumentalized. And this probably also explains the fact that while in the beginning of full-fledged war and Russia's invasion in Ukraine, there was the expectation and there was the hope that probably this can trigger defense of the international liberal order. And well, if you're going to see the first votes in the UN General Assembly, most of the countries basically express their major disapproval of what is happening. Suddenly, particularly on the level of public opinion, when it comes to the countries outside of Europe and the United States, so-called Global South, the war did not resonate in the way many expected. Even if you see on the level of the social media, you're going to see that, for example, what is happening now in the Middle East, Gaza, resonated much stronger. And this is just kind of one of the tragic points in which you understand that for many people for which decolonization was the major story of the 20th century, which basically was trying very much to find their own discourse and angle, for them decolonization was very much kind of located outside of Europe, and they were not ready to see the Ukrainians' resistance against Russia as the same type of a struggle that many of the current post-colonial nations have been fighting during the 20th century. Some war that started as a global war in the imagination, at least of many of us, has been turned now into a European war. And this is also the way that kind of the legacy of the 20th century is fragmenting. And this explains the fact that the electoral victory of Donald Trump in the United States, the emergence of the new American administration, is becoming the nationalist moment in global politics, and the nationalist moment in two very different ways. One is basically because President Trump is defining himself as the American nationalist, and that he basically claim alliance with many nationalists outside of the United States. But keep in mind, his nationalism is also a strange one. This is very much the nationalism of a real estate magnate. When he looks around the world, basically nationalists believe that people get their land from God, and that the only problem is to decide which piece of land to whom it belongs. If you are listening to some of the political messages coming of Washington, be it on Greenland, be it on how the Gaza conflict should be solved, you have the feeling that basically President Trump is viewing people not as owners of their land, but much more of tenants that can be removed. So his idea of improving the world is very much about gentrification. It is enough that richer people come in the bad neighborhoods, and this is how it is going to work. I'm saying this because Trumpian nationalism, of course, on one level, very much normalized, streamlined, and kind of strengthened some of the far-right movement, particularly in Europe. But on the other side, the nature of the nationalist moment is that also Trump's victory triggered a very strong anti-Trumpian nationalism. You can see very much based on the election results in places like Canada or Australia that defending your own sovereignty, defending your dignity became critical. And this is why two governments that basically looked just a year ago as doomed to lose the elections suddenly won the elections. But they won the elections exactly very much playing the idea of the national, the sovereignty, the national dignity. And this is why, as a result of this clash, what is really going to be in crisis is going to be internationalism. Internationalism in all its forms. So this is not, as people basically are claiming, that the major clash today is between the nationalists and internationalists, the nationalists and globalists. Much more the clash is between kind of a Trumpian version of nationalism, which is not particularly respectful for sovereignty of others, and the sovereignty response that come from the mainstream parties, from liberal parties, this type of a version of progressive nationalism that you're going to see. And in my view, this is one more kind of a manifestation of this crisis of internationalism, which was such a strong part of Sakharov's legacy. And I said, in a way, if there is 5 persons that most are going to embody this kind of internationalist turn, it is going to be exactly academician Sakharov. And I'm going also to go to my last point, because there is a lot of things, particularly when people look at the Russia's war in Ukraine, and they said, what is new? Is this simply the old war being played again? And by the way, being played again in a territory which was one of the most destroyed territory in Europe during the World War II? Or is there something that goes beyond the Russia-Ukrainian conflict, that goes beyond basically the dynamics of the disintegration of the Russian Empire and the disintegration of the Soviet Union? And of course, a lot of people have been talking about technology, and you're seeing what is happening, how the war has been transformed by drones and others. But in my view, there is one thing about the war, and this is, I have been doing some research in this area, and this, found particularly interesting is that both when you look at the rise of the far-right parties in Europe and the United States, and when you look at the war and how basically the war has been justified on the Russian side among the allies of President Putin outside of Russia, you're going to see the incredible importance of demographic anxiety. Listen, we're living in the world which suddenly, in the majority of the people in this world live in countries where the fertility rates are beyond replacement. So, which means that if there is no migration in many of these countries in the world, basically the populations are going to shrink dramatically. Of course, the most dramatic story is South Korea, where basically if they're not going to be change of the trend, if they're not going to be migration, every next generation is going to be just 1/3 of the previous generation. And this combination between aging, shrinking, and of course the different racial and ethnic nature, different dynamics in this, has created an incredible kind of a crisis, because this trend of a like the right to frame it as kind of a childless societies is something that is characteristics both for democracies and authoritarian regimes. You can see it in Europe, you are getting to see it in China. This is true for democratic and not democratic regimes, for big country and small country, and by the way, now also for poor country and rich country. Before, the idea was that it was much more about rich countries. But what is critically important is that there is no government who has a policy which really succeeded to reverse the trend. And as a result of it, basically, if you're listening particularly to the language and discourse of the current Russian government, their failure to deal with the problem of the demographic decline was framed as kind of a problem with the Western conspiracy of all these LGBT politics and others, which are trying to deprive Russia of the population. I'm saying this because I was rereading most of the speeches of President Putin in the year just before 2022 and the invasion of Ukraine started. And you're going to be surprised that on several occasions, the President Putin is talking about how, according to Mendeleev, in the year 2001, he predicted that there are going to be 500 million Russians in the world, and how basically there are 145 million. And this fear of the shrinking population, this idea that basically there are not enough Russians in the world, in my view, explain one of the major and important characteristics of this war in Ukraine. This is not the war about land. This is a war about people. The kidnapping of the Ukrainian kids, the adoption of these kids in a month's period, and so on, is this is one of the first wars in which this demographic anxiety, there are not enough of us. And we are going to go, and if in a normal kind of a wars of the type, you're trying to tell others, you are not like us. Now you're trying to kill people in order to convince them that you are one of us, you are like us. I'm saying this because it reminds me very much of a so-called morning wars in the United States, which basically it was America. There was no United States. It was between North American tribes where they start to lose population, and then you're attacking another tribe just to kidnap women, to kidnap kids, because you try to replace these demographic losses that you have. I don't know what is going to be the future of these population wars, but in my view, trying to really put this demographic anxiety as a factor both in the domestic politics of countries and in their foreign policy is something that is important. And in my view, this is something new and very much specific to what we are seeing in the Russian-Ukrainian war. I'm saying all this, I want to stop it because, as I told you, basically speaking long on video is almost a crime against humanity. But in my view, all these questions, at least that interest me, I hope that they're going to be of some interest to you. And while I have the questions, I'm sure that probably you're going to come with some answers. Thank you so much.
I would now like to invite the next keynote speaker who is with us here today, Mikhail Elcheninov. He is an associate professor and doctor of philosophy. He specializes in phenomenology, history of ideas, and Russian philosophy. He taught at the University of Burgundy and the University of Panthéon-Sorbonne, has published several books on the history of ideas and ideologies in Russia. His book, Dans la tête de Vladimir Poutine, which deciphers intellectual sources of Putin's ideology, has had a great impact. It has been translated into English under the title Inside the Mind of Vladimir Putin. Mikhail Elcheninov.
Dear Robert, dear director, dear rectors, dear colleagues, dear friends. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your invitation. It's a great honor for me to be here with you in memory of Andrei Sakharov in a European country where the gravity of the current situation is understood. Sakharov's lucidity and the spirit of the dissidents that he incarnated 50 years ago are necessary to remember in facing our future. Since the beginning of the year, everything has changed so rapidly and is in such transgressive way that we are still a bit stunned and have difficulty to understanding the new situation. In some countries, France, for instance, after decades of war and aggression, some citizens still don't realize the danger that Putinism poses. In others, some reassure themselves with the conviction that American institutions, its market and citizens, will protect democracy against a new tyranny. Some even think that Donald Trump still wants a fair peace in Ukraine. These people don't see that Putinism and Trumpism are so interlaced that it's impossible to separate them. That's why, with some nuances, I'll try to describe what the ideology I call Putino-Trumpism means. First, about Putinism. In my book, Inside the Mind of Vladimir Putin, I attempted to describe what Putinism is. The Russian leader often quotes intellectuals and philosophers in his speeches. Not an intellectual himself, is eager to show Russians and other societies that listen to him that his worldview has a certain historical depth, drawing its sources from particular aspects of Russian thought and culture. I have distinguished 4 pillars of Putinism. First of all, Sovietism. Robert talked about it. Putin has glorified Soviet patriotism and the power of a large country. We know very well how sacred he holds the Great Patriotic War to make the entire world believe that the Soviet saved ungrateful Europe from Nazism, while ignoring the German-Soviet Pact, the annexation of the Baltic countries, and the abduction of parts of Europe after the fall of Nazism. Secondly, conservatism. In 2013, Putin rose to the defense of traditional values, making the fight against what he calls homosexual culture, it's linked in his mind with demography, wokeism, and the importance of religion for a moral life, the official doctrine of Russia. This enabled him to make his country a pole of attraction for conservatives and anti-globalists from around the world. It also allowed him to assert that Russia was the bulwark against the moral and political decadence of a West, forgetful of its identity and its Christian origins. Thirdly, Putin has glorified a Russian way of development, quoting 19th century thinkers like Konstantin Leontiev and Nikolai Danilevsky, he claims that Russians possess values different than those of Western Europeans. The Russian world, he claims, is structurally opposed to the individualist and liberal paradigm where, according to Putin, a taste for comfort and personal success reigns, rendering Europeans incapable of sacrificing themselves for their motherland. In short, there is a moral superiority of Russians who are ready to go to their deaths for a higher cause. For the community, even death is beautiful, Putin once quoted. This Russian way is affirmed by Putin's favorite philosopher Ivan Ilyin, who thinks that Ukraine organically belongs to the Russian body politic and that it cannot be torn away from it without killing Russia. Finally, the Russian leader cites the Eurasianist movement of the 1920s to point out that Russia, located at the heart of the Eurasian continent, must develop friendly ties with the Central Asian states and China. When he quotes the Soviet Eurasianist Lev Gumilyov, he wants to suggest that Russia shares with the peoples of the steppes a passionarity, the vital energy of a young country that all Europe has lost. In short, it is Eurasia that will win the global match that is currently being played. All these quotes, this reference, sometimes located by Putin himself, sometimes suggested by his advisors, do not necessarily represent a coherent ideology. It is even contradictory sometimes. Should Russia become the conservative protector of a Europe losing its bearings, or should it turn its back on Europe and unite with the countries of Asia? Now, there are 2 points in common to all these currents cited by Putin. One, the defense of Russia as an empire, whose borders breathe, which justify the aggressions of Ukraine, the Caucasus, and other countries. Two, the apology for war. This is not only a means of defending itself against the hostile West, it is the ultimate reality of a Russia which, to save the world in a messianic perspective, must fight the liberal and democratic Antichrist. War, in Putinism, aims for conquest, but it is at heart ontological. Now about Trumpism. Donald Trump, for his part, does not deploy an ideology. He has 3 deeply held convictions. First of all, he believes in the preeminence of the deal, having made his business career the model for his political action. He had a book published on this subject in 1987, Trump, The Art of the Deal. Trump is comfortable with playing with people's fantasies in order to succeed. He affirms a principle of action that he still attempts to apply today. I aim high, and then I keep increasing the pressure until I reach my goal. Sometimes I have to settle for less, but usually I get what I want. Secondly, he believes that the money one earns is a sign of an almost mystical superiority. His family attended a church whose pastor had created a prosperity theology. The pastor proclaimed that financial success was a sign of divine intervention. This is why Trump likes to surround himself with billionaires or people who have succeeded. This credo is a political platform. If he has been able to make a fortune, why not his fellow citizen? Finally, Trump has contempt for the educated elite, politicians, intellectuals, senior civil servants, and journalists, who, according to him, are indifferent to the fate of Middle America, the rural earthlands. A child of Queens in New York City, he has always considered himself an outsider. But for him, populism is not an ideology. American journalist Bob Woodward, who retraces Trump's first election and the early part of his term, in his book Fear, recounts one of the first meetings between the businessman and his future campaign manager, the far-right ideologue Steve Bannon. Bannon explains to Donald Trump the premise of populism. It's the ideology of ordinary people, of those who believe the system is rigged. Trump replies, "Excellent, that's me. I'm a popularist too." He has distorted the word. No, Bannon corrected. We say populist. Yes, that's it, Trump insisted. A popularist. For Trump, populism is simply the art of being popular. Is that all? No. Trump is surrounded by two ideologues, libertarians and accelerationists from Silicon Valley, far-right thinkers like Bannon and Stephen Miller, conservative religious groups, the white nationalist evangelical Protestants, and Catholic populists like J.D. Vance, who likes René Girard very much. Trump's second term, as you know, is even more aggressive than the one in 2016. What then do the two heads of states have in common? So what is the Putino-Trumpism? In several respects, Donald Trump is of one mind with Putinism, only believing in relation between great powers. He disdains weaker countries. He has a deep contempt for Europe, which, according to him and J.D. Vance, has betrayed its own values. He hates gender studies and progressivism. He no longer tolerates officials and alleged members of the deep state. He despises political correctness. He transgresses and wants to transgress the rule of law. With his intention to take control of the Panama Canal, Greenland, and Canada, and rename the Gulfs of Mexico and Persia, he has become clearly imperialist, developing a discourse that is not so far removed from Putinism. He considers himself one of those strong men who, like the Russian leader, can change the course of history by violating international law and attacking those who disagree with him. However, there are very strong differences between Trumpism and Putinism. Their history and cultural context are not the same. But since January, the similarities have outnumbered the differences. How is it possible? To understand this, we must realize that Trump is the leader of which Putin has dreamed for years. With his rhetoric and actions, war, imperialism, a supposed return to respected power, the role of undisputed national leader, hatred of Europe and political liberalism, Putin has fascinated Trump. Over several years, Putin had devised a framework and created a void into which the leader he deemed desirable for the US, that is to say, the one who would bring about the self-destruction of the world's leading power, would eventually insert himself. The historic change would see the world's center of gravity shift toward Eurasia. Perhaps one of the advisors had read Arnold Toynbee, who studied the fall of empires. Whatever the case, the British historian wrote that some civilization some civilizations die not by murder, but by suicide. Russia didn't need to confront the US militarily. It was much simpler to ensure that a chaotic pro-Putin leader takes its helms. We know that Donald Trump has always been fascinated by Russia. He first visited Moscow in 1987, it was still the USSR, and upon his return, published an op-ed in the American press denouncing American financing of NATO members countries. We know that Trump has had business and friendly relationships with members of the Soviet and Russian mafia and secret services. He has been handled by them for decades through loans, financing, banks, etc. The American president is certainly controlled by Russia. But above all, Trump is a Russian project. By flooding the world with his speeches on the need for a strong leader, on the decadence of Europe, on the dead ends of progressivism, on the primacy of power and the return of imperialism, Putin has finally let the genie out of a bottle in Washington. Well beyond his interference, Putin has instilled a certain worldview into the American atmosphere, aided by the alt-right, populist, and those disappointed with globalism. The concept of legend, before it was used to inspire the secret services, has always been very present in Russian culture. Seeking a character to embody the revolutionary myth, Dostoevsky had one of his characters, the nihilistic Piotr Verkhavensky, say, "What's essential is the legend." Putin created his own, Trump. And he invented his creature in such a way to maintain a certain superiority over him. In Putin's eyes, Trump is vulgar, a clown, infantile and narcissistic, inconsistent and even irrational. Heir to Mikhail Bakhtin, the Soviet thinker and literary specialist of the carnival, the Russian leader has created his own carnivalesque double. As much as the Kremlin leader attempts to appear serious, coherent, rational, patient, devoted to his people and states, he has also contributed to creating an unpredictable and dangerous buffoon. During Trump's first term, we reassured ourselves that there were still adults in the room, present in the American administration. Today, the adult on the world stage is Putin, along with his friend Xi Jinping. Trump is their unruly and insatiable child who, while he must be placated, is easily controlled. Isn't this what is happening with regard to the Russian aggression in Ukraine? Trump can get annoyed, he can get angry. He will always end up giving in to Moscow. It was the case again 2 days ago. This is where we are today. What can be done to save what has been saved, that is Ukraine's existence, the sovereignty of states, and the people's liberty. Some Eastern Europe societies understand. They help Ukrainians as much as they can. They organize their defense and prepare their own citizens. Because they know they are next on Russia's bellicose list. But, as someone from Western Europe, I can tell you that many citizens still haven't understood what's happening. For them, Washington is far away, and so is Russia. They know little or nothing at all about Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic countries. They still sometimes lull themselves with historical fantasies of friendship with Russia when they aren't being seduced, more or less discreetly, by Putinism. Ultimately, to them, Crimea is Russian, Ukraine hasn't resolved its relationship with Nazism, and current Western leaders are perhaps worse than the pro-Putin leaders. But I think that another danger also looms, and I would like to conclude by mentioning it as it concerns us all. We live in a world where the priority of nation states is access to increasingly scarce natural resources and trade routes. Trump is prepared to do anything to gain access to rare earth minerals. Russia is delighted that the ice is melting in the Arctic, making it possible to inaugurate a new shipping route. Beijing wants to colonize the South China Sea. Europe is concerned about its backwardness in terms of industrial and strategic independence. Citizens understand this, so are willing to turn a blind eye sometimes to conquest and predatory wars. In short, we are entering a world where nation states, empires, and private actors find themselves in competition to ensure their individual development. In this context, European and American democratic ideals, which enjoyed a resurgence after the fall of communism, fade into the background. Why shouldn't the model for tomorrow's states be Dubai or Singapore or even China, powers that provide a comfortable standard of living while also offering the pride of triumphing over others? This is what Curtis Yarvin, a highly influential American blogger, widely read by Trump's entourage, asserts, for example. He believes that the political challenge today is to designate a strong power capable of managing a country like a business while abandoning democracy. This is the main danger that menaces us too. Our priority is to defend ourselves against Russian aggressions and American betrayal. Our leaders must ensure the standard of living of our fellow citizens. So we have to ask ourselves seriously, do we still want democracy? Or are we prepared to damage it, even abandon it in this new context? This is a question that more and more Europeans are asking themselves. In France, in my country, for example, sociological surveys reveal a desire for strong power. But if we give in to this temptation, we will be forgetting that it was in the name of stability and out of a fantasy for revenge that the Russians elected Putin. It was for their standard of living and their dream of returning to a golden age that the Americans re-elected Donald Trump. The former killed the very possibility of democracy in Russia. The latter will surely try to do the same. But let's not forget one thing. If it was democracy that brought Trump back, it is democracy that can oust him. I believe that one of the questions crossing the minds of European citizens is the utility of democracy. It's a question that cannot be resolved very quickly. Putin and Trump have played on this doubt about democracy usefulness. This is why I believe we must not avoid the question, but instead explore and respond to it. Putino-Trumpism is therefore not just an enemy that must be combated. It's a poison that's seeping into minds and hearts all over the world. The fantasy of nations led by strong men. To defend ourselves, we must not only be lucid and courageous, like Sakharov, we must also ask ourselves difficult questions and be able to explain why we are Democrats. Our future depends on this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, we are a little bit behind time. We will now have our coffee break, a little bit shorter than 30 minutes, 25. So we'll be back here at 11:10. Thank you. Can we all take a seat, please? You might think that I'm, how to put it, obsessive compulsive. I'm absolutely not, but we have an audience online, so we need to try to stick to the schedule for them. I would like to introduce the next speaker. His Excellency Julius Pranevičius. He is Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania. He studied political science at Vilnius University and graduated in 2001. Since he has had a diverse and extensive career at the ministry, including posts in New York as a Consul General, as Ambassador to India, and head of the Directorate for Indo-Pacific region at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's a pleasure to give the floor to you, Julius.
Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and friends. It is an honor for me to address the 15th International Sakharov Conference here in the historic heart of Vilnius, in tribute to Andrei Sakharov, whose courage and moral clarity transcended borders and regimes, remaining an inspiration to us all. Indeed, it feels like we are living through one of the darkest chapters in our history, staring at the abyss of brutal Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We see it not just as an attack on one nation, it is an assault on the very pillars of our rules-based global order: peace, sovereignty, and the right of nations to choose their own destiny. It is a postmodern incarnation of the centuries-old imperial doctrine that seeks to expand, to occupy, to exploit, and even genocide the inconvenient or useless groups of the population. It shook the political and security architecture we once took for granted. It empowers authoritarian regimes worldwide and erodes the core values of democracy and rule of law. It has devastated Ukraine, and its consequences will echo throughout Europe and beyond. A regime that resorts to aggression is born and bred in a society where there is no room for civic engagement, open debate, dissent, opposition, trust in institutions. We must unite to fight it back. Ukraine is at the forefront of this fight, shedding its blood not only for their own freedom, but also to give us a chance to ponder, to reflect on what's our priorities now and what do we do next. We have no doubts about what is most important now, that is supporting Ukraine. Our support to Ukraine's rightful defense of freedom, sovereignty, and territorial integrity is unwavering. From the very outset of Russia's aggression, we have been resolute in our support, and we will continue to stand by Ukraine until victory and beyond. To date, Lithuania's assistance has exceeded 1.6 billion euros, half of which is military support. Our long-term commitment is to provide at least 0.25% of our GDP for the defense and security sector of Ukraine. To pull back from the abyss, we need to rebuild the rule-based order, to build a just and lasting peace in Europe, one that can only come through Ukraine's victory, the restoration of its territorial integrity, its integration into the European Union, and a clear acknowledgement that Russia's imperialist aggression has no place in the Europe of the 21st century. We must be clear about the road to peace, one that must be just and truly sustainable. Negotiations on true peace cannot begin until Russia's attacks stop, until there is a full ceasefire. Only then can we begin discussing a just and lasting peace agreement, one that guarantees Ukraine's security, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Russia's rejection of ceasefire shows its disregard for the peace efforts. We, therefore, must unite to ramp up pressure on Russia with stronger sanctions and to ensure that Ukraine receives the necessary military support and ironclad security guarantees. We also have to make it clear that Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity are not negotiable. On 8 May, the Parliament of Lithuania unanimously adopted a resolution reaffirming its commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. This is not just a symbolic act. It is a call to action for other European partners. We can never legitimize Russia's occupation and annexation, nor allow the borders of our region to be redrawn by force. It is also vital to continue demanding Russia's accountability for its actions, as well as the collective accountability of those Russians who, through silence or tolerance, enabled to turn a blind eye to the government's aggression. Their indifference to the brutality perpetrated by leadership contributes to the sufferings of millions and undermines the very principles we fight for. At the same time, we must acknowledge the abyss of the collective trauma of many Russians trapped by fear, disinformation, and oppression, struggling with a painful internal conflict between survival and moral clarity. The outcome of this war of aggression will decide not only Ukraine's future, but the fate of democracy and peace worldwide. Lithuania believes deeply in Ukraine's European future. We emphasize that Ukraine's EU membership is not just a political goal. It is a strategic investment in the long-term European security and stability. The target of accession by 2030 must become both our strategic objective and a political commitment. Ukraine's future lies in Europe. It's time to make that clear, not just in words and statements, but in deeds. Thank you to all the speakers and participants for your dedication to the issue. Through dialogue and our shared commitment, we can pull back from the abyss and light the way to the safer, more just world, standing together with Ukraine for peace, democracy, and human rights. We fight for a future where these values are not distant hopes, but a solid foundation upon which we build our common future, a future free from the shadow of Russia's terror. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I would like now to invite the first panel of today to the stage. Janet Gunn, the moderator, Jaroslav Ritsak, Sandor Sheremet, Michał Roos-Schuurman, Natalia Shaban, and Olena Protsenko.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first panel. The topic is the war in Ukraine and the changed political reality in Europe. We have a very varied menu for you today among our four speakers, who are going to look at very different aspects of this changed reality. And I will introduce them one by one. And after they have all spoken, our young challenger, Olena, will have something to say and some questions possibly, after which we hope to have some good time for questions from the audience and comments. Our first speaker is Yaroslav Fritsak, Professor of History at the Ukrainian Catholic University in Lviv, and he is founding editor of Ukraina Moderna journal and an author of many publications. Over to you, Yaroslav.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure. And just before I start, let me just share you with my personal experience. I came here through Poland and then through Germany. And now that walking around Vilnius yesterday, I saw how nice it is to be Ukrainian in Vilnius, Lithuania. I don't have this feeling in Poland, this feeling in Germany, but once I come here, you feel you're very important. Just thank you for deep of my heart for those people who are doing this in this country. This is something which really appreciate very much. Thank you so much. I am a historian, so I'm supposed to talk from historian perspective. So let me start with a basic fact that I believe all of us will agree that Ukraine nowadays is at the center of geopolitical conflict. But when we take a historical perspective, it's not for the first time. We just made this war made explicit. It was implicit, was not quite seen before. There has been a book published several years ago by a British historian, Dominic Levin, on the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, and the opening sentence goes like that. Most of all, the fate of, first of all, depended on what was going in Ukraine and about Ukraine. He was emphasizing the crucial importance of Ukrainian factor in the First World War. You may know or not, you may remember the Timothy Snyder speech at the German parliament in 1917. He basically repeated what many people were saying after the Second World War, that what was considered as a Russian war at the Second World War, as a matter of fact, was very much Ukrainian war. Let me just remind you that Hannah Arendt once wrote that if Hitler would put not a Nazi flag, but Ukrainian flag in Kyiv, most likely he would win the war. So basically the thing is that Ukraine, from the last 100 years, at least from the beginning of the war, was at the center of the geopolitics. It was one of the most important territory for reasons which I wouldn't focus to elaborate, but possibly because of resources and because of geopolitical position of borderland between Russia and the West, so to say. So what I'm saying is not the first time. So we may say the 20th century started in mid-20th century in Hobsbawm term as a short century that starts with 1914. So if we think in this term, I believe that Ukraine issue or Ukraine question was a central question of the 20th century Europe in many senses. I would say that if we go to the history, we compare it with a German question or Jewish question or Polish question of the 19th century, which has more or less the same importance. Because this is the nations, the groups which were divided between different countries, or the kind of things, and on their decision or solution of this question depends very much what was going in Europe, and by definition in all the world. So nowadays I believe Ukraine takes the position of 20th century as very much like a Polish or Jewish question in the 19th century until the first half of the 20th century. We may draw from their experience, from Polish experience, from Jewish experience, from German experience. So I believe what we could draw as a lessons that there are no final solution to this issue, and thus here her irony about the Hitler plans toward the Jewish issue. There should not, there could not be any final solution to the issue. There'll be pragmatic solution, working solution. In my understanding, the working solution has two steps. First of all, you have to have independent country. You have to become a subject, not object of this geopolitical conflict, so to say. So this is something which is of primarily importance. I believe this was settled several times by Poland in 1918 and then 1948 and then 1989 by creating Jewish state. This is something important. You could not solve this issue without having state. And Ukraine achieved this stage after collapse of the Soviet Union, somewhat later, but it's better later than never. But it's not sufficient because we cherish this kind of utopia. Then once Ukraine would leave Russia, Russia ceased to be empire. This is one of the basic points of Zbigniew Brzezinski, if you remember, in his book Geopolitics. It's not. Because basically empire fires back, and still Russia sees its way to become a superpower by only having control over Ukraine. Someone put it very up to the point that without Ukraine, Russia is like a Canada. With Ukraine, Russia is like United States. So basically, Russia couldn't restore itself as a superpower without having control of this territory, which also gives the kind of historical perspective 20th century. If I might extend this kind of comparison even further, I would say that it's a typical fate of borderlands. I mean, geopolitical borderlands. And Ukraine is one of geopolitical borderlands. We could we could discuss it. We could talk about Caucasus. We could talk about Balkans, all the kind of things. And this is true. But still, I believe that in even between these borderlands, Ukraine is borderlands, of the primarily importance. Because nowadays we don't have this much discussion on geopolitics about the Caucasus. They're important, but they don't shape the geopolitical context. Also, I believe Balkan, to the better, they lost their importance, so to say. But Ukraine is still there. So if I make this comparison, I would see, and this is really somewhat of an extended comparison. I'm sorry if this will sound strange to you. I would compare Ukraine with Palestine, with Israel, with the relatively small territory, when allegedly local conflicts has a global bearing. In a sense, again, sorry for this exaggeration, Ukraine is Palestine of Europe, which means without solution to the Ukrainian issue, you couldn't have a security in the whole Ukrainian continent. This is the point. And this is what the war is about. So basically, it's about security both of Ukraine and, by definition, security of Europe. So I will stop there with the historical dimension, now move with the current Ukrainian situation. Where is Ukraine is now? So what is very important? Ukraine also has a Zeitenwende, the turning point. Because for the first time in Ukrainian history, for the last 100 years, which means this Ukrainian issue, 20th century, for the first time in Ukrainian history, Ukraine has support of the West. It never had been before. Neither during the First World War, nor the Second World War. Ukraine was given into the hands of the Lenin and Stalin, and they decided the fate of Ukraine and the Ukrainian issue. They could never resolve it, they could only suppress it. For the first time, Ukraine has access, support of the West, and it's a crucial importance, given the character of the war. This is not a regular war. And I agree this with Ivan Krastev very much. It's very much like a First World War, because basically it's a war of attrition. When the results of the war is not that much result on the military front, by what's going behind the lines. It's the fight who will collapse first, who would not bear the weight of the war. And basically it's boiled down to the resources. War of attrition is war of resources. If Ukraine will be left on its own, Ukraine has no chances. Whoever Ukraine will fight bravely, longly, have no chances given the size of Russian resources, demographic, weapon, all the kind of things we don't need to elaborate it. But once Ukraine has access to Western resources, Russia has no chance. And this is something which goes very simply, it has to be remembered. The good thing is about Ukraine, and this is kind of ironical, that since the war, we lost a lot of territories in Ukraine, and it's basically Crimea and Donbass. And irony is that we lost the most Russian-speaking and most pro-Russian territories. And never Ukraine been such a homogenized as now. I could give you many dates if you wish, but basically one of the basic there is definitely consensus about European integration and NATO integration in Ukraine. There is no doubt. It's of primary importance. Most of Ukrainians, wherever they live, what language they spoke, Ukrainian or Russians, they do agree that European integration and NATO integration is primary importance, not just because they want to live like Europeans, because they understand it's a security issue. The only way to resolve the security is to enter the space European Union, which could be criticized for many things, without a doubt. And the European deserves criticism. But there is one thing that goes without a doubt. For the first time in global history, we have a zone, large zone, but there is no war is possible between the neighbors. And this is still, you may remember, Ukraine was one of the most bellicose content in the past. Nowadays not. So many Ukrainians see it as a kind of entering in no zone, leaving the Russia space as a dangerous space, as the space which could not provide any security to the contrary. This is the killing state, the state that like killed their citizens by sending to the war, all the kind of things, and moving into zone of the European Union, which for Ukrainians are the issue of security. This is something which I believe is very important to understand to what extent Ukraine has been changed during and under the war. It has been one way or another. Ukraine was moving in the center to this tendency, but the war is a game changer, and won't accelerate things that would be slow before. What we probably will take 10 or 20 years, it was achieved through the 2 or 3 years. I would end with a final point here. I do understand that giving historical perspective, it's probably too late. Because we nowadays feel that the world is moving in another direction. It would be very nice if Ukraine would do it very much like Lithuania, like Poland, like Hungary at the early 90s. Now we have to deal with this problem much later on. So using the opportunity that we have this conference under auspices of Sakharov, I would like to underline the importance of dissidence. Let me just tell you, I'm old enough to live in the Soviet Union. I do remember that at that time, 70s, 80s, dissidents were very marginalized. KGB believed that they deal with dissidentism. In the beginning of the 80s, it looked like clear territory. There was no kind of the resistance possible in the Soviet Union, but it took several years and Soviet Union has collapsed. What I mean to say that I believe we don't have a kind of easy solution, probably no solution nowadays toward the Ukrainian issue and the global issue, but I believe what matters is to be dissident, not to accept this line as something which is necessary, something Vaska would probably call like a Hegel necessity. There's history that tends in the only way. What matters is our conviction, commitment to resistance. In this sense, I believe Ukraine is a dissident country, because in many senses is around against this kind of the current. So I wish very much that Europe will like that. And I believe there's a chance here. And the chance is, again, it's a kind of irony of history. Because Olaf Scholz claimed that this war is Zeitenwende, the turning point on the second or the third week of the Russian-Ukrainian war. But there is a tricky thing about turning point. You may know it. There has been a British historian, H.G.P. Taylor, who once said about the 1848 revolution, that 1848 revolution was the turning point when history failed to turn. This is exactly maybe the same risk. We are the turning point. We may fail to turn. So what I believe a chance, we have to look at chances so far not a positive but a negative issue as well. So I believe the fact that Trump is turning his back toward Europe and toward Ukraine provide some kind of new chance, because nowadays Europe feels themselves left alone in the presence of real danger, existential threat. This is what Sikorski, the foreign minister of Poland, just said yesterday. There's Europe on the brink of the existential threat, so to say. And therefore, I believe this fear is a very positive factor. Because fear is probably the most negative, the most natural feeling, so to say. What I'm saying here, that now that many Europeans feel to be abandoned by Trump, there is an increasing need to incorporate Ukraine within this space. First, because with Ukraine, Europe becomes safer. Ukraine has the largest army that keep the front, and also Ukraine has the best experience to wage this kind of new new war. And secondly, because this is the first time when we really understand that Ukrainian security and European security are not two different things; they're one thing together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yaroslav. Well, we've had turning points and turning points.
Thank you.
When is a turning point a real turning point? I think is one of the questions you raised. Thank you very much, Jaroslav. Now we have Dr. Sándor Sheremet, who is a senior research fellow at the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs and at the Eurasia Center of the John von Neumann University. And since 2023, he's been coordinator of the Secure Neighborhood Center at the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. Sándor.
Thank you very much. Before I start my speech, I would like to express my greatest gratitude to the organizers of this event that they made it happen, and it's a huge honor for me to be invited to participate in this very high-level conference. Well, in my short comment, I would like to focus a little bit on the Ukrainian-Hungarian relations, because there are many rumors around and there's many controversies around this very specific and special relation. And I would like to elaborate a little bit on that. That would be my first point. And the second point, I would talk a little bit on Hungary's position regarding the energy security. And if the time allows, then just a few words on what are our, well, maybe concerns or maybe visions on the future in the region. So as you may know, Hungary is a small country and its biggest neighbor is Ukraine. And it happened to be that the Hungarian community lives in Ukraine since a very long time. And this provided a very good relation between the two countries since the collapse of the Soviet Union. We were one of the first to recognize each other independence, establish embassies, and we had a very well-established, good neighbor relations with the two countries, between Kiev and Budapest. And the Hungarian minority was playing a significant role in being a good connecting bridge between the two. Of course, in 2017, we had certain disturbances in this very good relationship, which came with reinforcement of the law on the education that created conflicts between the two countries. And this, unfortunately, led to a very bad manner of communication between Budapest and Kiev, especially on the media and political level, which in my opinion, is very bad because it became instrumentalized for domestic gains. And these domestic gains often serves the domestic political consumer, if you may use this word, which jeopardize the friendly manner of the communication of the two countries. Despite these facts, the transborder cooperation, the economic cooperation remain intact, and the political and media communication led to those kind of conflicts that led to anti-Hungarian expressions in Ukraine, sometimes anti-Ukrainian expressions in Hungary. The European civil society and organizations made some calculations on the expressions that were done in Ukraine, and it led to 26 violent actions against Hungarians. And what is the critical point over here, that whenever there is a gap in the communication between the two, there's always players who can fill this gap. And in our case, Russia used a serious advantage of this misunderstanding of Hungary and Ukraine. And many of these issues that were present in Ukraine between the Hungarians and Ukrainians were often orchestrated by Russian interest. And we were not wise enough to be able to prevent these atrocities that happened. Many times served not the purpose and not the interest of Ukraine and not the interest of Hungary, especially not the interest of the two countries, neighboring countries, which, as I mentioned, tend to have good relations. So even with the worst times of this bilateral relation, Hungary remained within the top 10 investors to Ukraine and remained within the top 10 trade partners of Ukraine. And of course, the question of minorities remain the paramount of these relations. But when the war broke out, this question was pulled under the rug until the moment of the questions of EU accession of Ukraine. Despite the fact that Hungary has a different position on providing arms to Ukraine, Hungary contributes a lot to humanitarian issues. Just a couple of numbers: that every third Hungarian adult citizen contributed in one way or another in helping of Ukrainian refugees passing through Hungary, or into providing aid and assistance to Hungarians and Ukrainians living in Ukraine. For example, the Hungarian government provided assistance in rebuilding hospitals, schools, kindergartens, and Center of Administrative Services in Ukraine. It's called SNAP. I do believe that you're aware of this abbreviation in the Kiev region, which in my opinion is a very good step in order to rebuild this kind of a trust between the two countries. From the other elements of support, Hungary spent 250 million euros on humanitarian aid to Ukraine, accepted 1.4 million refugees passing through Hungary, handled 700 cases of requests for help, still provides free public transportation for Ukrainians, free housing, accommodation, food, clothing, medical health care, and eased access to labor market of Hungary. With this together, again, this is, in my opinion, good contribution to the people-to-people relations, because in my opinion, the best way to improve these relations is to rebuild the trust between the two nations. What comes to the economic cooperation, when there was sort of a collapse in the fuel supply, Hungary provided 114,000 tons of diesel fuel. It provides 40% of electricity imports of Ukraine, 60% of natural gas. And with this also, there's a significant amount of humanitarian assistance. There's medical equipment, medicines, vaccines that goes to Ukraine. And I would like to emphasize that this is not the Hungarian figures; these are coming from Ukrainian press. I was strict on that to see that this is indicated not in the Hungarian sources, to avoid being one-sided in this matter. What comes to the assistance in the military framework, despite the fact that Hungary does not provide arms to Ukraine, the intelligence works well, so there's a very good cooperation between the Hungarian Air Force and the Ukrainian. So the NATO infrastructure that works and operates in Hungary provides the information towards Ukraine in order to help to protect the airspace of Ukraine. So that's something that I would like to say about that part, that Hungarians are somehow hostile to the Ukrainians. Hungarians, in their vast majority, support Ukraine. We are interested in a stable, strong, economically prospering, inclusive, with strong ties to its national roots, to tradition, Ukraine next doors, because for Hungary it's also very crucial to have a strong and stable neighbor next door, because Ukraine is one of our main guarantors to be between Russia and Hungary. We don't want Russia on our borders. Nobody wants, and this is a very serious concern. This is why Hungarian position was always to condemn the Russian aggression, a ruthless, totally unlawful aggression against Ukraine. Hungary stands with the territorial integrity of Ukraine. It will never made any compromise on that, and it stands on the position of immediate ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia, and I have to say that it was done before it was cool, even before anyone in America would even talk about having this kind of ceasefire. We were on that end. So I would wrap up with this historical context over here, and I would move a little bit to this energy element. As I mentioned, there's 60% of Ukrainian reverse gas import coming from Ukraine. And we are often being criticized that we are using the Russian gas coming to Hungary. Well, in the portfolio, this is around 40% of the Hungarian import of gas, but we put significant effort on diversify this. So we are trying to get as many gas as we can from Azerbaijan. We are working to get it from Turkmenistan, through Iran and Turkey, if they're going to have some sort of agreement in that. We are working on greening. We are supporting the so-called green initiative coming from the South Caucasus through the Black Sea to Romania and Hungary, which would contribute to energy security of Central Europe. And we also work on the more broader connections via interconnectors with the Adriatic ports in order that we can get more LNG, so make us less dependent on the pipeline gas coming from the east. So we are trying to contribute to the energy security of Central Eastern Europe. And with the energy that we receive, we are more than happy and more than eager to share it with our Ukrainian partners because we believe that this is the right thing to do. Also, by this energy, we allow our industries to work. Rheinmetall, one of the biggest defense industry producers, operates in Hungary, and many of the arms that are being sent and will be sent to Ukraine are produced on these factories. So we're trying to keep them running as well, despite the fact that we are not engaged in the direct arm shipments towards Ukraine. Thank you. And I think there will have maybe 2 more sentences, so I'll be within. Regarding the visions of future, as I said, we are very much interested in having a strong, stable, economically prospering Ukraine next to us. And in the expert community that I working in, we were putting our heads together, and we also discussed this with our colleagues from Ukraine, from Kyiv, that we believe that it would be very important to have a strategy or at least a plan on healing the Ukrainian society and the Ukrainian people that suffer from this ruthless, aggressive, and totally meaningless aggression that came from the East. Because the post-war period in every country leads to very fragile and very fractured societies, even though it's now very well united against the Russian aggression. It's very well united on its European endeavors. It may lead to consequences to which we are not prepared. And I think that if we were able to join forces and unite to keep Ukraine standing, then we also have to join our forces to allow Ukraine to heal properly. And I think this is very important, because the biggest resource that every country has is the people, and I think this is the biggest asset and the best asset that Ukraine has. And coming back to our bilateral relations, again, I'm very grateful, and it's a huge honor and responsibility to speak among such great speakers over here. And on my behalf, I would like to promise that I will do all my best as an expert, as a researcher, to advise the most valuable advices to the proper decision makers, so that we can rebuild the trust between Ukrainians and Hungarians, and we can improve the relations between Ukraine and Hungary, because this is our mutual interest, this is our common interest. We want to have good friends, good neighbors in our neighborhood, and I believe that if we will be able to open up the dialogue and keep the dialogue engaged, we will be able to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sándor, for this wide-ranging overview of bilateral relations between Hungary and Ukraine. I hope we may have a little bit of time in the discussion period at the end of our panel to explore a little bit Hungary's role in European policy towards Ukraine. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Michael Roshurman, who is an expert in civil security, risk management, and Islamic studies in both governmental and academic sectors. He's been a lecturer on modern Islam since 2010 in several German universities, and he is a commander in the German Navy Reserve. Over to you, Michael, who's going to talk about a rather different angle of the new reality.
Thank you. And it's good not to speak about Islamic terrorism for once. So, as Janet reminded me, we are talking about the changed political realities in Europe. And I would like to go beyond the pure political. And speaking as a German and listening to what you say about turning points, I think it has changed. And for Germany, it should change even more our actual reality, or at least how we perceive reality. So as I said, it's a bit of a German point, and some things, especially for the Ukrainian comrades will find strange when I talk about military traditions and how I perceive they should be and how the military should be valued to actually work as military, because there is a big divide between what I saw here in the Baltics and what we are discussing in Germany. It comes a bit back to what Michel also said for Western Europe. So let me begin with the central paradox. And this central paradox, I see that we are expecting our soldiers to defend democracy, a peaceful way of life, and mostly post-heroic, very individualistic values. And to do this, we send them into the most violent experience humans can have in war. And to fight wars, you actually need to have values which are contrary to what we push as post-heroic values. So this is kind of the Janus-faced side of war. So in Germany, what I perceive since the so-called turning point, which I would say was actually no turning point, our decision about how we need to prepare focuses on money, equipment, and military hardware. I will now argue that resilience and war readiness are not only simply matters of military equipment or tactics, and that they are rooted in culture, memory, and tradition, including the psychological factors which enable people to stand as units and to fight together for a common purpose. I've already teased these realities soldiers live in. And this dissonance causes a kind of psychological shift, which we see when it comes to post-traumatic stress disorders. And also, if it's not to this degree, we have adaptation problems if soldiers come home and the civilians don't understand what actually war is. And as said, I have a history in the German Navy, so I have done 3 turns in Afghanistan. I've been involved in fightings, and we Germans tend to say we experienced war in Afghanistan. I would say we did not. What we experienced were clashes, and afterwards it was basically 5 to 10 minutes, and then we go back to our camp and everything is peaceful. That's not the reality of a real war. What we have in Ukraine, one journalist friend of mine once said, this is basically Verdun with drones. That's a new kind, and this needs a different mindset to withstand. So to cope with and frame violence, humans have, from the beginning of history, developed traditions, rituals, cultures of remembrance, and these help soldiers in this transition between these 2 realities they are forced to live in. So the act of putting on a uniform, marching in step, or taking part in memorial ceremonies are not just formalities. This is basically, as I perceive it, the same as cleaning your gun. It's an essential part of being prepared of what you do. So in Germany, we tend to perceive military rituals as kind of a backward habitus, which in the best case remind us of times long gone, which we have overcome. And I would argue they are not. They are basically, if we speak from a viewpoint of cultural anthropology, this is liminal acts. We need this to bridge between war and peace, between identity and role, and between self and collective. And if we don't do it, we create more post-traumatic stress, and we basically take one part of the guns our soldiers need, like the psychological readiness, we take it from them. Let me give you just one example, which is widely discussed in the German military since some years. This is drill exercise. So it has been argued, why do we need this? Drill exercise is basically a relict. It comes from the wars of the 17th century. We don't need marching in step. What we forget is that it's not only there to put armies in lines, that by doing the same thing with other people at the same time, create something psychologically called muscle binding. So it integrates people psychologically into the group. And this is what psychologist Jonathan Haidt calls the hive switch. I don't know if you have ever come around him. He basically says humans are 90% chimpanzee and 10% bee. So we have this so-called hive switch, which enables us to forego our individual self-interest for the interest of the group. This is basically what enables soldiers to jump on a grenade to save their comrades. It makes, if you look from the evolutionary viewpoint for the individual, it makes no sense, but it makes us evolutionary fit on a group level. And this is what we actually need because wars are not fought by individuals, they are fought by coherent groups. If you go on the individual level, it's not working. And as nature nudges us to do things which are adaptive, we are rewarded if we put on this hive switch because it feels good being part of the team. We get the full cocktail of biochemicals and hormones. So this emotional reality of war brings us to the concept of memorial culture. According to the late scholar Jan Assmann, cultural memory isn't just about facts, it's about putting meaning on things and anchoring people within a story. So the realities you face in war need to be put into frames so you can cope with it. If you don't do it, if it disaligns with the values in your society, you will have a disorder because it's frameless. Your experience can't be put in. And this is why military traditions matter. I would even argue they are as relevant as a weapon system. So not because they glorify war, but because they provide narratives, values, and examples that guide soldiers through the chaos of war. Role models like military commanders who remind their regiments that their actions would echo in history don't just explain the rules of engagement, they teach purpose. But here's the challenge, especially for Germany. So how do we build a meaningful military tradition when our past casts such a heavy shadow? And this is what we are actually very heavily struggling with. So how do we draw strength from history without getting lost in history? So I would say in Germany, lots of people have the feeling if we go back to military tradition, actually Hitler jumps out of the basket. So I would propose that we shift our focus. Not every military tradition needs to be nationalized. They should be rooted in national history, but they can be also rooted in a bigger framework of history. So looking on history, I would argue you can draw from the Epic of Gilgamesh, which also holds the story that you are not allowed to kill prisoners of war, as much as from the Prussian army. So why not focus now on a more European cultural and also military tradition, a tradition which not only binds our actual military nationwide together, but creates emotional connections between all European militaries which are now forced to stand together. Because only if we attach our soldiers over our nations emotionally together, they will work as a unit. So my argument is we should go more into this. So what do? First, we need more interdisciplinary research on this. So my background, as was said, is Islamic studies, but I worked on cultural history and remembrance culture. But nobody in Germany actually connects this to the military. So when we talk about memorial culture, we talk about the Holocaust. We are not talking about what this means for our military. When we talk about cultural anthropology, we look about foreign nations and foreign cultures. We don't look about the military as a special set, which also can be researched by this. And when we talk about psychology, we talk about PTSD. We don't talk about what psychological tools do you actually need to fight a war. So I think we should do more of this. Then, for Germany at least, we need a more honest public debate on what it means to defend our freedom. And let me just throw in a bit of a discussion point for later, maybe. So we are talking very much about the rule-based order. I think there is a risk in talking about it, because when we talk about it as if it was a physical reality, people tend to believe if you don't follow it, you are crazy. If you are crazy, you can't be understood, and if you can't understand your enemies, you are doomed to fail. So when we talk, and that's what I liked when you said it, if we talk about orders, they must be set, and they must be forced through, and they must be upheld, and it never ends. We can't say there is any rule-based order, we just need to find, and then it's physical law. And the problem I see in Germany is across the country, we didn't understand that we need to put this order first in existence before we say it's there. So we should be careful with this. And finally, we must embrace emotional and symbolic nature of war, not to romanticize it, but to humanize it. So I would end with a quote of scholar Margaret Macmillan, which I like very much. It says, "We fight because we have needs, because we want to protect what is important to us, or because we can imagine creating a better world. We fight because we can." And let us not forget that this capacity to fight is both a burden and a gift. It must be shaped, supported, and yes, it must also be ritualized if we want to remain not just safe, but if we want to remain human. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. This was fascinating. And I think this concept of the on-off switch between individual and collective is relevant, very relevant to the whole topic that Robert is so concerned with, which is the role of veterans, because you switch off individual into collective when you go to fight, but when you become a veteran and you return to civilian life, you have to turn the reverse switch, which is probably just as difficult. And now, thank you for this, we are going to move on to our fourth speaker. We're making really good time, thanks to my iron discipline. And we have a very different view now from the Southern Hemisphere. Natalia Shaban is professor in the Department of Media and Communication at the University of Canterbury, New Zealand. That's not Canterbury, England. And a director of its research centre, Public Diplomacy and Political Communication Forum. She's president of the Ukrainian Studies Association of Australia and New Zealand. And she's going to talk about cultural narratives.
Very much, Janet, and I hope the microphone works. You can hear me.
Just put it closer a little bit.
Hello.
I think
I got a different microphone from the rest of the panel.
Is it lit up? Is it on? Is it on? Can you hear? Yeah.
It is on, and you should be able to hear me. Excellent. Yeah. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers of the event for inviting me to contribute to this discussion. Thank you to my wonderful panelists, and congratulations to the organizing team for putting together such an impressive event. My contribution to this panel will follow the line about the changed political reality in Europe. And I will propose to discuss a situation around the European Union's cultural diplomacy and heritage diplomacy, and specifically in case of Ukraine. To be honest, culture, heritage are the areas which the project of European integration has been very careful about since the beginning of the story. So culture came into the policy making a little bit later. Before 2021, the direction how the European Union talked about culture and heritage followed the lines of culture is the driver for peace. It's about mutual understanding, bringing people together, cooperation, democracy. In 2005, the European Union joined UNESCO's Convention on Heritage. In 2016, there is a European cultural strategy. We're talking cultural strategy, cultural diplomacy, cultural relationships. But story changes in 2021. This is the very first time when the European Union actually starts talking about culture in the conflict or in the context of conflict and crisis. The European foreign policy comes with a note about understanding culture policy areas specifically in relation to conflict and the war. And the drivers for that were the EU's reflection on the conflict in Syria and what happened to heritage in Syria, and the war in Ukraine. What happened to heritage in Crimea, in occupied Donbass, as the outcome of the military actions. And the next turn is the start of the full-scale invasion. This is, for the very first time, the European Union now talks about a proactive attitude in this area. It is about protection, it's about securing, and it's about reconstruction. So, and it's in the context of securitization of culture and heritage. So there is a new challenge for the European Union. The Russian aggression demonstrated that the destruction of tangible and intangible heritage is not just collateral damage. The culture and heritage are weaponized. They are part of the hybrid warfare. And this is a challenge for the EU external action and diplomacy. Is the European Union ready to this challenge? So in response to this big question, a group of scholars united our efforts in the Jean Monnet Policy Network, Challenges and Opportunities of the EU's Heritage Diplomacy with Ukraine. We have 15 partners, I'm one of them. And what I'm going to do here today is to present some of the very first findings. We've just finished our first year. But before that, the whole research group is driven by three perspectives. Perspective number one, let's be honest, culture is not at the core of the European Union external action when it comes to Ukraine. What is urgent is, of course, military and economic help to Ukraine. So there is a blank spot in the European Union when it comes to culture and diplomacy. So we need to address it, and we need to start talking that culture and heritage are not a part of cultural studies, but they are part of actually serious security conversations. The second perspective, if you just look at the scope of challenges about the destroyed museums and libraries, displaced universities, damage done and to the artifacts, to tangible and intangible heritage, to man-made and natural, to creatives who are either killed or had to move out of the country or in the country but are creating, thinking and reflecting on the war, and today's culture is tomorrow's heritage. So we're talking about generations impacted by this particular cultural production. We need to talk, what Michael says, about true and genuine interdisciplinarity. It's not just about security people or cultural people. We're talking looted heritage, we need to talk with lawyers. We're talking about creators impacted by the war, we need to talk to psychological and psychiatric specialists. We need to talk to engineers, to archivists, to librarians, to restorers. And this broadens the conversation, who can contribute to the security conversation. The final perspective, heritage is contested. And you mentioned disinformation. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Yes, so heritage is contested. It is impacted by disinformation. From the very first weeks of the war, we observed in the world the variation of narratives. In other words, who is the hero? Who is the perpetrator? What is the solution? Who is responsible? So literally within the first weeks, the public opinion surveys around the world started registering the variation of narratives. And as the time goes by, the variation is actually growing. The variation grows in the European Union, in the Western world, I'm talking the US, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, but also in the global South. So in the project, I lead work package 5, strategic communication. And in the first year of our project, my team, it's New Zealand team, working together with the Cherkasy National University, we analyzed the leading media production in 8 Western countries, US, UK, and 6 EU countries, Sweden, Poland, Germany, France, Italy, and Hungary. And then we analyzed 6 media systems in the global South. And this is BRICS countries, Brazil, India, China, South Africa, Indonesia, and Al Jazeera as the voice for the Arab world. For the Western part of our analysis, we had different hypotheses than for our global South part. For the Western part, we were informed by the results of many public opinion surveys showing that at the end of the 3rd year of the war in Europe and in the Western world, we observe 3-pronged variation of narratives: staunch supporters, solid supporters, and hesitant supporters. I'm not going to talk about the European Union because when I was invited to talk about the global perspectives because we have word global in our title of the conference. So I will focus on the findings from the global South. And again, we looked at the reportage of Ukraine, narratives about Ukraine and the European Union in this context when it comes about culture and history and heritage. And we had three hypotheses. First of all, the coverage of Ukraine in the context of these themes will be, first of all, less aggressive, more sympathetic, and with local hooks. Let me explain. Less aggressive. It's not a mystery that the narratives, media narratives of the global South are heavily influenced by the pro-Kremlin narratives. In contrast to the Western world, the Russian information sources were not banned. There are still activities of the Russian broadcasters, but of course, Russian news agencies continue to supply news to the global South. So our prediction was, while military and ideological narratives and frames may be more antagonistic, cultural and heritage domain might be an opportunity for these countries to be less antagonistic. Why more sympathetic? Because they themselves experienced times in their history when their heritage was looted, appropriated, and destroyed. We're talking colonization times. And finally, with more local hook, all these countries want to be recognized in the world as important actors. They want to show to the world and to their citizens that they have resources and capabilities to help Ukraine and actually be visible on the global stage as this time benevolent supporting actors rather than the ones who take support and aid. So what we found out that the three hypotheses were indeed supported, but in every country, these narratives of Ukraine in cultural and historic heritage dimensions were used to justify these countries' positions on the war against Ukraine and why they did or did not something. In India, for example, and we, again, one more time, 3 years daily observation. In India, we observed that actually the narratives were very sympathetic to Ukraine. There was lots of information about destroyed things, and India, being a cultural, civilizational actor who understands the importance of culture and has money to help Ukraine and to demonstrate that this time India is an important actor. But what we noticed, and we looked at 3 newspapers across the political continuum, that the museums were destroyed, and the creatives were killed. That was that use of passive voice without naming who actually destroyed, bombed, or killed. Russia did not exist in these discourses, but there was lots of sympathy and recognition of Ukraine's challenges and how India could help. In contrast, in China, in 3 years of our coverage, there was one article talking about the destruction of Ukrainian culture. And what was interesting was that it was very positive about Ukraine, but it was all about peaceful culture, Ukraine's beautiful palaces, religious holidays, festivals, singers, poets, like as if war didn't exist. And super positive coverage came when the reportage was about Ukrainians learning Chinese language, or Ukrainians coming to Chinese festivals and admiring Chinese cultural productions. The message was clear. China is a soft superpower of the world. China is the cultural superpower of the world. And when Ukrainians are admiring that, that's wonderful. In contrast, in Brazil, in 3 years, not a single article was not, so every article mentioned the war. But what is interesting, Brazil used that particular topic to discover itself. It turns out Ukrainians are the 4th largest diasporic group in Brazil, and it wasn't known to them. There is a huge diaspora, very active, and actually the very famous writer whose novel they study at schools in Brazil turned out to be Ukrainian. And that discovery really shook the country. Suddenly, there is a story of Brazil, and the war in Ukraine allowed Brazil to learn more about itself, a completely different narrative. Very briefly, in Indonesia, the narrative was about sovereignty and how culture and heritage actually are needed to be defended because they are about sovereignty of the nation. Very close to some interpretations we have in Ukraine. And in South Africa, let's say, nothing appeared if Russia wasn't mentioned. So Ukraine did not appear on its own. It was only in connection to Russia. Finally, in Al Jazeera, the only positive evaluations came when they quoted Ukrainian leaders. So by itself, Al Jazeera did not say anything positive. And there was zero local involvement. Not a single Arab actor was shown to be interacting with Ukraine. So to conclude, This result is just the first year results. There will be 2 more years of research. Invite me in 2 years, I'll come and report more. But what we're offering, and these findings will be reported on the 4th of June in the European Union, to the European External Action Service. They created a new division working on Ukraine heritage diplomacy, and we are offering an exercise in listening. This is active listening, this is tactical listening, and this is background listening. And hopefully these findings would help Ukrainian strategic communicators. As you can see, there are all these interesting narratives. They're all promising in different ways, but also to the EU strategic communicators who are helping Ukraine in heritage diplomacy with Global South. And Global South remains a gap in Ukraine's diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia. This was a really interesting and very different perspective on our topic today. And now we have a very difficult challenge for our young challenger. I think the presence of young challengers on the panels are an innovation in this conference. And our first one is Olena Prochenko, who is a human rights lawyer at the Armed Conflict Unit at the European Court of Human Rights. She was born and raised in the east of Ukraine and has specialized in the rights of war victims in Ukraine since 2015. Since the full-scale Russian invasion, Olena has taught international human rights law in the US. And Olena is going to make some comments and put some questions to the panelists, which is not an easy task because their topics have all been somewhat different. Over to you, Olena.
Thank you for the introduction, Janet. And I think particularly because the topics are different one from another, I'll try to pose one question to each speaker, time permitting, okay? I'll start with explaining my role here. What is a young challenger? I understand my role is being pain in a lower back for our speakers. And so please excuse me for the questions which I think are tricky. They're tricky on purpose. My first question would be to Yaroslav Hrytsak. And I'll explain in a few words where I come from with this question. So as Janet has said, I was born and raised in Donbass, initially a Russian-speaking Ukrainian. I've switched to Ukrainian in 2018 before it was mainstream, before it was popular. I want to reflect a little bit on what Yaroslav has said about our society for the first time in decades now being united, maybe as never before. It is true that we have a clear and unanimous vision of our future, of where Ukraine needs to go, where Ukrainians want to be in the future, and which alliances we want to make, and which alliances we do not need. So in terms of the unification of the country, how do we reconcile this with the diversity of voices of people who, while not necessarily supporting Russia, still prefer to speak Russian in our country? And do you think there is a positive side to losing Crimea and Donbass by helping us form a more unanimous, homogeneous society with uniform language, uniform values and visions? Do we really need those regions back? Do we need the 1991 borders back? What are your thoughts, Yaroslav?
Should I respond immediately? I was studying Donbass for 20-some years. We had this comparison between the west of Ukraine and east of Ukraine, Lviv and Ukraine, and Lviv and Donbass. So I know the story so well, but they've gone into details. I don't say there is no consensus. There were a lot of places consensus, and one of the most major between Lviv and Donbass, eastern and western Ukraine, that they may disagree on many matters, but there is one consensus: they want to live in independent country. Which sounds very strange to many because they believed Donbass as separatist. It was not. It was not. Let's put this from the beginning. They may differ on language, on historical memory, but majority of Donbass don't want to live in Ukraine, and they believe their future will be better in Ukraine than outside in other space. This is something that has to be took very clearly. Secondly, You're talking about this, we lose Donbass and Crimea. We don't mean to say that we lose them forever and we give up. This is not an issue. The survey says that many Ukrainians consider as a possibility that we may have a truce on the borderline, which is nowadays front line, in the meantime, but not as a kind of general term, so to say, just to reach some kind of, reach some kind of working solution, so to say. So it doesn't mean we abandon, we stick to 1991 borders. That goes without a true. Because this international organized border, whatever happens to Ukraine, to the Donbass, Crimea, it must be within Ukraine. But then come to the most important question which was posed. Whatever you think about the importance of the cultural issues, I would claim, from my point of view, the importance is very much overrated, so to say, because I believe there are much more important issues. And this is seen on the surveys. This is security, this is fight against the corruption, the judicial system, all the kind of things. So we probably tend to overrate because we paid for that. This is part of our job description. We're supposed to have the historical memory about language because we're trained as historians, as linguists, all the kind of thing. I believe it's so to say, some kind of exaggeration. An historical memory, which is very important, but still, it doesn't play that much role nowadays on the front line. Believe me, I know the studies. We tend to think so. What I mean to say here, that what is important with your strategy, that for the time being, losing Crimea Donbass provides with some kind of homogeneity, which is essentially important for transformation of the country. Ukraine still has to do her homework, and homework is to finish reforms, which is very needed. Judicial reforms, corruption, that kind of thing. Without this kind of homogeneity, we have a better chance for radical transformation than it was before. So our strategy, he has to come up, finish with the homework, to join the European Union to make a better Ukraine, much more, so to say, attractive Ukraine for the regions like Crimea and Donbass that will join afterwards. Because we believe it's not end of the war. It will not even on the beginning of the middle of the war. We're still at the beginning of the war because it will go most likely for decade. This is exactly what colonial wars, they are going for decade. But at this time, we have to use this kind of window opportunity to go with radical reforms, to transform the country, using European integration as a vehicle, and then let the people in Donbass, in Crimea, to vote by their feet, so to say, to see this is more attractive region to live than as the space they are living now.
This is very interesting. It has resonances with Georgia, where some political forces believe that the only way to get back Abkhazia and South Ossetia are to make Georgia a much more attractive place to be part of. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Janet. My next question would be to Sandor. I was listening with great interest to what you said, and I was puzzled a little bit, trying for myself to reconcile the aid that Hungary is providing to Ukraine while at the same time maintaining close ties with Russia. Is it trying to sit on two chairs? How do you explain the tension here?
I felt that it was coming, and I feel it in my lower back. That's the other thing that is very often being said, that the close ties with Russia. Well, the close tie with Russia is the natural resources that are coming from there, and as I mentioned, this is now below 40%. And even if we go back to the pre-war situation, then Ukraine was ahead in the trade with Hungary than Russia is with the gas. So it is a very easy assessment saying that Hungary is aligned with Russia or it has very good ties with it. It has sort of a political and I would say rather economic pragmatism in this one. And if you look at all the security documents that were published in 2020, for example, then it clearly states that Hungary is a dedicated EU and NATO member. As you may know, that in August, Hungarian armed forces and air force is coming to Lithuania to perform the air police mission here for 6 months, which means that the Hungarian pilots and Hungarian jet fighters or fighter jets are the ones who have to intercept the Russian territorial aggression or trespassing in the airspace of NATO and the Baltics. So basically, Hungary stands with this confrontative approach towards its duties within the NATO. Also, if you remember when the war started, Hungary is one of the first who sent its company here to the Baltic states to reinforce the northeastern flank. So from this perspective, Hungary has done all the necessary steps that are obligated by NATO and EU, yet it maintains sort of a pragmatic cooperation in economic field with Russia. What we believe is Russia is useless as a friend, but it's very dangerous as an enemy. So we try to kind of get what we want as energy-wise, which, as you heard from my presentation, also contributes to Ukraine, because that gas that comes in and continues to flow to Ukraine, and it keeps the production of our stuff running, that also being sent to Ukraine. So I would say this is rather a pragmatic relationship, because there is no political appreciation for actions of Russia. There's only condemnation of Russia's aggression. There is no intention in Hungary to appreciate the aggression. We do understand that once the war ends, and we believe that it will end sometime, that Russia cannot get away with the actions it done, because if we allow it once, or if we allow it to happen with Russia, with other territories, then it can lead to a cascade of other issues that would lead to, forceful reshaping of certain borders. And I would like to add to Professor Hrycak's thought that it was a very, very important element that he mentioned about being attractive. Hungary lost 60% of its territory after World War I. And it took 30 years and a lost Second World War to get rid of revisionism. But the paradigm in Hungary was to communicate to the diaspora abroad in a manner that they feel that they are needed in Hungary. So this is why probably when before Second World War, there were some revisions in the Munich Accords and Vienna Accords, the local population was kind of waiting the Hungarians to come back. It's not the case anywhere now, don't get me wrong. But what I'm trying to say is that if Ukraine would communicate to the people, for example, in Crimea, that we are waiting you back because you are people, so we are not treating you as traitors or collaborators or whatever. Come back, we want you because we are one. It's not even a relation with a kin state and a diaspora. This is a relation of a nation. So the more attractive Ukraine will be, the more willingness in the occupied territories will be to join. And I do believe that the Ukrainian leadership will have the wisdom and will have the capabilities to perform so. And I wish you the best of luck with that.
Thank you.
And let me add as well that this is a very interesting panel. There's 5 of us, and 3 of us came from Ukraine, or 4 of us basically. So.
Yes. I thank you for your answer. I won't comment any further because I want to leave time for our audience to speak. I want to talk to Michael now, if you don't mind. So I found it very interesting when you described the concept of a hive switch and the sense of belonging that many soldiers find meaning in. So as you said, it feels good to be a part of a team, of aligning with the societal values. So can the same concept be applied to Russian soldiers? And can that justify them fighting this war of aggression in Ukraine?
It's not a nation concept, it's a human concept. So basically that's how humans work. So I think it would go too far, but basically the evolutionary niche humans are set in. I mean, we are not the fastest, not the best weaponized animal on this planet. Our evolutionary niche is cooperation. So Emile Durkheim, a very famous sociologist, once said, everything humans do is about group cohesion. So nature supported us to cooperate. Our working system is about cooperation. So, you may know Yuval Harari. He once said, cooperation is neither good or bad. It's just there. So like a humanitarian relief operation is a big scale cooperation. The same as a concentration camp. It's basically, this is what humans do. Humans cooperate, and humans cooperate in war. And what I was talking about is more like, how do you fight wars? It's like you need to have, there is different levels of evolution when it comes to humans. We have not only like an individual evolution, we have also group level evolution. So if we are also tested by how good our cultures are able to cooperate. I would still argue, if we go too far into individualism, this is what Emile Durkheim basically wants for. He says, if societies become too individualistic on one level, they create enemy, then they fall apart. The other side would be an autocratic system, but this kills the individual freedom humans need to be creative, to develop. So somewhere is the middle ground, and if we want to withstand this, we need to find this middle ground. But it's not, like you said, it's not a Russian or a Western thing. It's basically, it's cooperation.
It's universal. Okay. Thank you for your answer. And finally, I'll address Natalia. So Natalia, as Ukraine seeks international support, how do you balance the need to tell a compelling story about Ukrainian cultural identity while avoiding the risk of reducing its complexities to a single digestible narrative easy for the West to understand?
That's an excellent question, and that's the point. Ukraine does not have to simplify the narrative. What our research shows that different locations in the world do care about Ukraine's culture and identity, but through their own lenses, and it's that understanding of the other lenses that could make the dialogue of Ukraine more efficient and bring more productive outputs. Because what is dangerous is to have what would call a perception expectation gap. Ukraine may perceive, let's say, that global South, because of its colonial experiences, would be almost automatically sympathetic to Ukraine. We heard today our keynote speaker, that hasn't happened. If what actually the story turned in a different way, sort of more pro-Russian in many cases rather than pro-Ukrainian, but understanding that there are these pockets and lacunas of stories and narratives and resonances, for example, like in the culture, would definitely help to balance that gap between perceptions and expectations, and actually, actually talk about Ukrainian culture in many nuances, but in a way that matters to the other side, because you might as well talk to the wall, because they have their own ideas about the world and how the world operates. So understanding that even in our difficult times, Ukraine still listen to the others and understand what matters to them sends a very good message too. Just a very quick example. I gave example of global South, but not far away from New Zealand is Australia, and I mean, automatic expectation that Australia, democratic, liberal, respects the same values as the European Union, will be very supportive of Ukraine, will be super positive, will provide narratives and frames which, resonate with Ukraine. In the very first year of the war, the analysis of Australian media, we did it together, was in my center, and we reported the results to the ambassador of Ukraine to Australia and New Zealand. They were somewhat surprising. Actually, the first narrative was that the war hurts Australian economy. The second one, and that's the first year of the war, full-scale invasion, was that when Australia always supported the United States, every time they go to Washington, the Washington under Biden's administration talked only Ukraine, 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 and they couldn't just get through to them with their Australian. issues, and Australia is always support. So they're very local concerns, and to understand these issues is very important. And when you understand, then you can tell an infinite narrative with many nuances about Ukraine's rich culture and heritage and identity.
Beautiful answer. Thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. This has left many, many questions in my mind, and we hope to give the audience a chance now. My one question I would like to put as moderator to Michael, but it's probably too long for this session, is about how the concept of collaboration in warfare is responsible for collective committing of war crimes, and where training of military in international law and the laws of warfare can play a role in this. But I fear it's a whole separate big topic.
Maybe I can give a short answer.
Yes, please.
I would say training doesn't help at all.
No.
Feeling is the thing.
Yeah.
So most of our decisions, I mean, we are in 24 hours, we take 35,000 decisions, which, and if we take away the sleeping hours, it's like every second we take a decision. We couldn't do this cognitively. So what we actually do is we take our decisions emotionally, and our cognitive system rationalizes them afterwards. So what we need to do is to speak to our emotions. So this is why I said, if we do a training in rules of law or rules of engagement, this is just cognitive, this goes away.
Yeah.
If we create a culture with, this is the cultural memory Jan Assmann is talking about, with a framework where soldiers have their role models, positive role models, this will speak to the emotional system. But to be honest, you can't come away from war crimes. It's not possible. Because I can tell you a very personal story. I was trained as a questioning officer. So what we did, we trained in questioning prisoners of war with our special forces. So they trained with standing questioning, we trained questioning them.
Yeah.
We were not allowed to touch them. It's just psychological games. But after 2 weeks of doing this training, I was standing in front of one of the soldiers I was questioning. I had a scissor in my hand, and I said, "How many fingers do you have?" 10. "How many words does the code word have?" 10. And afterwards we do a debrief, and he said, "Oh, Captain, I knew you were not allowed to harm me, but I believed you were crazy at this moment." And this was just a game.
Yeah.
It was not about, I need this code word to save my comrades. So that's why I said war is the most violent expression humans can do, and it brings to life the best and the worst humans do. It can't. You can try to get a red line, but you can never say it won't happen.
Thank you. Well, on this somber note, questions. I saw this one first. Please introduce yourself briefly and say to whom your question is.
Yes. Do you hear me? Vlad Vernigora. I represent the International Cooperation Section of the First Corps Azov of the National Guard of Ukraine. My question will be to you, Dr. Mikhail. But firstly, I would like, as an officer of Azov, I would probably recommend these people who live in the occupied territories to stay where they are and help us on the other side to win the war. That's the most pragmatic vision that I can offer to them, because I'm sure that in hundreds of thousands of families, Ukrainian flags are still kept. So when we enter Mariupol and Donetsk and Luhansk in uniform, believe me, there will be a lot of Ukrainian flags on the streets. My question is about, it was yesterday, but 3 years ago, the defenders of Mariupol left the plant and walked in what was supposed to be the honorary captivity. Today, we have more than 800 soldiers from the garrison are still in Russian captivity, and the entire siege of Mariupol for 86 days represents a huge historic moment probably for the entire European security. Back to your very, very good point about extrapolating the history of war beyond your nation. As a German, do you see the siege of Mariupol a part of pan-European history of war? Do you see such moments to be comfortably accommodated in your own military history so it can be also enriched? Because, I mean, we are comfortably enriching our military history with many things related to the Middle Ages, for example, that are linked to your own country. Thank you.
Thank you. It is obviously it's not now part of our military tradition, but if I would envision a positive future, then Europe now needs to do what it didn't do during Trump 1. And this is understanding that we need to have like a European power system. As I said, a rule-based order is not just there, it needs to be set. So if we can't, and we had what we perceived as a rule-based order, and we were all, that's why we call it disillusion, because the illusion was gone. The illusion was we have a rule-based order, but basically what we had was a world hegemon, the USA, and they are setting an order. And as empires are defined by two things, the power to set orders and the power to break their own orders. And this is, I mean, this is what the US always did. So if we want to have a set of orders, then Europe needs to come together and create these orders. And in order to do this, we will need to have the power to do it. This was my criticism when Germany was talking about we need a rule-based order. And I said, if you are honest, if you talk about rules, you need to talk about that this means being more powerful, being basically more bellicose, because you need to stand against people who don't share your values. So in order to do this, we will finally need to come to some kind of European army. And this kind of European army, which I, as a German soldier, would embrace being part of, will need this kind of story. So your question, can it be? Yes, if we do it, because basically all humans do is we create narratives. So Jan Assmann said it's about our cultural traditions are about putting meaning to things. So if a European tradition goes back and says, this is a part where we draw positive examples from, then we can do it. And I think we should do it, and for the whole European history. So we have a long history of fighting against each other, but we can draw from both sides the positive examples, and then it will teach us even more.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. I think we've got time for two short questions. One over there, James, and then here.
Thank you. My question directly follows Yaroslav Hrytsak's opening statement. There is an alternative Russian framing of the question that of the axiom that Brzezinski posed, which is this: Russia can be an empire without Ukraine, but it will no longer be Russia. And so my question is whether the loss of Ukraine will in fact lead to a transformation of Russia into the United States or something similar, I don't doubt it, or just lead to the unraveling and destruction of Russia.
This question to me? So I believe that Putin is obsessed with Ukraine, and he puts the war in Ukraine as a part of his survival of his regime. So in this sense, I believe the victory of Ukraine will not be end of the Russia, but end of the Putin regime. What comes next? That's a big question that we don't know. But probably the best way to respond to your question would be to quote the famous Weizsäcker, German president's speech on the first 40th anniversary of the 44 of the Second World War. He said something to the effect that the best thing that happened to Germany that it has lost the war. So I think the best thing that could happen to Russia, that it would lose the war, because it creates at least chances for transformation of Russia in some kind normal state. We could discuss what normal state is, but there will be a crucial mistake of the West. When the Soviet Union was disintegrating, Russia emerged as a dependent state. Not much of the pressure was put to the West for the Russian regime to follow the rule of the law. This is something very important. They let Russia go free, and this was a mistake. This should not be repeated again. Once Russia would collapse, rather Putin regime would collapse. Put it differently, the West must push pressure, whatever I mean by the West, so to say, that Russia has to come up with a kind of political transformation to enable such a scenario like we have nowadays.
Thank you. I think I'm afraid we've just got time for one question now. General Dallaire had a question. Did you?
Ma'am.
The microphone. Very good.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Can you put it afterwards?
Yes, General Dallaire and Senator, to you, Michael Lushenman, you're right. Training will not change the nature of the forces or the nature of the forces that are being prepared. However, their ethos and who guides that ethos and what is the content of that ethos that the nation has inculcated into the military, that will change it. And so that's where the solution has got to be found, not only within the military, but from the political and from the cultural and from the nation, what it wants to see in the ethos of the fundamental element of the use of force that the military are subordinate to do when required by politicians. So training is not enough. It's much higher than that in establishing that ethos. The other element would be with you, sir, if I may. The question is that there will be a truce. There'll be continued exercise of attrition warfare on both sides as they fiddle with the line. And the question will be, what is being really done to consider how you are going to prevent Russia from coming back in 4 or 5 years? Is that not far more the threat than the current battle that's going on right now?
So this has been very much discussed nowadays in Ukraine. And I will quote here probably this will be the safest way to respond to your question. That's exactly what Zaluzhny says. Zaluzhny is the former commander of the Ukrainian army. He says that whatever will happen in Ukraine in this or next year, we have to be prepared for prolonged confrontation, probably military confrontation with Russia, which means we have no other chances but to put Ukraine on some kind of military rails, to put it simply, to follow Israel's example. So Ukrainian society has to be militarized, not probably in the Prussian way, so to say, but something that every step, culture, economic, all the kind of thing has to be prepared. Education that we are in the case of the war or so, because the other way. So this is probably the strategy. I haven't heard it from Zelensky or anybody for his team, because I basically, to my belief is they don't have a strategy. They rather react, so to say. But so far, this is the strategy that Zaluzhny prepares, as I suggest. And since he's going to enter political scene, most likely, already he made this decision, I believe it's exactly the next drama or the main, so to say, plot of the future Ukrainian political elections and the competition rivalry. What strategy Ukraine should choose, and this will be between Zelensky and Zelensky.
Thank you. I'm afraid we're going to have to wind up now. A gentleman here had a question. Can you tell me to whom the question was? Can you put it to her at lunchtime? Because we have a video, I think. Well, we have a presentation now. So I'd like to thank all our contributors on the panel and our challenger for very interesting presentations and challenging questions.
Okay, Janet and panel members, thank you very much. We're now going for lunch. The speakers, if they can follow the volunteers in the yellow shirts, they will be shown where they have lunch. The Ukrainians have lunch packages. They can follow Vika. And for the rest, there are lots of places outside. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock for the next session. Then a seat. In my urge to be on time, I missed the last part of the morning session. So we'll start with that. I would like to give the floor to Olena Herasimyuk, who has a painful story to tell and asking for your help. Olena.
Hello, my name is Olena Herasimyuk. I'm in civil life, I'm a writer, but today I stand before you as a paramedic of Volunteer Medic Battalion. Thank you for everyone who made my participation to this conference possible. My sincerely gratitude to esteemed organizations and greeting to the all participations. On April 25, Russian forces destroyed the base of Gospitallers Medical Battalion near frontline. A direct hit by a Shahed drone ignited a 3-story building with a shelter inside, burning it to the ground, along with all medical and technical supplies, property, and mobile evacuation vehicles. The hospitaliers founded by Yana Zinkevich have been operated on the front lines since 2014. Over the 11 years of work, we volunteers medic have provided aid to more than 35,000 wounded as a result of Russian armed aggression. Among them, 12,000 were evacuated aboard the resuscitation bus Avstrika, which will be subject of my presentation at the conference tomorrow. At this difficult time, we ask for your support to the hospitaliers' mission and your help in spreading the word about yet another crime committed by Russian force against Ukrainian volunteer medic. Together with the conference materials, you receive flyers with links to our websites and social media when you can find more information about this criminal attack. Right now, our medics continue to saving lives despite the dangers. The loss of our main location is a heavy blow, but we still not stop. We thank each and every one of you who support our mission. Your help makes us stronger. For every life we can still save. Thank you all.
We're now going to watch a film which was made in October last year during the visit of General Romeo Dallaire and his wife Marie-Claude Michaud to the front line. The film is made by Lesya Kharchenko, a Ukrainian filmmaker.
We traveled to war-torn Ukraine with General Romeo Dallaire, former UN peacekeeping commander during the Rwandan genocide, and his wife, Marie-Claude Michaud. Both are renowned experts on the psychological impact of war. Their goal was to witness firsthand how the war affects civilians and military, and to explore how their expertise might aid veterans and their families in healing from trauma. It was a return to the shadow of evil that the general had once witnessed in Rwanda, and into the darkest corners of human nature.
This is the first time for you in the former Soviet Union, in Eastern Europe, inside. What were you expecting here to see? Can you explain?
I am now here visiting and doing things, but in a war, but still. But the reality of it did come up when we actually hit the ground and started to see what had been going on between the Russians and the Ukrainians.
I was looking to go to Izium because I watched the news on Ukraine since the beginning of the war. It was surrealistic.
We took them to the town of Izium that had been under Russian occupation. And during that occupation, the Russians organized a real terror against the population. And we visited a mass grave where more than 400 civilians were buried that had been tortured in cellars and did not survive the torture.
Is this a place where the UN investigators came?
The human rights investigation.
Yes,
That's
yes,
the place.
yes.
Yeah, good.
Це були масові захоронення. Десь 1000 людей, які були з різних причин. Хто закатований, хто не закатований. І коли були вже ці ексгумація проходила, то тут були і військові, і з зав'язаними руками, і скручені, і жінки, і
So it shows the total disdain of any sense of humanity. Humanity disappears.
Я з вами згодна 100%, тому що оці півроку це реально було пекло, тому що були люди закатовані тільки за те, що не так глянули, не так відповіли. Вони не мали права виходити з своїх домівок.
I'm not sure if they think them superhumans or simply that they are humans and their victims are not humans. And as they told me and I saw in Africa, then killing is just like killing a fly. No different for them. So that's 17?
17 people in the city of Izium, in the morgue.
We're buried right here. Yeah.
Being there, feeling that place with Marina, it gave me the depth of not only the combat of the military, but also the combat of all these people.
Коли я повернулася з деокупації, я хочу сказати, я не впізнала тих людей, кого я знала. Це були такі якісь чорні, змучені, з таким, знаєте, от з-під лоба дивлячись, нікому не довіряють, тобто залякані люди.
It will take a bit of time to be able to live with places like this amongst you. That's going to be a, how do you say, a scar for a long time.
And where's your mom?
Тут, в Ізюмі.
She's here in
Так?
Izum.
Yes. Жовтня буде 82 роки.
You are a very, very brave lady. Very brave. Yeah. This has got to become very much a sacred place for you people here, because without showing that reverence, those deaths will not be meaning enough to remember that how evil things can happen.
So this is one of the worst situations because people were here still alive. They were shouting and nobody could come near to pull them out.
The whole center of the building was taken out.
Oh, God. Боже мой.
And they were all in the basement. Or were they on the top floors?
Загинули, всі були в підвалах.
The corpses were taken out only after the occupation. So they were all the time lying here.
Stayed there though? Yeah.
Probably just didn't want the people to know what happened over here.
I remember saying to Romeo that reminded me of ex-Yugoslavia, when I've seen, all this building destroyed.
So in Izum, they had 12 schools before the invasion. Only one is left.
They hit all the schools?
Yeah.
Why would they hit all the schools?
Because they're destroying civilian infrastructure in order to demoralize people.
The story building was destroyed. Yeah, we will not forget.
There is a PBS documentary on the genocide in Rwanda. And at the end, Madeleine Albright said, well, if we would have known, then of course we would have intervened. Just like after the Second World War, the Allies said, well, if we had known what happened in Auschwitz, we would have intervened. And actually, they knew exactly what was happening in Auschwitz. Do we ever learn from history?
I think one of the important things is that you better think twice about learning from history, because what seems to be learned are the wrong lessons. Because all we're doing is learning wrong lessons that we have not brought in innovative solutions to prevent these things from happening in the first place. At the same time Rwanda was going on, we put 67,000 troops into ex-Yugoslavia, which is white, European, allies or potential enemies to our security. So yeah, we paid the price there. And we even had Africans serving in Yugoslavia. I couldn't even keep my force. I was reduced to only 450 because nobody cared about the sub-Sahara Black African, which then brought me to the conclusion that not all humans are human. Some actually think and believe that they are more human than another. I don't see anybody coming here and you can give you all the ammunition you want, but if you don't end up with having enough troops to be able to be trained and to use it and to maintain it, what the hell is the use? They become liabilities. So it's a matter of self-interest and of assessing whether or not these people are important as you are, your own people. And politicians being risk adverse, they don't want casualties. And so they're very short term. And they're looking for a way out instead of looking for a way to prevent. And so when some horrible man like Putin says, I'll use tactical nukes, well, that was the excuse they needed to not come in.
We took them to the town of Barava, which is very close to the front line, where the military commander showed us around and showed the consequences of the constant bombing by the Russians. The day after we visited the town, the inhabitants were evacuated.
Ну, давайте зайдемо. Так куди ми? В будинок культури зайдемо? Давайте, добре.
Окей. Ну да.
Палац культури на 500 посадочних місць. Чудовий палац, був шикарним.
And but what hit it?
Спочатку, 5 грудня в минулому році, 23-му, прилетіли шахеди, атака шахедами, і мені в кабінет один прилетів. У лютому було вдарено ракетою в те крило. Ми тут знаходилися, селищна рада і військова адміністрація тут знаходилися. А десь через місяць удар був сюди.
So were there people in the...
Були люди тут, коли була атака? Погибли?
Ні. Це було вночі і ввечері. Барава є 17 кілометрів до фронту зараз.
At this distance, it's one of those air bombs. Yeah, it's not artillery. So, in military terms, this is what you call harassing fire.
Терор. Ну, а взагалі знищені в громаді всі школи, навчальні всі заклади, заклади культури.
The sewer systems and so on, are they still functioning?
Так, у селищі працює і вода, і каналізація, світло, газ, все є. Спасатели, энергетики попадали не один раз под обстрел. Ну, выезжали, тушили пожары, а те восстанавливали линии электропередач очень много раз.
So, what is morale like?
Люди крепкие, они верят в победу в основном. Но, конечно, они не хотят под бомбежками, они выезжают на правый берег речки. Я тут зараз живу с семьей, я как лично до последнего.
You're also fighting the war.
Всім важко зараз, але кожен на своєму місці повинен все робити для перемоги.
The war, there are some people that are dealing with the war, the NGOs, they collect money, they try to help Ukrainians, but by and large, it doesn't really concern them. That is something really worrying. It's partially because, of course, the last war that was in Western Europe is 80 years ago. How do you counter this?
Not quite 2 months into the war in Rwanda, we already had well over 500,000 bodies floating in the rivers and in mass graves and on the streets, and dogs eating them and rats. They're just slaughtering. It's just hell. But across the border, there's a normalcy. People, keep on going. And so I come back from 1 year in operational theater there, and the chief of staff is walking with me in a car, and he says, "Welcome back, sir, from Rwanda." He says, "Welcome back to the real world." I said, what do you mean the real world? But the real world to them is what's going on there. Until the real world hits their border. Then all of a sudden, that changes.
We visited also one of the brigades of the National Guard, where a group of soldiers were for a few days recovering from the horrors of the battle at the front.
How do you do?
Good. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet
Nice
you.
mustache. Very nice. My wife, who ran the Veterans Program in Canada for families, and I built and led the charge of changing our whole veteran program. And it took us 20 years to do it.
And I have to say something that I just see in some of you already, the pain. That's normal. It means that you are human.
It reminded me of Romeo several years ago. Romeo, he has blue eyes and they are clear. But years ago, they were so troubled that I could see his soul, broken soul, through his eyes.
You met with near the front line with soldiers that just came back from the front line for a couple of days. What did you see in their behavior, in their eyes?
Well, they were still in the forward area. I seen it in my Dutch nephew who was in Yugoslavia. I saw it in him 3 years after. What do you want me to say to the commander? Just be polite, that's all.
Тільки чемними будьте. Ми самі найкращі і хочемо відпустку.
They want a holiday.
Very good point. Very good. And, does he shave? He shave yet? He's very young. Yeah. But psychologically, that war never ends. All it is you can control it. My father spent 6 years here in Europe fighting. He became psychologically very affected. But there was absolutely no help for him. There was no help for the families, nothing. So I lived a family where my father drank and beat my mother, beat me for years and years. But at the same time, he'd cry because he couldn't prevent it, couldn't stop it. So there is absolutely no way that coming out of these vicious wars that they're coming out of in this era, that families can survive if there's not a true, deep love that is stronger than anything else. It is 10 o'clock at night, and the weather was bad, and a lot of memories start coming back. And you feel that it's getting very difficult. Can you call somebody who will come and sit with you for 2 hours and listen to you talk so that you can get through the crisis and let the evil that is in your mind that is hurting you out by talking? Them listening, but you talking.
Мені допомагає музика.
That's part of the peer support also.
Я тримаюсь такої, знаєте, Гаррі Поттер, я думаю, всі фільм бачили, да? Як там правильно, може хтось поправити, навіть в темноті можна побачити світло, якщо не забувати його вмикати.
Let's turn it on.
He has a fundamental optimism because he knows that being a cook, he can make people so very happy.
Exactly.
Yes, a strong veteran, yeah. And thank you for letting us come into your home. I'm not sure about the barbecue. Thank you very much. I'm signing these to your injured warriors. Voila.
Well, your main traumatic experiences were 30 years ago. The trauma, you still have the effects of this?
I will still, 30 years later, 24 years of therapy, 9 pills a day, and the love of an extraordinary woman. And every now and again, the worst things come up. The ethical and moral dilemmas of deciding who's living and who's killing. You know, whatever decision you take, people will suffer, people will die, but you can't accept either this incredibly stupid comment that people would say to me, oh, well, you know, you did the best you could. That's bullshit. When you're in command and when you're in these missions and when you're in those scenarios, there's no such thing as the best you could, because what is required is more than that. And because you can't find more, because there's nothing more that you seem to be able to pull, that delta there is where the guilt comes in, and that's what will eat your soul if you're not protected.
Outside Sloviansk, we took them to see the work of a voluntary group, which is exhuming bodies that they find on the battlefield. They identify them and then bring them to the morgue. The Russians that they find are used in order to convince the Russians to hand over Ukrainian military that have been died and are in Russian hands.
Ми виносимо з позицій, якщо там є тіла, або обшукуємо територію, на яких були бойові дії. І цивільних мешканців теж, всіх людей збираємо, в незалежності від. Після цього ми передаємо тіла в морг, і якщо це військові Російської Федерації, тобто вже домовляється з тієї території для того, щоб обміняти на тіла українських військових.
And you're being successful.
Так, звичайно, всі ці обміни, які проводяться, це фактично завдяки нашій групі.
I think that's extraordinary. And the government is what in this all this?
Уряд домовляється вже з тією територією. Справа в тому, що вони не дуже йдуть на те, щоб міняти тілами, не дуже. Кількість їхніх загиблих, вона скорочена, тобто з їхньої сторони. І коли ми знаходимо тіла воїнів, які там в них навіть не вважається, що вони десь зникли, тобто він по факту ще живий, по документах, а ми вже його привозимо мертвим. Тобто довіра до влади, вона втрачається з-за того, що ми показуємо правду. Ми декілька разів заїжджали на окуповані території, тобто нас оточували росіяни, ми виходили звідти.
And when did you start doing this?
З 13 років, я вже 25 років займаюся цим. Спочатку я по Другій і Першій світовій війні в пошуковому загоні, а з початку 14-го ми перша група в Україні, яка займалась пошуком загиблих.
This one was very young.
Why did they bring the bodies here?
А ми тут оглядаємо. Тут небагато людей, не так людно, ми можемо спокійно оглянути, описати і потім відправити їх до моргу. Тобто, якщо б нас росіяни пускали на окуповану територію, то ми б забирали б і їхніх, і своїх з окупованої території, але, на жаль, такої домовленості немає. Просто не дають забрати, обстрілюють, бачать, дронами б'ють. Тобто бачать, що йдуть з мішками тіла забирати, і ні своїх, ні наших не дають. Тому що кожне життя, воно безцінне, незалежно з якої ти національності, це безглуздя. Навіщо стільки людей було покласти?
Russian stuff that was hit.
There used to be much more standing. You're pretty critical of the way the West has been responding to this crisis, right?
I have been very vocal, and now, having been on the ground, I am even more outraged at how the rest of the European countries and NATO, dominated by the Americans, of course, and even Canada, which has such a massive Ukrainian diaspora, has been reluctant, truly commit with boots on the ground to, if not be in the front lines, to be on the ground inside the country and part of the battle. It's one thing to send ammunition and so on. It's another thing to be sort of prepared to see and take casualties and spill blood. It's a command post. It didn't have many troops. It had more command maps and communications. So the soldiers, but the way in is there. So I had, in Rwanda, I had these. Yeah, 8.
Yeah, we're going to pick up our stuff.
A huge impression made the wall of sorrow next to the Mikhailivsky monastery, where the photos are put of soldiers that have died since the start of the war in 2014. The wall is long, but not long enough to have all the photos of the soldiers that have been killed ever since.
Yeah, 14, yeah.
Just 87. Yeah, again.
That's, see, he would be 25
when he died.
That wall over at the square, is significant. I've been to a wall where I've had 30,000 troops. I've been to the American wall that had 58,000 troops. But it wasn't even defending their country. It was defending human rights or humanity. And so your country is trying to defend the fundamental freedom and human rights of your own nation. And yet that price needs leadership. That price needs to be sustained by leadership. And that leadership is not just making sure you got ammunition. It means that the people are committed wholly to the mission of winning the war.
So you've been now in the country for almost 10 days. What is the most deep impression that you had?
The hardest impression, or the strongest impression, is that the Russians will never win Ukraine. That possibility is gone. So the question is how well will Ukraine be able to sustain, to continue to make it impossible for the Russians to win? What will be the price the Ukrainians have to pay for that?
Mm-hmm. You're an optimist.
An optimist?
Yeah.
Yes, I truly believe that there's a greater calling to humanity. I believe that there is no limit to what human beings can do when they're well led, and they've got good leadership, and they got a focus and an ambition, and they can see what's going to happen. If we cannot bring true, lasting peace, not these truces. Imagine if all those dying, the people who have suffered and so on, you end up in Ukraine with a truce. They'll say, no, it's a peace agreement. Horseshit. There's no such thing as a peace agreement. There's peace. There's lasting peace.
The war in Ukraine has immense proportions, not only with regards to the fact that the whole security system in Europe has collapsed and that everything that was clear and safe after the Second World War is gone, but it also has an enormous psychological consequence for generations to come. But it also affects all the countries around, because if the war in Ukraine is lost, it will mean that the war will also take place somewhere else. The war needs to be won. because this is the only way that Europe can guarantee safety and freedom and human rights on the European continent. And so support of Ukraine is important, not only just for Europe, but for the whole global community.
Okay, I would like to introduce the next keynote speaker, Peter Dickinson. He will be on screen. He is editor of the Atlantic Council's Ukraine Alert Service and publisher of Business Ukraine magazine. He moved to Ukraine in the late 1990s with the British Council as an information officer responsible for Western Ukraine, and has since taken on a range of roles in Ukraine's English language media. He's owner and publisher of Business Ukraine, a large quarterly current affairs journal that is currently the only English language print publication in wartime Ukraine. He is a Chevalier of the Ukrainian Order of Merit. Peter Dickinson.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you. I'm sad that I wasn't able to join you in person, but it's great to be part of the conference. So I'd like to speak a little bit about the European security situation in a broader sense. So not only what's going on in Ukraine, but what the implications are for the future of European security. This past 4 months now since Donald Trump returned to the White House has been a real roller coaster. Obviously, here in Kiev, there's been a lot of alarm about what's been going on in the White House. There's been a lot of concern and I would say anxiety about where it's leading and what we can expect from Trump. But in many senses, this was not entirely unprecedented. During the last year of the Biden presidency, we also saw a lot of uncertainty. There was an extended period when American aid was frozen. It was not clear what Ukraine could expect from its American partners at all. There was a lot of back and forth, and so the idea that Trump coming into the White House is an absolutely new page, I would say, is not entirely correct. I think it's certainly a significant shift and an alarming one, but Ukrainians have had time to get used to this kind of uncertainty, and they have done so. I think Ukrainians began back in 2023 and certainly in 2024, making contingency plans to be more self-sufficient in some specific areas in its defense industry, to make sure it wasn't entirely dependent on America. Of course, it's still significant. There are significant dependencies there that are in place now and will remain. But Ukraine has been actively trying to reduce that, minimize that dependency for some time already. So I think that the Trump presidency has not been an entirely watershed moment for Ukraine. I think the Trump presidency is a much bigger watershed, a much bigger historic turning point for Europe and European security. For many, many years, going back to 1991 and perhaps even further, Europe has always had this sense of complacency due to the fact that there's always been a sense of assurance that America would be there in terms of security, that Europe could afford to underspend, could afford to neglect essentially its security, because the Americans would always be there to step up and take care of any major issues. Of course, there are other factors involved here also. following the collapse of the Cold War, there was no obvious threat to Europe in a military sense as well. So that's obviously very important and also played a big role in this. But I think fundamentally, European security strategy was always framed around this idea, although it was obviously unspoken and not particularly politically correct, perhaps. It was always framed around the idea that America would be there. America would defend Europe in extremis if need be. That's now changed. I think now, if European leaders were to speak off the record, they would be ready to say, they would openly say that they no longer have that sense of assurance. They no longer feel that America would definitely be there, would definitely stand with them. This is not to say that America has completely abandoned Europe or ever will completely abandon Europe, but clearly Trump would like to downgrade America's involvement in European security. He wants to step back. He wants to reduce America's presence in Europe physically, militarily. He also wants to reduce America's responsibility for European security and have Europe take on much more of the burden itself. So this is really quite a revolutionary shift for European governments to deal with. It requires them to really rethink their security strategies to a significant degree. And you know, we see this in the changing rhetoric coming out of European capitals since January of this year. You know, there's been a sense of panic, there's been a sense of resolve, determination, alarm. All these factors are very evident. And I think that's entirely reasonable because things have shifted very dramatically. Now, at this stage, we are mostly talking about rhetoric rather than action, but there are already signs that there is significant action taking place and in the pipeline. We have the European Union making significant changes to increase funding for arms and to make it much easier for countries to increase their independent national defence budgets. The Germans have committed to a very, very large, historic, sort of generational armament program. The new German Chancellor is very openly saying that Germany will become the backbone of European security. So we are seeing a very, very major shift in Europe's security architecture, Europe's security outlook. Now, how does this relate to the war in Ukraine? Well, it's good that Europe is stepping up. I'm encouraged by what I'm hearing. Of course, we're looking for actions to match words. That's going to be the big test, of course, as always. But it takes time, even with the best will in the world, for Europe to mobilize, to reinvigorate its largely dormant armaments industry. It's going to take a long time. You know, we're talking about years here. There's a lot of issues to address in terms of bureaucracy, in terms of national domestic politics, in terms of getting manufacturing facilities, manufacturing pipelines, supply chains, etc., up and running. You know, these things are going to take a long time, and particularly in a quite red tape heavy environment, a bureaucratic environment like the European Union. So I think the most logical and the most beneficial trend would be to see European countries investing a lot more in Ukraine's defense industry. Now, Ukraine, from the Soviet times, inherited a very formidable military-industrial complex, a very, very powerful manufacturing capabilities, and they were largely neglected throughout the 3 decades of Ukrainian independence from 1991 up to 2021. When the full-scale invasion began in 2022, quite soon after that, the Ukrainian government recognized they really needed to prioritize reviving this domestic defense industry. And to a significant degree, they've done so. The output, the increases in output have really been phenomenal. We hear a lot about drone production, which of course is by far the most the most important aspect of this. And the increases are remarkable. We're talking about 100-fold increases. They've gone from a handful of drone companies to hundreds of different companies. They've gone from producing thousands or tens of thousands of drones to producing millions and millions of drones per year. Ukraine is now recognized as a drone warfare leader, as one of the world leaders in the sphere of drone warfare. Is sort of setting the trend in that aspect of military technology. But there's a lot more other than drones going on. I mean, we're talking about the basics: artillery shells being produced in Ukraine, armored vehicles, and so forth. So Ukraine has already stepped up significantly. It needs to do more, and it can do more. There's a lot of spare capacity in Ukraine that can still be used. That requires funding from outside sources. So really, it's a match. It's a match made in heaven, really, a marriage made in heaven. We've got the potential here for Ukraine to produce more if it has the funding. We've got the desire from Europeans to have a much bigger role in a much bigger defence footprint, but not having the ability to do that quickly in terms of production. So you bring the two together, and you've got a very logical partnership here with the Europeans putting a lot more money into Ukraine's industrial defence industry and developing joint ventures as well. We're already seeing this happen. We've got some of the big British companies in. We've got the likes of Rheinmetall coming in, already building production plants, building facilities here in Ukraine. But I think that needs to happen a lot more. Looking ahead, I can see an environment where a European security architecture, as it were, where yes, European countries themselves are producing more domestically in their own countries, but also they are putting a lot more investment and producing a lot more in partnership with Ukraine in Ukraine. So the Ukrainian defense industry becoming, one of the key pillars of the European security architecture. And this has a lot of advantages. Producing in Ukraine has a lot of advantages in terms of the speed at which things can be produced. It's very cost effective. The costs are low. They can move forward very, very quickly. The bureaucratic barriers are much lower. And of course, technologically, you can then take whatever it is you're producing, get it onto the battlefield quickly, fine tune it, develop it, improve it, and so on. So there's a wide variety of advantages to this sort of cooperation. And I think it makes perfect sense for all of the partners here. And of course, fundamentally here, it strengthens the Ukrainian military, which also needs to be absolutely central to Europe's future strategy. Ukraine today is the largest military in Europe by far. It's also the most battle-ready and competent military in Europe by far. If Putin were to succeed in his goal of subjugating Ukraine, of taking over Ukraine, either militarily occupying the whole country or perhaps occupying enough of it and imposing a puppet regime in Kiev, for example, whatever the format may be, if he were to achieve that goal, Putin would actually control the two biggest armies in Europe, the Ukrainian and the Russian armies. He'd be on the borders of the EU, and he would be faced with, well, not a lot, to be honest. And without wanting to denigrate our European partners, I know that the Poles in particular have spent a lot on their military and have a very competent and serious military capability. But compared to what would be a multi-million strong, battle-hardened, combat-ready army in Ukraine, it's difficult to see where the resistance would come from. I think Europe would be in real trouble. Russia would be, at that point, if that scenario were to play out, Russia would be triumphant, of course. Putin would have enormous geopolitical momentum. He would be vindicated. His war of aggression would be vindicated. He would have Ukraine's military largely at his disposal. Of course, not entirely, but many would be forced to fight. Many would fight for Putin. He would have that vast amount of military equipment at his disposal. He would have Ukraine's industry at his disposal, the Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian agriculture, Ukrainian manpower. We've already seen how they've forced Ukrainians to fight against Ukraine in the occupied parts of Ukraine. We've already seen that process happening for the last few years. So that's really a nightmare scenario for Europe, and it makes absolute good. It makes perfect sense for Europe to do anything to avoid that. And the solution is staring them in the face. What Europe needs to do at a time when it's faced with an expansionist Russia and an isolationist America is do everything to arm Ukraine and strengthen Ukraine's military-industrial complex. That's essentially the road ahead as I see it. That's the most likely and the most logical scenario for Europe as a whole to pursue. It certainly would suit Europe's goals, it suits Ukraine's goals, and I think it's a realistic approach to the changing geopolitical landscape as Trump looks to step away from European security. So I hope that's can at least, I'm very interested to hear your views, and I hope that will encourage a lively discussion. I hope that is a useful contribution. Thanks for your time.
I would now like to invite the next panel onto the podium. Janet Anderson, the moderator. Karen van Hippel. Where am I? Karen van Hippel, James Scher, and Letizia Santia.
Ask my fellow panelists not to join at the moment, because otherwise we're going to be staring at a screen. So we might as well stare it from those seats, and then we can come up later, because we have as our first panelist is pre-recorded for us. So my name is Janet Anderson. As you will have noticed, you can only be a moderator at this event if your name is Janet. So if anybody else would like to take on one of these roles, remember to change your first name. And I'd like to congratulate Robert for providing the most depressing possible conference in terms of titles, in terms of the content matter. I mean, pulling back from the abyss, we're staring into it, as far as I can see through these different sessions. But I think you're right, Robert, that this is what we needed to do. As we go into this particular topic, the Helsinki Accords, I just, without shaming anybody in the room, just to check, who here was actually born in 1975? Okay. Who here, maybe amongst you, but maybe some others, actually spent their lives thinking and working about the Helsinki Accords, that this was an essential part of your working life? So the vast majority did not. And of course, we have the best experts here who have thought about it. But the vast majority of people did not have this as the central part of their lives here in the room, and maybe also our colleagues in Ukraine. I'm sorry, I'm not able to ask you directly. It reminds me of that phrase, the past is a foreign country. I mean, it really feels like a long time ago, 1975. What happened in 1975? A couple of other things that happened then. The fall of Saigon, the end of the Vietnam War, that's a long time ago. The establishment of Microsoft, that's a long time ago. I mean, think about the change in our whole information architecture and what has been going on in our world since then. And then we also have the Helsinki Accords. So to start this, we have a kind of keynote introduction from Lawrence Freedman, Emeritus Professor of War Studies at King's College London, because it's important for us to set a few parameters for those of us who weren't necessarily making the Helsinki Accords part of our work right from the go-get. He describes what they are. He describes, which I find quite interestingly, the motivations of the different sides behind it, what they went into, what they wanted to get out of this. He does touch on the human rights provision, which is the area that always gets spoken about most strongly. He doesn't necessarily make enough of that. He doesn't really describe how transformational that was. So maybe we can bring that up later. And he does provide some of the current parallels, and he sort of, I don't know, decries the fact that we just don't see the same commitment to the idea of building security now that we did then. So Let's have the film from Lawrence Friedman to start with, and then I will ask my fellow panelists to join me and we'll carry on the discussion.
Hi, first let me say I'm sorry not to be with you in Vilnius. I really wanted to be at the conference, but circumstances made that very difficult. So instead I'm going to talk to you on the topic of the Helsinki Accords, but perhaps slightly differently from others, because I want to talk about what happened in the mid-70s that made the Accords possible, and some of the things that's worth thinking about, because this was a different time of geopolitics, but also of the way that diplomats conducted themselves. But it's also worth thinking about because while this was the Soviet Union rather than the Russian Federation, some of the impulses that influenced Soviet behavior that led to the 1975 final act at Helsinki are relevant to how Russia behaves now. And I think it's also worth looking at because it reminds us of the complex assessments that governments may make about their security interests. So the origins go back for some time. The idea of a conference of this sort had been far more of a Soviet idea than a Western idea. And what they really wanted was to confirm that the territorial status quo, effectively, in Europe, that the existing spheres of influence would remain the existing spheres of influence, that there would be non-interference in internal affairs. And it was really to complete the process that had been begun with the détente, that in a sense began with the four-party agreement on Berlin, the Soviet-German treaty, and then the West German treaty, and the series of treaties that were signed between West Germany and Warsaw Pact countries, and a general sense that the determination had been made that the European security order, as it had developed through the Cold War, was now pretty stable, and it was in the interests of everybody to keep it stable. That however much you might yearn to roll back the Soviet empire, this wasn't going to happen, at least not by means that were readily available. And therefore, in a sense, what the Soviets had was a confirmation of this from the West. That was their objective. In return, the West wasn't so sure. In some ways, they were just content to have the détente bit of the sort of NATO, twin NATO objectives of defense and détente confirmed. But they wanted the defense bit made easier instead. And one of the things that the Soviets provided, and this is now long forgotten, goes back to 1971-72. The NATO had asked for talks on conventional forces in Europe. They were known as the mutual force reductions talks, I think by the Russian Soviets, and mutual imbalance force reduction talks by the Allies. And that indicates there was actually never any agreement of what they were likely to achieve. But they were considered to be quite important. And these were agreed as part of the package that also led to Helsinki. I think it was in 71. And it was out of the blue, Brezhnev, the Soviet leader, suddenly accepted this proposal to have these talks. And there was a lot of speculation as to why he did this. And the speculation was because he did this on the eve of a big vote in the US Senate. And here's again a resonance with current situation. Big vote in the US Senate on US troops in Europe. Senator Mike Mansfield wanted to withdraw US troops from Europe. The administration was arguing against that, but they were worried that the vote might pass. And then in comes Brezhnev offering talks which would allow for mutual reductions on forces. And it was very hard for Mansfield and others to say, well, we should press ahead with our unilateral reductions anyway, when you could get mutual reductions. So actually, and I think deliberately, Brezhnev was giving the administration a way to keep troops in Europe. Why? Because I think he was still nervous about a Europe in which the United States was absent, no longer, if you like, a moderating influence, and West Germany might once again come to lead things and take things in what Brezhnev would consider a revanchist direction. So the first interesting feature of this was that you set up talks to meet a NATO demand, but in the firm knowledge that they were never likely to come to a conclusion, and so it proved. They did eventually reach a sort of conclusion at the time that the Warsaw Pact basically evaporated, and they turned into the conventional forces reduction treaty. I don't know exactly what it was called now. That set limits on forces in Europe. One of the many treaties the Russians eventually walked away from because they didn't like restraints on what they had. So the other thing that's impressive about this, and one tends to forget, is just how long people could talk on stuff, even when it wasn't going anywhere. When it wasn't desperately performative, because nobody outside the cognoscenti was very interested, but because it solved a problem for the moment. It showed that you were at least trying to make progress, and an issue was under discussion. And once an issue was under discussion, you sort of neutralized it. So that, I think, is the first thing that's worth remembering about this. The second thing, which is, I'll just stay on the arms control theme, because one of the things that was agreed at Helsinki was the so-called confidence-building measures, which basically allowed you to send observers to military exercises to tell you that the military exercises were not going to be used to turn into full-scale invasions, which is the sort of thing that happened before. Now, there's two things to note about this. The first, that when the Soviets actually did use military exercises, they still used them to threaten, particularly with Poland, who was the next up in this, so that they didn't turn that into an invasion. But the thing is, if you invite observers from the opposition alliance to your exercises, what counts as confidence building a measure? Is it confidence building to show that you're really not very, very good? You're a bit of a shambles. You can't organize yourself. No, you want to show that you're really up for it, that you're a well-organized professional force. But at the same time, you don't want to give away too many secrets. So actually, when observers did turn up to exercises, they didn't learn very much, other than the fact that the other side had a lot of troops. So what they didn't do was produce confidence. The two other elements that we need to think about, one which I've already indicated is the confirmation of the status quo in Europe, but the other, of course, was human rights, which was the big basket three, the big innovation of Helsinki. Now, again, at the time, this was treated with enormous cynicism, and certainly what we know of the Kissinger-Brezhnev conversations on the matter was, nobody's going to do much about this, don't take it too seriously. It's quite important. We need to show on our side that these things matter, but you've said these things in the past, you can say them in the future, and not a lot will happen as a result of this. And of course, you could say it's exactly the same tension that you find in the Charter of the United Nations. You'll talk about individual rights to all sorts of good things, but at the same time, you're also talking about non-interference in internal affairs and the rights of states, and in the Charter of the United Nations. And I think people assumed in the final act at Helsinki, the rights of states would take precedence over the rights of individuals. But of course, once you put it in the documents and once you sign up to it, you can't make it go away. And we all know the stories of what happened in Czechoslovakia, Poland and Hungary and so on, where the language of Helsinki was used against the communist governments as they tried to suppress. And it's a reminder, I think, that language matters and that norms matter and values matters, even if you think you've got the power to ignore them. And so the thing that lived on, which I don't think was what the Soviets thought was at all important, I'm sure they didn't think was important in the final act, nonetheless had a lingering impact, which grew over time as the dissident groups and oppositional groups in Warsaw Pact countries used this to challenge their own governments, obviously suffered in the process. But after you'd been through Solidarity, and certainly by the time you got to the late 80s, this in a way started to define a lot of the discourse that took place and influenced, I think, for the good, what happened after the Berlin Wall came down. Now, let's go to what for the Soviets was the main business, which was confirming the European status quo. And it's linked with the human rights issue, because I think it was fair enough to assume at the time that NATO countries had no intention of trying to roll back the Soviet empire. It was assumed that it was pretty fixed, and that all the conversation, I mean, this is, I should state that I sort of came in around this time. My first job in the field began in 1975. And so I remember these conversations pretty well. Nobody at the time assumed that the Cold War was anything but pretty permanent, certainly would see us out. So nobody was particularly thinking about how it might end. The big issues of the mid-70s in NATO debates were about the possibility of a standing start Warsaw Pact attack on NATO, because they were better mobilized. It would take ages for the Americans to get across the Atlantic. And by that time, the Soviet operational maneuver groups and so on would almost be at the Channel, because we didn't know quite how to stop them unless we used nuclear weapons, and people didn't really want to do that. So that was the state of the debate at the time. What changed? I think we underestimated, and this goes back to the human rights issue, the problems of legitimacy that the Soviet system was facing. It's not that we didn't know that people weren't happy. I would go in the late 70s to a number, because I was then at Chatham House in London. I would be sent off, because I was the only one who knew much about the security issues, to all sorts of East-West meetings, which were absolutely fascinating. And you could detect in conversations and so on the rationalizations, the uncertainties amongst many of the East European countries. But they didn't, but again, these are coping mechanisms rather than anything else. And then, of course, you had Solidarity in 1980, 81. And I think that was when it became apparent that the Soviet system in Europe was built on very flimsy foundations. And that worked itself through during the 1980s. And obviously, when Gorbachev came to power, it accelerated. And there's big debates that still go on about whether people should have seen the end of the Cold War coming. Personally, I think a lot of us did. We weren't quite sure how it would end. And I think it would have been irresponsible for anybody in the early 80s to postulate exactly what would happen in 1989-90. But the Soviet system was in trouble for economic as well as legitimacy reasons, was pretty apparent. But it was just assumed that the system would clamp down, and that's where the human rights issues came in. Now, it wasn't because of Helsinki that Gorbachev held back. I just don't think he understood or the impact of decades of Soviet rule on popular opinion in the communist countries, and he wasn't ready for the upheavals that followed. And because it was so important for him to cut back on his own military budget and reduce the extent of the Soviet military-industrial complex, he didn't think this was a good time to start beating up other countries. And then Lithuania doesn't need reminding that one of the few countries in which he did do some of that was in Lithuania, when he was desperately trying to hold the Soviet system together, even if he couldn't hold the Warsaw Pact together. And it was sort of doomed by that point. So it wasn't that he was against it in principle, but he didn't know how to do it very well. And he certainly was not convinced that the Warsaw Pact could be held together by those sorts of means. And that led to the end of the Soviet Empire. And I think Helsinki had played its role in that. Now, I think the legacy of that is that first it ended on the human rights side, the idea that the rights of individuals, and perhaps also as importantly, the rights of minority groups, of particular nationalities, should take precedence over the rights of states, became quite quickly accepted and was pretty subversive. I mean, it had a very radical impact. And we saw that, I think, first with the former Yugoslavia, when Western countries found it difficult to stay away while ruthless governments tried to suppress opposition, and particularly when they tried to suppress minority groups. And a lot of our thinking on security developed during the 90s through the wars of the former Yugoslavia, ending up, of course, with Kosovo. Now, I'm not going to make the obvious parallels with the current situation we face with Russia, but you can see the same concerns to have the outside world confirming its sphere of influence, the area where it should control. The same concern not to have interference in their internal affairs, even as they often try to interfere in our internal affairs. But what you don't have now are the sort of diplomatic mechanisms that were available in the mid-70s that were understood, often quite cynically, but understood nonetheless, as a way of managing these sorts of relations. And I'm not sure, after all that has happened, that we're going to get there. And you can see that with all the debates about ceasefires and so on in Ukraine. Is what's not going on is the sort of diplomatic work that might once have gone on around these sort of mediation efforts, in which you'll bring the parties together, have them sitting down at a table. And that's partly because we don't do that thing anymore. Look at how Berlin was handled in 1961 after the war. Endless conversations that achieved nothing but kept people talking. I think we don't do that, but partly we don't do that because there's a war on. And that is, of course, the biggest change since that time. We don't have confidence-building measures because confidence has been lost. We're learning a lot about the use of force and military strategy because it's happening. And that's what makes this, I think, a very different time and more dangerous time in many ways to the time of Helsinki. So I think we can look back and see a tremendous achievement in many ways that was unintended, that it established some norms about individual rights that worked their way through eventually and sort of to full flower with the end of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, and had enormous influence. But sadly, are now struggling because the other dynamics that were set in motion turned out to be less healthy and more disruptive. Thanks.
Panelists to join me, please. So I'm joined by Karen von Hippel. You've just stepped down, I think, as the Director General of the Royal United Services Institute, commonly known as RUSI, and previously many years in distinguished positions in the State Department and also other think tanks before that. Also James Scher, who's Estonia-based, honorary fellow at the International Centre of Defence and Security in Tallinn, and associate fellow at Chatham House. And I'm going to introduce Letizia, my young challenger, a little bit later. To start with, I'm going to ask you first, James, to, yes, there you go. That's a surprise for you.
It is.
To enable us to understand from your knowledge, the Russian perspective on this current collapsed security system. I was reading a bit from Steve Rosenberg, the BBC correspondent in Moscow this morning. He reads the papers every day, and he describes them all still crowing about the meeting with Trump, the discussion with Trump, saying Trumpism couldn't be more advantageous to Moscow. Trump is our ideological partner. Get over it, Europe. Welcome to the New World Order. Is that a fair reflection of how it looks and feels from Moscow?
Well, I don't intend to start from the date where Laurie Friedman ended, but I'm not going to start with today either.
Your choice.
First of all, I just want to say I'm honored to be back. I spoke here, I believe it was 2 years ago at the same forum, and it's even more compelling this year, both the times but also the commentary we've heard. I was present at the session of the Valdai Club in October 2014, which took place under the heading New Rules or No Rules. And President Putin's commanding speech emphasized the following: that we had gone through a period after the war. We constructed a Yalta system, which he said was based on balance of power and respect, to a system based on US diktat. And we now needed to transform an international order which had become weakened, illegitimate, and deformed. There was no mention of the international order that put in place by the Helsinki Accords and the OSCE Accords that followed them. And it was clear to any intelligent person, it should have been clear after this point. One could no longer pretend that the Helsinki rules and assumptions had any legitimacy in Russia at all or would govern its conduct. At the same Valdai session, in a more private grouping, this is 2014, mind you, Sergei Lavrov said, and I'm not sure he rehearsed his words beforehand, he said, of course in Russian, Moldova and the Baltic states need to consider events in Ukraine and draw conclusions. And from that point forward, it was emphasized that apart from the Russian Constitution itself, which later on was given legal authority to take precedence over any international undertaking, the only international legal basis for Russian policy would be the Charter of the United Nations. But when you read the Charter of the United Nations, there's only one main provision in it that the Russians are talking about, and those are the provisions related to the operation of the UN Security Council and the veto power inside it. The sovereign equality of states, which is the heart of Article 2, and rights flowing from that, they're not present in Russian discourse. So with that provision, the veto of the UN system, we have to assume, and we've had to assume for a long time, that east of the NATO border, NATO-EU border, in Europe, there is no international law in play at all. And the wider commentary, both vitriolic on Russian television, but highly expert and learned and cerebral from the likes of Sergei Lavrov and other state intellectuals like Dmitry Trenin, reinforces all of this. The Russian state has now stated very clearly more than once, and in a variety, with using in more terms than one, that the only states in the world that are truly sovereign are states that, from a civilizational point of view, are autonomous and can function without reference to any other normative system, and states that are great powers, and the rest are not sovereign. And whenever the question of the sovereign equality of states recognized by the rest of us is mentioned with regard to Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, the response is very simple. These countries, for historical and civilizational and cultural reasons, are organically connected with Russia, and those norms do not apply here. By the way, this is not a world removed from what was said in the Soviet period about the Warsaw Pact states, that there is a separate body of norms and laws that apply to this region of the world. Nothing horribly controversial in what I've said so far, but I will raise one point of controversy, because many still assume that what Putin has been set out to do is restore the Soviet Empire. No, he hasn't. He is set out to restore a modernized, nuclearized version of the Tsarist Empire. And that is very different because, again, it's built on a whole set of values and assumptions that are historically founded. And virtually everything Putin says about this is a virtual word-for-word plagiarism of documents and statements that were made by advisors to Nikolai Nicholas I in the early 19th century. So the whole thinking, the whole ideological schema is very Tsarist and very traditional. And whatever uses this has for Putin, my personal view, not only about Putin, but about Russian Dzержavniki, state-minded, nationally minded, imperially minded people in general, who make up most of the Russian state today and policymakers. Their thinking is very much, if not entirely, of this manner. Now, let me just proceed, and I will be shorter with this point, to the second point that forms the title of this panel, about the nuclear question, how that is to be understood, again, from the Russian perspective. And I would say this, and here I'm well outside the conventional wisdom that exists in many expert quarters. The Russian attitude to nuclear weapons is no different from the Russian attitude to the employment of military force in general. It has, with one dubious exception, never been the case that Russia has employed force against any opponent it regarded as stronger. But it does not assess strength in the way a large number, if not the vast majority, of Western strategic intellectuals do. Just after 2014, the head of a NATO intelligence service said to me over lunch, "What are you so worried about, James? Our GDP is whatever it was at the time, 10, 15 times greater than theirs." And I said, war is not decided by GDP ratios. It is decided by the conversion of national attributes, both moral and material, into usable power. Well, that is the Russian understanding of it. The question for them is, what is your usable power and what is your will to use it? And that means also what costs and sacrifices will you bear and what risks are you willing to entertain? And if you're not willing to entertain risks, if you don't understand the likely consequences of what you're doing, if you're not prepared to face them, you are not serious. Whatever the IISS says in its annual publication about your so-called military power and whatever others say about your GDP. And so from this perspective, I think that, again, the Russian state is not being just brutishly stupid. I think it's being quite consistent and quite astute in its assessment of Europe and Europe's capacity to respond to anything they're doing in Ukraine and also further afield. It is, of course, assisted by Western arms, Ukraine that has been providing the counterbalance, the effective resistance to Russia, not the West. And we could elaborate later. I won't say anything about it now. I think even if you look at events in the last few weeks, since that horrifically telling meeting between Zelensky and Trump in Washington, when suddenly there was, you could feel it, an impulse in Europe. We have to pull together. We have to construct the capacity to defend ourselves and also support Ukraine, if necessary, without the United States, because we can no longer rely firmly on the United States. Even within the past few days and past few weeks, there have been a number of retreats from the rhetoric that has been used that register very firmly in Moscow. Add to that the Trump factor, which I will not say anything else about. Then when you are looking at the nuclear question and some others, I think we should be quite concerned. No country has ever succeeded. No country, Russia will never be deterred by any opponent that is afraid of them. They judged, I think correctly, that the Biden administration was afraid of them. They judged Trump in even more permissive terms than this. And so for these reasons, which are largely intangible, not tangible, I would be surprised if we come back next year and find ourselves in a less unhappy place than we are now. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see whether we want you back next year to look into the abyss again, James.
To be embarrassed and full of mea culpas and sheepishly recount half of what I said. Right.
Just before asking Karen to join in, may I ask you one quick question, James? Yeah. Which is, if I understood Lawrence's point correctly, he said that they did not realize back in the 70s that these issues of legitimacy would build up and would sort of crack the system. Is there any concern in Moscow about legitimacy? Is that what the Tsarist project is a way of building legitimacy?
No, and you give me, I don't think so at all, and you give me an excuse to say, to make another point. Victorious Russian armies do not rebel, no matter how many privations they've accepted, how many of them die in vast numbers. But defeated Russian armies that come home almost always produce internal turmoil in Russia. And this is a factor, I think, that at every turn reinforces Putin's determination to continue and, when necessary, raise the stakes. And it also is a factor, and there are others, by the way, that are also rather disturbing, that provide a strong incentive to ensure that when this war does stop, if it doesn't stop with the conclusive defeat of Russia, it is going to carry on and spill over somewhere else. Because the cost of unwinding this huge machine they have created, which has its economic analog in the war economy and economic mobilization, are really quite perilous for them. And this is another reason why I think the danger we're facing is considerable and becoming worse. And so this is no time for us to be equivocal, and yet we are. And the equivocations are, as I said, in the last few weeks in a number of areas, have just been increasing. Not good.
Thank you. So, Karen, lucky you, you've been handed Trump.
Yes, yes.
So can you help us understand the US perspective on the current collapsed security system?
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll try to maybe take a slightly more positive spin than James, and we'll see maybe next year who gets invited back. But thank you for inviting me, Robert, and everybody on the team, the Sakharov Foundation. My uncle was a nuclear arms reduction professor at Princeton, and he got to know Sakharov very well, and he spent a lot of time going back and forth to Russia. So I was reading a piece that he wrote that I gave to Robert earlier, and I was struck so much about what a different world we're in. So it's really, I think it's important to be talking about 50 years after the Helsinki Accords, just to be reminded, really, it's a completely different world, and our expectations and the way we deal with challenges and conflict are so different. So maybe I'll just briefly make sort of two connecting remarks. I hope they connect anyway. And really starting out with, yes, as many people have said, we are entering a new world order. We've left this post-World War II, US anchored, Western values led system. And we're shifting into something else, but we don't know where we're going just yet. And that's what makes it quite complicated, especially when you have someone like President Trump, who's really an accelerant, who's just throwing fuel on something that's happening. And so in some ways we're running quite fast, but we don't know what we're running to. If you look at it from from the US perspective, it's a complete, it's so interesting how different Trump 2.0 is from Trump 1.0, and he's just doing everything everywhere all at once, as we've seen. It's domestically kicking out migrants, so-called illegal migrants. He's throwing tariffs on people. He's after Panama and Greenland and Gaza. He thinks he can solve the war in Ukraine, but maybe not. They're doging, firing everybody. He's even worried about bringing back plastic straws, as some of you may or may not know. He's taking over the Kennedy Center and Art Center. I mean, it's kind of bonkers how many things, but of course he doesn't do any of it very well. He just makes pronouncements and then he expects things to happen. So if you're an ambassador, and I know we have a few in the room, you don't have any talking points, you don't have a strategy, you have nothing to draw on. And even if you're the Secretary of State, you could be contradicted exactly when you're making one point, as we saw with the US trade representative talking about why tariffs were important, as Trump is tweeting that he was going to stop them. So it's the US has just shifted so quickly from, I worked in the Obama administration for 6 years, and I knew what I was supposed to do. I knew what my talking points were and what the strategy was, and I had my orders, but that doesn't exist anymore. And he's not even using the people that he put in the jobs. The only person he's really using is Steve Woodcock, who's a fellow real estate magnate like him, and he's the only one he seems to really trust. So we've shifted. The U.S. has shifted to this very transactional space, and thankfully, Trump 1.0 prepared, I think, many of the allies of the United States to what could happen, not to the degree that it's happened, but it certainly has prepared them. But what I find quite interesting is you hear people like Steve Bannon say, well, he's flooding the zone because that's how he gets something done. He does all these things at once, but he's driving something through. Well, it's not entirely clear to me he has anything in mind he wants to drive through. He's like a Jackson Pollock painting. He's sort of throwing everything at the wall. And there is a fine line between flooding the zone and complete chaos. And, I think we're veering more towards the chaos than not. No, so yes, he's transactional. If you look at the Ukraine minerals deal, it's very obvious that's a transactional deal. At the same time, he over-exaggerates how much money the United States has given to Ukraine. He knows people have told him 2/3 of the money the United States has spent on Ukraine on military has gone into the United States. It's gone into the U.S. defense
Yes, I told you.
industry, 2/3 of it. And so, and they're getting rid of, older equipment and material and all sorts of things. He knows that. I'm sure people have told him that. So in some ways that he's not transactional because he doesn't seem to care so much about that. If he did care, he would be saying, let's do more. Let's give them more weapons. So he's a little bit all over the place. And so, I think one of the things that's likely to happen is at some point, and some of us it's already happening, you just get so tired you just start to turn away. And I think that's what's going to happen with a number of the allies. That's going to happen inside the United States. I mean, it's just so exhausting to be strung out all the time like this. And so what I think will happen is we're going to shift to a different place. Now, let me just go into my more positive spin from James. And so it's sort of the Helsinki Accords 2.0. And really what we're already seeing is the like-minded countries coming together. We have Europe, United Kingdom, Canada. We have South Korea, Japan, New Zealand, Australia coming together to try to figure out where we're going, try to figure out what the new Helsinki Accords will be. This, 2.0 version doesn't need to be, anti-American. It can be, this is what we're doing. You can come along or you cannot come along to the United States, but they are trying to pull together. Now, it's a bit concerning that they've had all sorts of meetings in all sorts of places, and we still haven't seen very much. And every time I run into a European ambassador in the United Kingdom in London, I always say, well, where are we on this, all these agreements about common defense or more of a common policy? And it doesn't seem that there's been very much put on paper. Now, I think in the next few months we'll see more because there's the NATO meeting, G7 meetings are coming up. So I am optimistic this time that something will come out of it. And I'm optimistic because we now know that a Trump-like president in the United States isn't an aberration. I think the first time around people thought, we'll get back to normal. Well, we sort of got back to normal with Biden, but now here we are again. And so it's actually in everybody else's interest to build up their defense, to do the sorts of things they need to do to build up their resilience so you don't have to deal with this anymore. It's less about, we need to pay for our own defense. We've committed 2.0. You just don't want to have to deal with an American president who treats people like that. And an American president won't be able to treat people like that if everyone else has spent more money, has built up common defense, has talked about efficiencies so that every single country doesn't have to build the exact same thing. So I don't think that, Robert, I think our challenge is that the Helsinki Accords aren't dead. It's just going to look a bit different, and America may or may not join, and another American president may join at a future point. I think so just to stop right here. So we are at a turning point, as we heard this morning. I think a couple of people were quoting historians about this turning point. And we can either watch what's happening or we can shape it. And so that, what I think all of us want to do is to try to shape it and to try to shape it in the right way.
Great. Thank you for taking that a bit forward. I have a question about a little bit backwards, just to ask that there was a point that Peter Dickinson made. You talked about this roller coaster in Ukraine, this sense that not being able to rely anymore on the US, essentially. But he also suggested that actually that was, under Biden as well. I mean, it's
sure.
To what extent does Trump actually represent some kind of continuity of American wanting to withdraw from Europe? And we've always heard again and again, Obama, your time, Biden, let's have the reset on Asia.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Biden wanted to do more, but the Hill stopped him. So the House and the Senate wouldn't pass the bill. So he did want to spend more, but he didn't want to do too much. So in that sense, what you're saying is correct. And you can go back to when I worked for Obama. We didn't do enough in 2014 when Crimea was invaded. We didn't do enough when Assad crossed the red line. And I was working on Syria at the time. And it was very frustrating for us who were, people in the State Department on these issues, because of course, other countries learn as much by inaction as by action. And so, yes, that trend has been underway for some time. There may have been very good reasons behind it. Obama didn't want to start another war in the Middle East like President Bush had. But it still sent the wrong message at the time. So yes, America has been withdrawing, but at the same time, the world has become more multipolar anyway. So it's not necessarily America's getting weaker. It's just other powers are rising. Of course, China, the European Union. It's just becoming more complicated and less black and white. And that's what we all have to learn to deal with. Is we have to live in this gray space now.
Great, thank you. It's time for me to include our young challenger who's been waiting patiently on the side. There's Letizia Santhia from Italy, an Italian graduate student. Her connection with here is she did part of her master's not only in Bologna in Italy, but also in Kaunas, just down the road from here. And she's worked in the human rights field and she's currently working in Italy. When she sent me her initial email, she said, can I say how much the Helsinki Accords feel like history to me, which I think has been a theme that we've all reflected. Yes, I borrowed that. Thank you very much, Letizia. And you had a series of different questions, but now you've heard our speakers. What do you want to kick off with? You go for it.
Okay, well, first of all, I would like to thank Robert for the invitation. It's a real honor to be on such a high-level panel. And indeed, I have a few questions. I hope I'll have the time to maybe have a couple of rounds of questions that I will address to both speakers.
We'll have one to start with, and then we'll have a second one if we jointly feel we have time for it, but I'm sure we will have. Go for it.
Perfect. So as Janet rightly said, for me and for my generation, Helsinki Accords are definitely history, something we studied at school, maybe a paragraph on history books. We do study that the Helsinki Accords eventually brought to the foundation of OSCE. That was for some time the basis for some East-West dialogue. It was not mentioned a lot today, so probably that's a hint of the failure of, partially at least, of this dialogue. And I was wondering, it has been mentioned a lot today that we are at a turning point, things are changing, and today we tend to assess the current security situation in Europe, especially through the lens of NATO. But I was wondering, especially Karin, you said that we want to shape a new order and everything. Good. How do you see the current system of architecture, the architecture of security system? Can it still work? I guess the answer is no. So eventually, how do you imagine a new architecture? How could it be redesigned? Because we all want to do, but how?
Okay, thank you.
To take it to start with, Karin.
Sure, thank you, Letizia, and it's great to have. I like having these younger colleagues challenge us. I thought Elena did a great job in the earlier panel as well. It's a great question. One of the points that I should have made earlier is that I think we've all been a bit complacent and a bit lazy, and so in a sense, the Trump factor has been a kick in the butt for many people that maybe we all needed to get our act together. And there are all sorts of ways that's happening now. And one of the bigger areas where we have been quite lazy is reforming our security structures, our multilateral institutions. The United Nations just has not reformed itself remotely to the degree that it should have to deal with any of today's crises. NATO has done a better job because it's been managing several conflicts over the last few decades, and maybe has done a better job for that reason. But generally, all of our international institutions that we've been relying on have not really been fit for purpose. And so what I think we're going to shift into is more of ad hoc coalitions of the willing, or if you studied international affairs, functionalism, David Matrani rearing his head, more of a functional approach where countries come together for a particular reason to deal with a particular challenge. And one example I can cite is the counter-ISIL, the so-called Islamic State coalition. I was chief of staff to the American envoy when that threat arose, and That was a really interesting example. We didn't have a building. We didn't hire our own staff. We didn't have to worry about unions or whatever. Every country around the world that needed to, that was interested, would second people to deal with the challenge. There were kinetic and non-kinetic sides of the challenge, and we came together and worked together. The Americans didn't lead everything. Certain countries led different aspects of it. And then basically, I mean, it got complicated because Trump kind of took it over and wasn't that interested. But essentially, the threat, once the threat was no longer the same, we move on, and we don't have to deal with aging infrastructure and people arguing over who's going to get the promotion and all of that kind of stuff, like you do when you have these big institutions. So, in my, that would be my preference: is leaner, more agile, more ad hoc, come together and then dissipate, because all of our countries have our own infrastructures and bureaucracies already, even if half the Americans have been fired.
James?
The issue is not architecture. It's not the design. It's the robustness and firmness of that design. And the fact, I don't recall if it was Karen or you, Letizia, who mentioned it, whether it is fit for purpose in a world which is not as it was in 1975. Until 2008, and I don't think Laurie made this point, but I don't think he'd disagree with it either. By the way, 1975 is an important year for another reason. It's the year I first met Lawrence Friedman. But despite the different interests and expectations of the Soviet Union as titular head of the Warsaw Pact and the West, the Helsinki system created was seen by each side to be mutually advantageous. At some point, as the 1990s wore on, by the end of the 1990s, you could see in Russia this is being questioned. But what the Russians did, in violation of it, they were able to explain by reference to the rules of the system. That stopped in the most direct and brutal way in 2008 with the war against Georgia. So 6 years before Putin finally said officially, it's over. So, that's the first point. Secondly, if you allow me to, I will draw an analogy between the systemic arguments we're having and the systemic argument that is happening by implication in the United States. Even those who understood Trump 2 is going to be very different from Trump 1, and he's making all manner of plans to move radically, brutally, and comprehensively without being hamstrung as he was in 2001. Even people who understood that in the United States, the vast majority of them, and outside, and I was one of them, said, thought the United States Constitution is not only impressive in its own right, its pedigree is extremely impressive. The institutions, political institutions, are enormously impressive. The system of law at every single level is robust. And yet the response to what Trump has been doing so far by his opponents and critics has been distinctly underwhelming. Why is that? And I think it is because a lot of people somehow felt all of this is going to enforce itself. No, it doesn't. You have to go out and make it work. And that is the same when it comes to our international arrangements. If you're not willing to do it, it's not going to be done. Now, in 1970, the UK was spending 5.4% of its GDP on defense. And we had a national health service, and we had, in many respects, a welfare state. We had a growing economy. We had a high standard of living. Keir Starmer, my prime minister, is now getting kudos for pledging to raise defense spending from 2.8% I think from 2.2 to 2.5 or 2.5 to 2.7. I think it's the former. Well, I'm sorry you haven't awakened yet to the kind of world we're living in, if that's the kind of discussion you're having. In Estonia, we've put up defense spending now from a high level to an even higher level, including infrastructure expenditure. It's going to be more than 5%. What did we do immediately? We put up taxes. Is the UK talking about putting up taxes? I haven't heard much about it. Throughout the Nordic-Baltic area, we have conscription. Is conscription being discussed in the UK? No, I don't see any evidence of it. Where is the evidence of seriousness? When Friedrich Merz came in, he made all sorts of pledges. One's to do, he first talked about, when opposition, we will now remove the prohibition about sending Taurus to Ukraine. That's now off the table. We will unfreeze assets and send them to Ukraine. No, we'll only do it if it's legal, meaning we don't know if it's legal and therefore we're going to keep talking about it. Effective 2nd of June, only a few days' time, the taxes that Ukraine was paying overwhelmingly on agricultural products to Europe, the tariffs, are going to be removed, and that means whilst the EU is giving Ukraine an extra 1 billion euro, they're subtracting another 3 billion euro by reapplying these tariffs. Now, you look at all of this, I shouldn't be the only person around who is not impressed. So, if we don't change this, we're going to keep getting what we've got, except it's going to be worse. I hope I responded to you. I probably said many things beyond that.
Right.
Right.
Your second question.
Second.
Letizia.
Thank you for your answers. And indeed, I have a second question. I would like to start by mentioning Sakharov and his ideas. Probably some people here know better than me that he was a great example of the Helsinki spirit and that he advocated for disarmament also. That was strictly connected to national security and to human rights issues. So today, I perceive that I would like to go back to the nuclear topic that we touched before. And I perceive that the legacy that your generation, let's say, left to our generation is not only deterrence. I mean, now that this nuclear threat is again so near and so evident, we feel it like a sort of ticking bomb, actually. And especially the young generation is very concerned for the planet, for sustainability issues, environment. These are all topics that are really, we feel is very important for us. And nuclear weapons are definitely very far from what we would like for our planet. So I was wondering, and I will allow myself to be a bit idealistic, maybe being a young person from a healthy Western country.
I wasn't an idealistic young person. Why do you have to be an idealist?
You've never been idealistic, I'm sure, James. Yes.
Okay. Then I will simply ask, do you think there will be space again for a dialogue on disarmament? Do you think that the prohibition of nuclear weapons will ever be again on stage in the international discussion somehow?
James, you may start and be very clear.
The only dialogue on disarmament that's being proposed is by Russia, and it's dialogue about Ukraine's complete disarmament, reducing them to an army of constabulary proportions. But my joking aside, if that was a joke, why does Russia today even need to threaten the use of nuclear weapons when it comes even to the growing, ever more menacing, ever more aggressive scale of hybrid attacks across Europe? There is no effective response. Now, again, my view, coming back to what I said, is that in the Russian system, military culture, which is in large part based on a particular reading of Karl von Clausewitz, who Lenin studied with much admiration, the use of force must serve a political purpose, or there's no reason for it. I mean, Lenin said, make war well or not at all. The question that preoccupies so many today, ceasefire has been discussed here already, peace settlement and the relationship between the two, doesn't acknowledge these practical tests. I do not believe, for example, that Russia will be interested in a ceasefire until they are either on the cusp, on the verge of military defeat or political victory. We're not at either point yet, and therefore whatever is said and whatever conversations are held with Trump and whatever promises are made, there's not going to be a ceasefire worthy of the term. The only contingency in which I think Russia will bring the nuclear question back onto the table in a serious way will be when it feels it's on the point of defeat, if at that time they also feel the West is afraid of them and in disarray. But if at that time they perceive, no, the West has come together in a very conclusive way and we are prepared for this, and they feel deterred, then this will be pure bluff and we can afford to treat it as bluff. But that's not the way things are presently moving. Karen, now please take that and be optimistic.
What do you think about deterrence?
Just briefly, Letizia, I'm glad you reminded us of Sakharov, because I think, you know, he was an incredibly brave man in a very difficult period. He was exiled to Gorky. He was on a hunger strike for a very long time. He pushed back again in a very difficult situation where many people were disappeared, and he survived all of that, which is, you know, and it's something to be reminded of now. Being so brave in a totalitarian situation is incredible, and I think we forget about that. As we talk about, you know, how little response you get even in the United States to what Trump is doing, as you said, James. I think, you know, it's a good question. I think the challenge is not just about, you know, the Russia and United States. China has never been part of these conversations. We have new weapons, hypersonic weapons, that are outside of the scope of all of these agreements. We have advanced technologies that are really changing the way we think about war. And so there are all sorts of issues that are just not part of these kind of conversations, and that's why we do need leadership at the international level to raise these issues up again and hopefully get them back on the agenda.
Right. Oh my goodness, we've already got a sea of questions. We've still got some time. I've been luckier than my previous Janet moderator in terms of having a bit more time left over. I'll take 3 questions to start with. One here. If we can have somebody down with the microphone, and then here, and then did I see a third one in the room? Just checking. It will come. Okay. This gentleman standing up at the moment, and please feel free to introduce yourself briefly.
Thank you so much. I'm making the most out of this because one of the bravest military units existing on the planet sent me to Vilnius for a reason, so I would like to probably
Could you speak
exercise
up a
this
little
role.
bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Vlad Vernigora, the First Corps of the National Guard of Ukraine, Azov. Can I ask the organizers next time to establish the role of the very old challenger? I will apply. I will sit on that side.
You may come forward, sir, and sit
No,
here
no,
if you wish.
it's okay. It's okay. Basically, this is kind of a comment/question because 1975 and the Helsinki, I would really argue that nothing has changed, frankly speaking. Why? I will be very quick with this story. A while ago, I met John Maresca at one of the conferences I think it was in South Korea. And he reminded me in a private conversation about the fact that how it started. So the idea was that NATO will establish an office in the 70s, proper office with the secretary, former secretary general, I think it was Brozio. So they had an address, a phone number, and they wanted to call the Soviet Union. So they did that, called the Soviet Union, and I think Andrei Gromyko picked up the phone and said, "Who are you?" They said, "We are NATO, we want to talk to you because it's kind of 1971. Yeah, I think it's time for East and West Germany to be in the United Nations. Time for, I don't know, the Ostpolitik. Everything is on." So, and Gromyko said, "We're not going to talk to you. Because, who are you? We will talk to the United States. We will talk to separate countries. You don't exist in our geostrategic vision." This is why then Urho Kaleva Kekkonen, known in this world, at that time he ran a country which used to be known as Czechoslovakia, Finland. Both way. He was kind of well respected in the Soviet Union and in the West, and he asked everybody to have a cup of tea in Helsinki. This is how Helsinki started. So basically, nothing has changed since then. It's still, Kaja Kallas was never well received in the United States. He was received somewhere, but not at the White House. So the European Union does not exist geostrategically for the United States. NATO does not exist for the Russian side. They still communicate a country with a country. So, which means that instead of functionalism of Mitrani, we are probably ending up with social constructivism, you know, with the extent that, you know, the two enemies, they know how they behave, and they are not surprised by the way they behave, so they are comfortable with the situation, and they will carry on like this. That's exactly, and it's not only Trump, that's the Obama time, MH17. Obama let it go. He never punished Russia for MH17. That was Obama. So my question to the respected panel from the very old challenger, what will be the substitution for Helsinki of this time, if anything will ever be? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And can you pass the microphone, please, over there? And we'll have a second question. If anybody else would like to ask a third question. Yes, we have one here in a moment.
Thank you, Craig Oliphant from the Foreign Policy Centre in London. And first of all, really would like to thank the panel for the insight shared. I suppose tracing from Helsinki through the institutionalization of the OSCE, one particular interface from that process with Ukraine was in the form of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission, SMM. And I would be interested for any insights in terms
Special
of
Monitoring Mission.
Special Monitoring Mission. Any lessons from that, good or bad? Partly asked because we have this ongoing debate with the Coalition of the Willing for some kind of deployment in Ukraine, erroneously badged initially as a peacekeeping force, but now a reassurance force. And I know we're talking about an unarmed mission in the form of SMM, but any kind of sobering, cautionary remarks you'd make from that. And if I may just be permitted on a second, because I suppose a combination on the panel today, but also with Peter Dickinson's talk.
Craig, volume.
Oh yeah, we've had this reference to indirectly to the Copenhagen model, i.e. Particularly European investment in the Ukrainian military-industrial home base of the military-industrial sort of capabilities. What do you think about the proposition of Europe looking to buy US equipment for Ukraine? Might this appeal to the transactionalist in the White House? Thank you.
Thank you. And the third question here, if you can just have the microphone to this lady here with the brown jacket. There you go. If you can introduce yourself briefly.
Yeah, my name is Marie-Claude Michaud. I'm from Canada, and I would say I'm a specialist in military family support services. And also I'm an author on leadership. I'd like to come back to the mechanisms that are existing right now, NATO, United Nations, that, well, they don't work anymore. And when you were talking about, designing a new mechanism, more agile, leaner, so I'd like to, maybe I'm going to make some people uncomfortable in the room, but all these mechanisms were thought, discussed, decided, and implemented by men. And when you look at the history of the world, the majority of the institutions, if not all of them, were designed and decided by men. So I'd like to know what should be the place of women in the new design of security mechanisms in the future of this world.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So I give it over to you to decide what you want to answer, and when do you want to kick off as a man to answer the question about women, James?
Well, let me answer the last question.
Yes.
Angela Merkel's role after 2014 was preeminent, and whether you agree or disagree with Angela Merkel at various points, the fact that she was a woman is completely irrelevant to the stances she took. Her biography is highly relevant to the position she took. Now, that,
she's described as the exception, I hear the little voice down there.
Why? I'm sorry, this becomes a theological issue. I do not believe, I don't think that Kaja Kallas's influence or lack of influence stems from the fact that she is a woman. But it does stem from a lot of other things that she's said and done, both positive and negative, because in some contexts she's had a considerable number of influence. But this is not the kind of question that we're going to reach an agreement about through conversation. But that does lead, sorry, unless Karen, you want to come right into...
No, I'll wait till...
No,
go ahead.
You finish, would you like to
but
answer
it
any
leads
of the other points?
Because I mentioned Merkel, it leads to Craig's point about the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission, which had the task, and we were both acquainted with one or two of the heads of that, had the task of monitoring the demarcation line and the ceasefire accords that, of course, were never respected following the Minsk process. But they occur in the context of the Minsk process, and here there's been a change of Russia's assessment. If you remember what happened, though I think a lot of people don't really know the story, when Crimea ended, the whole Donbass insurgency started in a very serious way, and from the beginning it was financed and commanded and directed from Russia. And the response, at a time when the Ukrainian state was shattered, very much surprised the Russians, and by the end of the summer of 2014, those forces, these Apelchiniya, so-called militia, were encircled and on the point of extinction, and then Russians threw in their combined armies and bang, and were advancing in a very determined way. And backing this up with threats, including nuclear threats, to Merkel personally, on the phone. And what came out of this very swiftly was a decision to convene this conference at Minsk. And then there were two Minsk Accords, really, that each were hammered out as a result of about 12 hours of discussion. And in this maze of often contradictory provisions, mechanisms were set up under the OSCE flag, including prominently the SMM. The Russians expected, because there was so much in the contradictory Minsk provisions that was in their favor, that this whole Minsk process, backed by low-level, sometimes very nasty military activity, would gradually propel Germany and France. The EU was not involved. The United States was not involved. This was not an EU initiative. It was German, French, Russian, Ukrainian, OSCE undertaking, that it would propel the two main Western powers into accepting the Russian interpretation of Minsk, and that Ukraine would have no choice. Well, it didn't work out that way. And that reinforced the Russian view that despite the formalities where Russia has a veto right on the OSCE Council, the nuts and bolts of the OSCE is really managed by what some of them call, what Andrei Kortunov has called runaway agencies, including SMM. And the result of that is the Russians have now decided we're not having a replay of Minsk. Okay, so that alternative, that model, I think, is not on the table anymore. And the last question, I think, look, NATO has always been, in my view, profoundly important to Russia, but that is because it has served as the institutionalization of the US commitment and US military power in Europe. Take away the United States, and then NATO becomes a virtual institution. And this is one of the concerns all of us, I think, face now. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
I'll just add briefly 2 quick points. I mean, the EU isn't a defense organization, right? It's talking about it. So yes, that's the old story. Holbrooke, who do I call? Kissinger, who do I call? That being said, when I was working in the State Department, Cathy Ashton, when she was the foreign rep, we dealt with her all the time. She was incredibly important. Everyone respected her, et cetera. So it also depended on the US government at the time too. But certainly, I'm not sure all the Europeans see EU leaders as, having primacy over them. And so that's also an issue within the European Union itself, which hopefully you guys will find out very soon when you get in. Look, you're 100% correct. I've never been a huge supporter of having things like Women, Peace and Security Agenda and UNIFEM because it marginalizes women's issues and it needs to be mainstreamed and part of the conversation. How we do it, I mean, you'll tell us hopefully over the next day and a half at this event. So I think we have gone over time, haven't we?
No, we haven't. As far as I know, I don't believe I'm over time. Actually,
we have 20 minutes, but we have other questions.
I think we have a little bit more time available.
Okay,
if that's okay with you,
yeah,
will you stay with us, Karen?
Thank you. Can I just quickly just mention your point about buying American? I don't know if that works or not with Trump, because it's just they've talked about all sorts of deals countries have, and it hasn't helped with tariffs and other things. And if anything, some countries like Canada are saying, well, maybe we're not going to buy the F-35 anymore because we don't want to be dependent on U.S. systems. Just like you don't want to be dependent on Chinese systems. You buy a Chinese electric vehicle in your country, like Lithuania, upsets China. Guess who doesn't get the upgrade, right? And so, that could be a factor as well.
Well, it is. I mean, we have had one clear occasion where the United States, without warning, just terminated intelligence assistance to Ukraine.
Yeah.
And it had devastating military consequences in the Kursk region. And the fact is, even producing European weapons doesn't get you past this because, again, this is one of the biggest challenges Trump poses. In the West as a whole, at an economic level and in defense industry, there is an enormous amount of, it's very difficult to, there are no purely national weapons systems anymore. Whether it's Airbus or Boeing producing commercial vehicles, about 40% of what's in them comes from from across the ocean. So this is the world we've got accustomed to. And now Trump is saying, all this operates against American interests and the United States must make its power felt. Well, what conclusions do we draw from that, and how are we going to give force to them?
That's not this panel.
No,
but
sorry.
Maybe you can come on another one. But yes, I see exactly what you mean.
The question was raised.
The question is raised. We have another range of questions to come in. Yeah, I see you, Robert. I see you.
Robert.
But first, Letizia, would you like to ask any more questions yourself? There's another one that you found burning that you wanted to put to our panelists, or do you want to give the space to the audience?
We can give some space to the audience. Like
then give me your range of hands. 1, 2, 3. I see you, Robert.
Don't
Anybody
forget
else?
This gentleman.
Okay, this gentleman here, that gentleman at the back. Where are the women? And that gentleman there.
I'm Sharunas Legis from Vytautas Magnus University. I have more, let's say,
Could you
academic
speak up
question.
as well?
Yeah, I have more academic question. Here we used to blame Trump, for everything, whatever happened right now. But if we turn to analysis and try to think that Trump is Gorbachev of the liberal world order, and the voluntary retreat from the position of the hegemony, what Gorbachev actually was doing, and then Gorbachev was accused that he was the spy of CIA, etc., by his allies actually. And actually, I see many parallels, and the situation is very similar in terms of how Trump is treated and looked upon, by many allies, especially in Europe. And I would say, this kind of position reminds me very much, for example, German Democratic Republic. Erich Honecker at that time was saying that, everything with socialism in our part of the world is okay. I mean, we're fine, but the problem is with Gorbachev. He wants perestroika. So, what about the systemic issues? I mean, because I think there is also many authors are pointing out to the crisis of the mode of production, that this kind of finance-based mode, global capitalism is experiencing a serious crisis. And this is one of the reasons why the whole system is changing. And we're talking about international relations, right now, the crisis of systemic crisis, etc., etc. So I want your insights into this complicated issue. Yes.
Very complicated. Thank you. The gentleman back there, who's got his hand just raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Haroldas Dūlis. I'm running Ukraine support project and also member of Lithuanian Rifleman Union. So as a panelist about Helsinki and nuclear threat, so my question is about that, some kind Helsinki fixed the lines, the borders of which were drawn after First World War and Second World War. So after that, we had only two, during this time, 2 free nuclear states. Now we have more. Pakistan, India, so more. Korea, Israel. Are we heading to the new times, as we talk about security system fall? Are we heading to the new time when European countries will start to work on their own nuclear programs? And or maybe we need more in help Ukraine and to talk about better response and regime change in Russia. What is the alternative?
Okay, that's second one, and the third one here from this gentleman.
I don't know if there is a Stukac, an informer here in the audience. This morning I was talking about the fact that the Soviet Union is not dead. So today a advisor to Putin at a forum said that the Soviet Union actually still exists legally because it was annulled illegally, not by the ones who actually established it. Therefore, the Soviet Union exists. And therefore, the war in Ukraine is not an international war, it's an internal affair of the Soviet Union. So what is your response to this?
Okay. So, goodness, we have a range of questions. Just to remind you, we have a hard stop coming up. So please restrict yourselves at past exactly. James, again, I'm going to ask you to kick off with maybe one of the answers to one of the questions, and then we'll go backwards and forwards.
Just briefly to Robert. Vladimir Putin's rhetorical flexibility never disappoints. But it always ends up with the same conclusion, doesn't it? That's the point. And there is always a Stukac in the room. Okay, always. An interesting question about the extended nuclear deterrent. Pete Hegseth, the US Secretary of Defense at the first Ramstein Forum, I think in February, made very interesting, I think rather menacing comment, although I think he thought he was being reassuring. He said, we expect Europe to be responsible for the conventional defense of the continent. Well, does that mean, therefore, that if Russia employs nuclear weapons in a conflict with NATO, the US nuclear guarantee, as of old, comes into play? But if Russia launches and consummates a conventional war, it's free to consummate that conventional war, and we will not act. Well, Robert McNamara did something rather similar in 1961. Laurie Friedman and I could both talk about that. But this raises the question whether the issue of building an extended European nuclear deterrent is becoming unavoidable. And there are practical ways this can be done, because both France and the UK possess non-strategic nuclear weapons. But this is an issue I think we need to talk about in a serious way. The point is, even though it's not certain the United States will not honor the commitments it made in previous administrations, it would be, we can no longer have any certainty that it will. And what, therefore, do we do? And I have no expertise to comment on the dynamics of capitalism. And the latest, I think in my lifetime, I have heard no fewer than 14 global crises of the capitalist system, but I'm in no position to comment
I think if you
that.
turn it to the question around Trump's role in this.
Trump's role, both, because you mentioned Gorbachev, and I mean this in a very positive way. I think you're first person in my hearing to draw a comparison between Trump and Gorbachev, but in one respect, a comparison can be drawn. I think you made it. They are both set out to change the defining systemic givens of the system they entered, and this is causing repercussions of different kinds for allies, but they're very different. And then the differences begin between the two of them, and I think the differences are enormous.
Great, thank you.
Well, actually, I want to start at your question because I thought it was very interesting in one particular, the parallels fascinating for one important reason, that so Gorbachev, dissolves the Soviet Union and he finds himself without a job. In a sense, what Donald Trump is saying is, I'm not paying for this, I'm not paying for this, I'm not paying for this. And guess what? When you don't pay, you don't have a right to say what the rules are, right? You no longer have the seat at the table. So in a sense, if the Americans really do withdraw from paying for all sorts of things and backstopping, we don't need to listen to them because they're not, they're not underpinning the system anymore. So it's a very good parallel in that sense.
Yeah, does he know that?
I don't know if he knows that. I think he thinks America doesn't have to pay, and he can still tell people what to do. And by the way, I saw that when I worked in the State Department. There were a few people that I worked with who thought they could do the same thing, and everyone's like, "Get out of the way." But on the nuclear question, it's a really important question, and it's not. You know, it's. I was in Seoul last September. We have our colleague from South Korea will speak next. And the South Koreans are worried, do we need to build a nuclear weapon? You know, Saudi Arabia is, you know, all sorts of other countries are talking about it because they're not sure of the nuclear deterrent, the US nuclear deterrent. Now, I wouldn't necessarily take anything that Hegseth says as a profound strategic long-term view, and I don't think he's going to be around actually for that much longer. I'm not sure when he'll go, but he'll probably have to go fairly soon. But it is a bigger question, is what kind of a commitment the Americans have to the deterrent, and what other European countries, France, UK, etc., can play any sort of role.
The other half question from there was, should we be encouraging essentially regime change in Russia?
Well, I mean, I think everyone would love regime change in Russia. I don't think there's anyone in this room who wants Putin to stay any longer than, you know, I mean, we would be very happy if he's gone. But I don't think any of us are very good at that kind of thing, actually. I think when we set out to encourage regime change, we usually achieve the opposite.
And then the last come back to you in a moment, James, the last point from Robert about...
Well, didn't Russia recognize Ukraine when it got independence in 1990, 91?
It did.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, you just throw it back at Russia. You recognize this country, so how could you say that? I mean, you know, yeah, but
as we mentioned.
But the problem we have, really, the bigger problem is that both Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are completely untrustworthy. You can't believe anything they say, and you can't believe any commitment they make, and that makes all of this so much more difficult.
Did you want to make a quick point on regime change,
Yes,
James?
there is one sure way of making a regime change a realistic prospect, and that is to conclusively defeat Russia in Ukraine. And there is no other way of doing it. The West has shown over, I don't know how many years, from the beginning, serial incompetence in engineering, influencing internal change in Russia. And even though under Reagan, it was finally an aggressive project that went completely against the grain of the established defense and security elites to destabilize the Warsaw Pact, no one in the United States, or even when that was going on in the Soviet Union, saw regime change in the Soviet Union as something that was realistic. And once it became realistic, a new American president was deeply alarmed by it, as you know, and came to Ukraine and warned about the dangers of suicidal nationalism. And he even underestimated it. And Margaret Thatcher even underestimated the scale of change in East Central Europe, and said, well, we might be able to talk about German unification in 15, 20 years' time. And it happened when? After that, less than 2 years, 14 months. So we're very bad at this. But, you know, anyway, I said I'm not going to repeat my point. We don't have time to repeat.
Just one quick point, though, about...
I'm going to ask exactly you two. You can make any point that you like, but yours is the last point.
Okay, just about the conventional... the question is, I think one of you asked if U.S. stays out of the way if there's conventional war in Europe. The United States has 84,000 troops in Europe as well, so I don't know if it could actually stay out of the way. They're there on the ground. Now, maybe if they pulled them all out, that would be a different issue.
So I'm thoroughly in favour of quitting while you're ahead. So we're at 25 past. Would you like an extra 5 minutes in order to schmooze?
No, Robert's saying no.
No, not allowed. We have to keep going for 5 minutes.
No, he wants us to
Oh,
end.
we're allowed. We're allowed.
Yeah.
Please,
Clear them out.
But Robert will let us know what is next on the agenda. Thank you all
Nice
very
job.
much, all my panelists and my young contender.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Letizia. James.
Yeah, actually, I won 2 minutes of these 5 minutes.
What
because I'm very happy that you mentioned John Maresca. I was on the Dutch delegation to the Helsinki Monitoring Conference in Paris in 1990. If you remember, this was the conference that was officially there was the Charter of Paris. It was the end of the Cold War, as they officially claimed. John Maresca had managed to bring in representatives of the 3 Baltic states to the conference. They were there. Unfortunately, Eduard Shevardnadze, who was then Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Soviet Union, noticed them and went to John Baker and told him to kick them out, and they had to leave the meeting. But John really played a very significant role in helping the Baltic countries becoming part of the European family, and he was never recognized for that. We now have coffee break till 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again very much for coping with.
On stage. If we can all take a seat, this is the last panel of today, and we will be looking at the Pacific, whether it's the next battleground. Janet, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. I know it's the end of the day. You're all tired, but we're still going to have a really brilliant panel today on a very different subject. We're going to cross the world to the Pacific. But before I introduce our panelists and our young challenger, I guess I'm the ancient challenger this time. I'd just like to throw out for consideration 2 common themes which have appeared in the Western media recently about international relations. One has been, I think, mostly discredited, is that Trump is being really friendly to Putin because he hopes to peel Russia away from China and get Russia as the US's ally rather than China's ally. This has mostly been criticized as nonsense. The other issue that has been discussed is with President Trump's inclination to save money and concentrate on deal making and money making, would he really go to war for Taiwan? So these topics may or may not recur in our panel now, but I would now like to introduce our speakers. I will introduce them all, and then I will hand over to our first speaker, who will be Dennis Sursana, who has been the director of the Indonesia office of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung in Jakarta since 2022, and is currently also serving as director of that organization's regional office for Australia and the Pacific. Our next speaker will be Ian Buruma, who was educated at Leiden University in Holland and Nihon University College of Arts in Tokyo. He's been cultural editor for the Far Eastern Economic Review, foreign editor for The Spectator, and editor of the New York Review of Books. He's a professor of human rights and journalism in New York. And our third speaker is Junhyup Kwon, who is a multimedia journalist based in Seoul, South Korea, specializing in East Asia. He graduated in journalism and spent a year as an exchange student at Vytautas Magnus University in Kaunas. And our young challenger is Brigitta Duburite, a master's student in political science at that university, specializing in diplomacy and foreign relations. Over to you, Dennis. 10 minutes each, please.
Thank you, Janet. And as you said, this is going to be a brilliant panel. I'm very happy that I'm prepared. Although I cannot promise that this is going to be a brilliant talk from my side, but I try. So the question of the panel, of course, is the Pacific the next battleground? And I think the problem already starts with this question, because you should strike out the word next. If you look at the Asia-Pacific region, it is already the global battleground, and the only thing that is still, well, missing is a hot war. But actually, from a global perspective, and also especially from a perspective in Asia-Pacific, the war here in Europe, the war in Ukraine, is for most of the countries a regional conflict. Even Krastev today said it turned from a global war into a European war, and this is basically also, I would say, the perspective that most of the countries in Asia-Pacific have. So it's a regional conflict, but with global repercussions. That's true. China is looking how the world is acting, how the US is acting with regard to Ukraine. South Korea, that's what we heard today, is looking very closely towards, you know, how North Korea is acting within the framework of the war in Ukraine. And then, of course, there are repercussions with regard to, at the very beginning, fertilizer exports, grain exports, sanctions, and how third countries, especially also in the Asia-Pacific region, are somehow impacted by that. The question of oil and gas and markets. So there are repercussions from this conflict that are global, but as I said, in nature, from a perspective, from an Asian perspective, it's a regional conflict. And the risk of it boiling over into a global war is limited from that perspective. And that's a totally different game in Asia Pacific, because if there is a potential for a global war, then it's not here in Europe, it's in the Pacific. And if you look at what China is doing there, there are a lot of parallels to what Russia did in Ukraine, and not just in Ukraine, but in the whole region of Central and Eastern Europe before the invasion. So there are a lot of gray zone activities from the Chinese side: maritime militias, armed civilians, sabotage of undersea cables, constant threats, propaganda, fake news paired with cyber attacks. And it's quite clear that just as there is one actor who is destabilizing, or who is the destabilizing force in this region of the world, in Central and Eastern Europe, which is Russia, of course, there's another one similar destabilizing actor in the Pacific region, that's China. And China uses basically three approaches to expand its strategic influence in the Asia-Pacific region. And the first approach is the military approach and the use of force. So this can be very straightforward: building military facilities in disputed waters like the South China Sea, or building up its force and intimidating others. Chinese warships, for instance, exercising off the coast of Australia, which just happened a couple of months ago, or violent incidents involving Chinese Coast Guard ships in Philippine waters. But it can also be more covert, like maritime militias and armed fishermen attacking Vietnamese or Philippine fishermen and Coast Guard vessels, or the sabotage of maritime infrastructure in the region, and of course cyber attacks, and there are many more examples. So the second approach, and this is something that is much less visible, especially also much less, say, conceived or known in the West and in Europe, is the buildup of dual-use infrastructure in the Asia-Pacific region. This is mainly happening in the context of the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, and these are officially commercial infrastructure projects, but they of course are usable for military means. And that's first of all deep water ports and airports that can accommodate warships and military aircraft. And this development is especially suspicious in the Pacific Island states, because these states are very far away from China, and they have very limited economic ties to China, but they do see a lot of this infrastructure investment coming in from China. And it's very clear that this is not following a commercial logic, but a military logic. And such dual-use infrastructure may help China to control the whole Asia-Pacific region. And in the case of a military conflict, it could, in the worst case, even help China to lock out the US from the whole region, or to lock in. Well, depends on where you look from. So the US is already present, so you could lock in the present forces of the US, and you could lock out everyone else, and the US sending more forces to the region. So on the third approach they're using very clearly, and this is nothing new, is creating economic dependencies. And that's something that they do all over the world, but especially, of course, in their own neighborhood, which is the Asia-Pacific region. So China is already the most important economic partner of most countries in the region. And by creating close economic ties to these countries, of course, China creates economic dependencies. And so China's economic agenda in the region is two-sided. There clearly is a commercial rationale behind it. So opening new markets, trade diversion now, that's a very, very up-to-date topic, trade diversion to avoid tariffs and sanctions, access to resources all over the region. But of course, there's also a strategic rationale, and to make these countries economically dependent on good relations with China. And even though they themselves might have very difficult political or security issues with China itself, like, for instance, Vietnam, which is the best example, which has a more or less open conflict with China in the South China Sea, also with regard to their land border, but economically is highly dependent on China. So it might be difficult for Vietnam to respond if China makes a more assertive move with regard to their security difficulties. And although China is a more extreme case, I would say, in the region with regard to their difficult relationship to China, most countries in the region face a similar dilemma. So even countries like Japan or Australia, who are strongly centered in the Western Hemisphere and are treaty allies of the US, even they are facing these kind of problems. And Australia's Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, I think described it very well when he said that Australia's relationship with China are complex. And from my perspective, or in my opinion, this exactly seems to be the goal of China's strategy in the region, to create a complex situation for these countries in the case of an escalation in the region, be it around Taiwan or the South China Sea. And China does not expect them to align with them, to join the Chinese camp, but it aims to make the relations with these countries so complex that they might not be willing to fully commit to the US in the case of an escalation. So they might not be willing to commit to stand against China. And this is, I think, the rationale behind what is China doing, even with the allies of the US in the Asia-Pacific. So all of the countries in the region are in a very difficult situation between China and the US. And this, of course, seems to benefit especially the Chinese. And now with the uncertainty about the US commitment rising in the region, and yes, primarily around Taiwan, with regard to other allies in the region, there's still a little bit more trust in the US commitment, but this is not, I think no one takes it for granted under Trump anymore. So that gets even worse and even strengthens the Chinese role in the region. And that means that these countries are really in danger of losing their agency in the case of escalation. So I'll leave it to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for mentioning Australia, because I was wondering if it would come up. Thank you. Ian, over to you.
Yeah, no, I find that a fascinating talk. I think there may be a subtle difference between, when you talk about Asian attitudes, Dennis, between the way that the war in Ukraine is perceived in Southeast Asia and in parts of East Asia. Because I find it remarkable that the left liberal newspaper in Japan, the Asahi Shimbun, which traditionally has been relatively pacifist, recently is becoming more and more gung-ho about doing something to stop the war in Ukraine, the dangers of Russia, the dangers of China, and so on. And usually it's just words, doing something. They're not very specific about what's to be done. But the fact that they're afraid is significant. And so it's become almost a slogan, today Ukraine, tomorrow Taiwan. So there's a real fear, I think, in Japan, and probably we'll hear about that, but in South Korea, certainly in Taiwan itself, that if the Russians get away in Ukraine, that this will encourage China to put far more pressure on Taiwan, economically, a blockade, military, whatever it may be. Now, the Trump factor is the crucial one, because up until now, the security of East Asia has been and still is entirely dependent on the United States. The deal after 1945, the Pax Americana in East Asia, was that the Japanese, the Koreans, others should concentrate on their economies, on their prosperity, and so on. The Americans, with their nuclear umbrella, would take care of security. And that suited the Japanese fine. They were quite happy to, most Japanese were sick of war. They were quite happy to rebuild their country and leave security issues to the United States. Now, this deal has not yet collapsed. Even Trump has not yet talked about withdrawing from East Asia, but he's clearly unreliable. What this means that just like in Europe, and there's been much talk about this already today, different arrangements will have to be found. And that means that some kind of East Asian defense alliance in the long run is inevitable. And just as in Europe, I think any kind of European defense alliance will be impossible without firm German leadership. In East Asia, it'll have to be Japan. This means that the future of the free world will be dependent on how Germany and Japan pull their weight. And this is not something that pleases many Asians. It doesn't please most Japanese. But it's something that really does have to be thought of. And I think the East Asian case, and I include Southeast Asia too, is even more complicated than in Europe. West Germany, and now Germany, was integrated against the will of a lot of Germans, but was integrated into a military alliance, into NATO, quite soon after World War II. In Japan, the situation is different. In Japan, they're completely dependent on the United States, even though you have the so-called self-defense forces, which is a fairly formidable army. But Japan has a constitution with a pacifist clause that forbids the Japanese to engage in combat outside its own shores. So this makes the question of Japanese leadership in any kind of military alliance very difficult. There's also an allergy, of course, for obvious reasons, to any kind of nuclear armament. Yeah. And so as the situation is today, Japan is still, and so is South Korea, very dependent on the United States, and the United States is not a country to be depended on anymore. Now, what would be the problems in the long run for a Japanese leadership role? Different countries in Asia would react differently to this. The Taiwanese wouldn't mind at all. In the South Korean case, and again, correct me if I'm saying anything wrong, but I think it depends very much on who's in power. And this, again, has everything to do with history of World War II and the colonial history before that. Conservative governments in South Korea, on the whole, are fairly open to working with Japan in an alliance on security matters. The left in Korea, much less so. And this has a history. This is because the conservatives in South Korea are still associated with collaboration with the Japanese during the colonial empire. Park Chung-hee, the daughter of Park Chung-hee, was a clear example. She was very open to working with the Japanese. Her father, who had a Japanese name during colonial times, served in the Japanese army. And so this association of the right with collaboration is very important still in Korean domestic politics and therefore with their foreign policy. The left is perhaps more, and Korea, being, because of its location, has a long history of competing factions in Korean politics, of supporting one great power or another. So the left would be more likely, possibly, and this is what the right are always saying, of course, to find some kind of accommodation with China, whereas the right is more likely to veer towards a strong alliance with the United States. Southeast Asia, I'd very much like to know from you, but how they would view Japanese leadership. I think the Singaporeans would be relatively comfortable with it. The Vietnamese, I don't know. I mean, this is something to be thought of. But the main sticking point probably is the Japanese themselves. We already heard this morning from Michael Rochermann about how difficult it is in Germany and how difficult it is for Germans to think of themselves again adopting a strong military posture. In Japan, it's even more fraught. And this goes back really to the constitution that was written after 1945 and 1946 by Americans with strong support of many liberal Japanese. But the constitutions that were then drawn up, they concluded the reason that the Japanese went to war is not because they had a Nazi party or a Hitler, but because they were militarists. And so, like an alcoholic who had to abstain from alcohol, a pacifist constitution had to make sure that the Japanese would never have another drink of that kind again. Now, many Japanese were perfectly happy with that. And many Japanese are still quite happy with that. But they also realize that the world has changed, is changing, hence the fact that even the Asahi Shimbun is now becoming much more robust. Now, the reason why history is so important in this is that the left in Japan defended the pacifist constitution by arguing that if the pacifist clause were changed, the Japanese would go bananas again and everything would start all over again. As long as the left said that, the right, who were in favor of revising the constitution, would have to say, no, no, this is all left-wing propaganda and Chinese propaganda. We didn't do anything during the war that was any different from any other country. All major powers have military history, have gone to war one time or another. In fact, the war was really fought to liberate other Asians and so on. And this gives Japan the reputation of not having come to terms with the past. And as long as they have the reputation, to some extent true, certainly of the conservatives, that they haven't come to terms with the past, other Asians are not going to support them in any kind of military leadership. Now, what needs to happen, therefore, is that they have to have a break with the conservative governments in Japan who are always have to pay lip service to nationalists who excuse what happened during World War II and before. And so the constitution cannot be changed as long as the people in power are still have such a dodgy attitude to their own past. There can only be a real national debate about revising the constitution if there were a liberal government, a bit like the Greens in Germany, who could start to argue that Japan has to pull its weight in military as well as security affairs because that's necessary to defend freedom, not as an excuse that actually the last war was not so bad after all. Now, this was tried, or they came close to this, in the 2010s, when for the first time the Liberal Democratic Party, which is the Conservative Party, which is neither liberal nor very democratic, was voted out, and you had a new government, a more liberal government, who tried to find new relations with other Asian countries, and who tried to talk about the possibility of perhaps revising the constitution, Japan adapting to a changing world, and so on. Now, this was successfully stopped, this effort, by an alliance of conservative Japanese and the United States itself, who didn't want to change in the status quo. They wanted Japan to remain dependent on the United States. They wanted they wanted things to continue in the ways they were, and it's one of the reasons why this experiment in a non-LDP, non-conservative Japanese government was rather short-lived. Now, things have changed dramatically, and I'll end with that. In the age of Trump, if there were to be another attempt by a liberal government, that is, if the opposition parties in Japan can get their act together, which is a very, very big if, but if they were to come to power again, the fact that America can no longer be relied on, the fact that the Americans under Trump are not necessarily even interested anymore in taking care of security in East Asia, might actually make it easier for the Japanese domestically and for a more liberal Japanese government to discuss military affairs, revise the constitution, and in the end, in the long run, possibly take a leadership role in East Asia. And I'll finish with that.
Thank you very much. Very interesting parallels with Europe there at a time of the sort of the rise of the great powers again, the question of whether groups of countries like the Europeans, which are, at least in economic terms, at least as powerful, can become a great power themselves in a sort of Paul Mill sense. And the parallels between Germany and Japan are very interesting. Thank you. Now, Jun, over to you.
Okay, I'll be standing because I have visual material.
Oh, we need to.
Then.
No, we can see it there.
Labadiena, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to speak at this conference, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. My name is Junyam. I'm a journalist from Seoul, South Korea. So I'm actually not a stranger to being here in Lithuania because I spent a year as an exchange student at Vytautas Magnus University in Kaunas from 2012 to 2013, more than a decade ago. So I'm very happy to be back here. Back then, I was interviewed by Lithuania's media outlet called Ritas. You can see the story over there. When I was asked a question about provocation from North Korea, I remember saying that South Koreans don't really take North Korea's provocation seriously because we are so used to them and know they are not going to actually attack. I was so grateful to the journalists who show interest in Korea, but at the same time, I kind of scoffed to myself. I thought that he just seemed to echo what he had seen in the media and didn't get how South Koreans really see things. We used to think North Korea's provocation was mostly for show, a way to get aid, money, and easy sanctions. It was all about making a deal. Yeah, but now, more than 10 years later, I think the situation is quite different from back then, mostly because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, especially after North Korea sent its troops to support Russia in the war, as confirmed by both Moscow and Pyongyang last month. They first denied that and later acknowledged it. Russia first acknowledged it on April 26, saying its forces had taken full control of the Kursk region. And North Korea, 2 days after, acknowledged it through state media. Now, what's the result? So South Koreans are taking provocation from North Korea more seriously than ever. Why? North Korea has gained real field battlefield experience now, including in drone warfare tactics, and has modernized its military, which hasn't fought in a war since 1950s. Before the war in Ukraine, young people in both Koreas had never experienced actual war. I finished my military service in 2011, but I'm also very far from war. South Korea's National Intelligence Agency said there are signs that North Korean soldiers in Kursk received training in drone operations and tactics. North Korea is not just gaining valuable knowledge on countering modern drones, it's also learning how to deploy its own and modernize its shoddy weapons. They are learning from their mistakes. Yeah, they are captured North Korean soldiers. One captured North Korean soldier said the first wave of troops suffered heavy losses due to drone attacks, but they began to learn how to deal with that. So they basically learned how to shoot them down. So it's not just their news now. It has become our news. And North Korea has strengthened its relations with Russia. Now North Korea has mutual defense deal with Russia, which was approved by Russia's Federation Council in November. The defense deal states that if either country is attacked, the other will provide military support without delay. This is the most alarming part. Yeah, from a perspective of South Korean, because it means Russian troops could enter the Korean peninsula in a time of crisis. The deal reminds many South Korean people of the Korean War. When the South had the United Nations support and the North was backed by Soviet Union and China, some people still blame the continued division on Soviet and Chinese influence. North Korea is believed to receive food, oil, and money from Russia in exchange for ammunition, according to South Korea's spy agency. The country is also likely seeking assistance with nuclear weapons and space technology from Russia. Sir, South Koreans have come to see that Western alliance may not function effectively in times of crisis, and now seeking ways to strengthen their own deterrence. South Koreans question whether U.S. security guarantees would hold in a crisis. Ukraine gave up its nuclear arsenal in 1994 in exchange for such assurance, which failed to prevent invasion. South Koreans also question whether their alliance can truly protect them. Watching how NATO has supported Ukraine while avoiding direct conflict, which is a significant concern given the country's heavy reliance on the US ROK alliance for defense. Now more and more South Koreans think it should have their own nuclear arsenal, nuclear umbrella. A 2024 survey shows a historical shift with more South Koreans now preferring nuclear weapons over US troops for the first time. If you look at the table on the right side, the blue color refers to US troops and the orange color refers to nuclear weapons. So now you can see in 2024, South Koreans preferring the nuclear weapons over US troops. Other polls also report up to 70% support for an independent nuclear arsenal after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So here are the learnings. It's not just about Russia-Ukraine war anymore. It's about North and South Korea conflict. South Korea's intelligence agency says 600 North Korean troops have been killed fighting for Russia in Ukraine, out of about 15,000 sent. And surprisingly, a lot of South Koreans feel sympathy for North Korean soldiers, including those captured, according to a survey. 7 in 10 South Korean people think captured North Koreans should be allowed to come to the South if they want to. But underneath that sympathy, there's a deeper fear that one day it could be us, South Korean young people. Life in South Korea feels quite normal on the surface, but unlike before, there's this uneasy sense that anything could happen. And that kind of fear could drive a military spending or even shift nuclear policy. I believe that an arms race like that could easily lead to a dangerous cycle of escalation, even to a world war. And it's not just military conflict, it's a war of framing. North Korea and Russia are trying to frame what's happening now as a new Cold War, the West on one side, and thus pushing back against the West on the other, as they rally their alliances. Putin said Russian people will never forget the heroism of North Korean forces. So this was one of the most shocking part to me. And Russia also sees North Korea as both a useful bargaining chip and a loyal lapdog. After collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia leaned toward more toward the south than the north for economic reasons. But under Putin, it has begun using the north to frame the current situation as a new Cold War, gaining additional leverage from these alliances. So, however, I believe that we should redefine and reframe the war as a struggle between those who seek peace and those who are pushing for war. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask one question before we turn to our challenger? And that is, do you have a sense of how China views the military cooperation between Russia and North Korea? There have been suggestions that China is not best pleased with this. Do you have any sense of how China views this?
Because I saw a report saying that Zelensky actually said 155 Chinese nationals were sent to Russia to
get good experience.
Yeah. So I think that Russia is trying to frame this war as like new Cold War, like between the Western war and the Communist war. So that's how they get power, leverage from their alliances.
Yeah. Thank you.
Also, I think the Chinese are never best pleased with what the North Koreans do. I think, but I mean, I remember traveling in North Korea not long after Kim Il Sung died, and coming across buses with school children from provincial Chinese towns in nowhere places, and they would sort of like us. They were sort of laughing at how ridiculous North Korea was. These were kids from small provincial towns in China, and I think the Chinese often treat the North Koreans with deep disdain, but they'll never take the side of the United States or other countries against North Korea. They're a useful buffer. And so the North Koreans can usually get away with a lot, and that's why Kim Il-sung was able, I don't think it was not the Soviets or the Chinese who pushed them into the war. I think he manipulated the Soviets and the Chinese into backing his war during the Korean War, that is.
Yeah. Okay, thank you all. Now it's over to Brigitte to challenge you.
Yes, thank you. I'm very glad to be here, and thank you for interesting presentations and providing your point of view. I will be providing questions that are general, so not specific to any of you. I hope to hear your opinions on them. And as my previous challenger, I will bring a little bit of idealistic perspective, of course. I understand that we have to remain realists and perceive these situations in this way, but I'm in this role of a young challenger. So Pacific as a possible battleground, or as one of our colleagues mentioned, as an existing battleground. And when listening to such narrative, I find myself feeling a bit uneasy with the way that how we are framing this region as a battleground, because I cannot help but wonder whether such framing puts certain groups, such as young people, as civil societies, or even smaller nations, into the sidelines. Maybe they don't want to get stuck in this US versus China rivalry. And in addition to that, shouldn't we, instead of preparing for confrontation, also consider investing in dialogue, education, and multilateral cooperation that builds long-term resilience in the region? So my question is the battleground metaphor actually helping us understand the region better and the regional dynamics better? Or does it reinforce a logic of inevitability that sidelines diplomacy, regional innovation, and the desires of people or countries who maybe don't want to choose sides?
Do you want to go first?
Yes, okay, of course. Well, thank you very much. It's very interesting that you pose this question, because this is exactly what some of the countries are saying. So if you go to Indonesia and you ask the government, they would say the Asia Pacific is not a battleground. You are making it a battleground. So they say China and the US are making it a battleground, and they would probably even be inclined to say the US more than China, although we might disagree on this, and I'm totally disagreeing on this position. But anyway, that's how they see it, and they say we don't want to be the battleground, and that's part maybe of the answer also to what you asked. They don't want, more U.S. security engagement in the region. They don't want more U.S. military bases in the region, and they also don't want the Japanese, to go out of their borders and become more military active in the region, because that's what they fear, that then the metaphor of a battleground from their point of view becomes a reality. But it's a reality that's not yet existing from their perspective, but that could be brought into being by escalating. So this idea of talking about war means escalation. I mean, we know this discussion from somewhere. It's also happening there. And their strategy somehow is just, as long as we close our eyes to the realities, there's no battleground. But in fact, if you look closely into the region and onto the existing battleground, in my opinion, you see that it's not just the US and China, but it's North and South Korea, which always has this dimension. And it's not the only conflict. I'm just picking this out because you're sitting here. You look at the South China Sea and the Philippines and China. You look at Taiwan. So all of that has this US-China rivalry as a dimension, but it's not exclusively this conflict between the two superpowers. So they're underlining genuine regional, bilateral conflicts that have to, of course, be considered in the dimension of the U.S.-China rivalry. But pulling out the US, and let's assume that Trump decides Asia is no longer of any interest to him, so he pulls out, the conflicts will still be there. And this is something that some of the countries, especially Indonesia, they just don't want to see this, because that would mean that they would have to take up responsibility, because these are regional issues that have to be dealt with also from within the region.
Yeah, I just would like to quote Professor Lee Moon-young at Seoul National University. She said what U.S. President Donald Trump won is to Russia in and Europe out and China down. Yeah, so that's what he wants. But Russia's growing economy dependence, from the perspective of Russia, China is not just good brother, because Russia is also wary of China's like growing China's influence. So Russia's growing economic dependence on China is a big concern for the country. So in that sense, I think the metaphor is not very useful. So per case, it can be a good alliance, and then, but from the perspective of Korea, the professor said Korea also has to work with Russia for some cases, especially in North Korea issues. So yeah, it has to dealt with like case by case.
Also, I think there's another comparison with Europe to be made. There has been a long argument on the left that having too much American military presence was going to drag Europe into a war. For example, this was an issue when the Americans wanted to put cruise missiles in Western Germany. And there was an argument that this was a terrible thing, and there were demonstrations and so on and so forth, and this would make us a target for any future war. And it was what's his name? It was Schmidt, wasn't it, who insisted that the cruise missiles should be placed in Germany because to keep them safe. Now, in East Asia, the same thing. In Japan, for example, the left have been arguing since the Korean War that Pax Americana was going to drag Japan back into an Asian war, which they didn't want, even though Japan actually made a lot of money out of supplying the US Army during the Korean War, or the UN Army, and made even more money during the Vietnam War. But those arguments were always heard. But the problem is, either you rely on the United States to take care of your security with all the risks and so on that involves, or you have to do it yourself in some way. And I think what your point is that you can't pretend that you can stay neutral, because there are these conflicts and tensions. And also, just to answer another part of your question, it's not an either or. You can have education and exchange and the arts and diplomacy and so on, as well as being vigilant in terms of self-defense and security. One doesn't exclude the other.
Okay, thank you for your answers. And my second question would be more towards general side. So I'm still clinging on to peace. I'm still clinging on to this topic. And as someone from a younger generation, I noticed that for us, peace is increasingly more and more important. And I worry that we're inheriting a very fragile security architecture in this region. And my question would be, how can countries in East Asia and the Pacific de-escalate the tensions without, you said they can be neutral, but some countries have relations with both US and China, with China economic ties and with US security ties until Trump decides to pull out. And is true regional autonomy even possible? And is it possible that countries would de-escalate the tensions at this point?
It's a very big question. I mean, everybody wants peace. I don't think anybody
I'm not
on
so
this
sure
panel,
about this.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
on this panel, yes.
in this
yes,
room,
this,
I don't
yeah.
think anybody is here to argue that what we really want is war.
Yes.
And but the problem with the pacifist attitude, it was once summed up in a few words by a well-known professor, an American professor of Japanese literature called Edward Seidensticker, and he was writing about the regular editorials in the Asahi Shimbun when it was still a very pacifist paper. And he said, you can sum it up with the sentence, gee, wouldn't peace be nice? But that's not going to keep us safe.
But if we stick then to the de-escalation, at this point, is it far gone? Or we can still do something to de-escalate the tensions that exist now?
So I think the de-escalating role in the Pacific or in Asia Pacific is the Americans. Because as long as they are there, and there is, you know, a possibility that if China makes a move, the US will respond. This de-escalates because China is not going to make a move because they don't know what is going to happen and they fear what might happen if the US respond. But as soon as China, you know, gets the feeling the US won't respond, this will escalate the situation, not just around Taiwan, I think also in the South China Sea and even beyond that. So I think the argument that China is doing with its propaganda, but also some of the countries in the region saying the US's presence is the problem, I would say basically it is the only thing that keeps the region from war. And there would be a very one-sided war because it wouldn't be very long, I think.
I totally agree. And also, what a lot of people forget is defending Taiwan is not just about Taiwan, or even mostly about Taiwan. I mean, it's nice, the idea that defending Taiwan is because it's a democracy, but Taiwan hasn't been a democracy for all that long. The reason that Taiwan needs to be defended is to keep the sea lanes open. And it's really to defend Japan and South Korea just as much as and Southeast Asia.
Well, that brings me to a question, what was probably a rather naive question that I was going to ask is, why is China building this infrastructure in the South China Sea, these artificial islands and bases and so on? What do they have in mind? It's not defensive, is it? Or is it defensive? Or is it offensive? What is the long-term plan? China plans long and strategically.
Well, I was impressed by what James Scher said about the misunderstanding of Russia, that it's not that Putin wants to restore the Soviet Union, but that he has a Tsarist notion. I think the Chinese government has been, their driving force is basically the Qing Empire. And that they want to restore China as the Middle Kingdom, which doesn't necessarily invade countries in Southeast Asia or anywhere else, but they want them to be subservient, pay tribute in the way that they have done for many centuries.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. So I think none of the countries are fearing an invasion, you know, and becoming part of China. That's not what China is going to do. But they, of course, they want to control the whole maritime region. They want to control the islands that are strategically important to them, and they want to build military infrastructure to control the region. And then all of the countries will still be, sovereign is a big word, they will still be nation states, but they will in some way or the other pay tribute to the Chinese and will be under the control of the Chinese if the Chinese need it. So that's the idea. And of course, it's defensive, building this infrastructure, this military infrastructure down south and to the Cook Islands, because then you can keep the one actor out who can challenge that, and that's the US. And of course, I think also that we look at it from a very Western perspective. So, well, very broadly speaking, the Chinese are the aggressor, and we are the ones who are helping, you know, out, especially the Americans. But I think that in China, there's a genuine fear that America could be the aggressor. So I think there's also a defensive logic behind it. We might disagree and say that's total nonsense, but from their perspective, it might not be.
No, they're a bit like Wilhelmine Germany, and the idea that they're the rising power and the other powers won't allow us to have our moment in the sun. That's a strong feeling.
Power projection. I think it's time to turn to our audience. We have several questions ready. First one is here. And yeah, I've seen 2 over there. 3.
I don't think I heard the words Xi Jinping at any time during this discussion, but when we were discussing Russia and Ukraine, I heard the word Putin in every sentence. So it's rather as though we imagine Russia to be driven by the whims of an autocrat and possibly a different country under a different leader, whereas we imagine China to be somehow driven by geopolitical forces which are not going to change significantly with a change of leadership. Is that in fact what you intend? Is that the way that you see it?
No, I think that's a very good question, and I think Xi Jinping has made a real difference. What drives Xi Jinping? I mean, it's partly because the raison d'etre of the legitimacy of the Communist Party's monopoly on power is no longer because it speaks for the communist world or for communism or the socialist ideal or anything like that. It has become a much more nationalist goal of making power great, making China great and powerful and so on. I think domestically, he's a much more autocratic and oppressive leader than his predecessors since Mao. And partly, I think it's his experience of the Cultural Revolution, in that he was not the worst victim of it, but he was a victim, and he was sent to the countryside and had a hard time and so on, and saw the chaos of the Cultural Revolution. And I think he thinks, as do many educated urban Chinese, that if you have a more liberal order, even a democracy, what happens then is that you get chaos and disorder, and that the uneducated Chinese masses are not ready for that. You need a strong central power, a strong central state to keep things orderly. And I think Xi Jinping is even more extreme in that way than any of his predecessors.
Next, I think, was the general.
I would like to bring you a little farther north in the Pacific and close to the Arctic Circle. We are now seeing the Northwest Passage as being a potential route for not only people going through, but also much easier access to the massive amount of natural resources that exist in Canada and the northern that have not been even touched yet. Plus, all the fishing is going farther north because the waters are getting warmer and the fish are going more north. So the fishing fleets are moving north on both sides, in fact, in the Atlantic. But on the Pacific side, is there an argument there in regards to China, who's building nuclear icebreakers, who's an observer in the circumpolar group? Is there something that we should be considering about China in friction with the Americans as they try to discuss or maneuver through the Canadian North, and where would Canada sit in that sort of debate if that's actually a route that would want to be entertained, which is actually coming to reality, especially with the Americans controlling the Panama as an example?
All right, there's a challenge. The far north, not the far south.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not equipped to answer this question.
Yeah. Me neither. It's a very good question. I have no idea.
It's a rising issue, the Arctic, and
Thank you for the follow-on.
No kidding. The follow-on is in fact a sense that Canada is going to be squeezed by this debate between China using the Northwest Passage and the Americans wanting to keep control, and whether or not our pivoting to the Pacific, as we seem to be doing in Canada, should be one of far more capabilities being deployed to that northern portion than in fact just letting the things sit, and hopefully Alaska and Canada, well, Alaska State and the rest of Canada could work out something.
Maybe this brings Greenland in as well.
Well,
any Danes here?
It's all part of a very significant grand strategic position that is perceived as security by him, by Trump. But we're wondering that there's a lot more people behind that because of the resources and the route and all the economics of it.
Yeah, it's about resources.
I mean, I think a lot of it depends on how the U.S.-China relations, turn out to be under Trump. Because what you hear very much in the Pacific, and especially in Australia, when they look at China, they don't say China is trying to undermine the global order. They're not trying to destroy the global international order. What they want is they want the special status that the US have.
Yeah.
So, the global order is still intact. Everyone is governed by the international laws and so on, but the US and China. And if Trump accepts that, then, they could make a deal. They could be like the two superpowers who are above everyone else and above the international order, and everyone else is. Yeah, exactly. So, and then of course, everything is possible, and Canada has a very limited agency, like everyone else in such a system, because they're the two superpowers who basically are free to do whatever they want to do. As long as the other superpower agrees, of course.
Yeah, absolutely interesting thought. There was a question down there.
Hello, Marg Rogers. Thank you. I'm from University of New England in Australia. Thank you for the panel. Very interesting. One thing I wonder when we're talking about the Pacific is the role of the climate change with islands who are doing battle not so much with geopolitical issues at times, but with rising seawaters and their population. So I'm just wondering, what role, if any, do you see climate disasters being potentially a unifying force and a common enemy that we can combine together to fight against something, rather than, I think it's really important to talk about war, but what else could we be talking about that might create some cooperation in the region?
Any thoughts on?
It may be the microphone, but I'm not entirely sure I've understood the question.
Climate change?
Yeah. But what about climate change?
Could you speak right closely to the
Sorry, my question is, what role, if any, do you see that climate change could bring about cooperation in the area? Because we are very focused on talking about, and it's important, what's different and all of the fights for power and everything else. But we have a bigger enemy that could perhaps combine and make way for cooperation in the region.
I think you're giving an answer for her question. So for peace, we need to talk about. We can talk about other topics, especially in Asia, because Asian countries are not that close, unlike European countries, because they have their own regional conflicts and also historic trauma. So I think while working together on issues such as climate, so we can break the narrative of the new Cold War, so that we can achieve another peace in the region. So I think that's very great idea for her question. So and I think it's the way Asian country it should stop on arms race. So to achieve that, I think it's the one of the way so we can work on together. Because Asian countries pretty much focus on like economic cooperation because of other like historical and territorial issues, but that could be, I think, another issues that we all can work on.
There's a lot of technology that's related to climate change that's being produced in that region, but is it on a competitive basis or cooperative basis? It's probably more competitive, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, ideally, the whole world would cooperate on climate change. I mean, that would be the rational way forward. But climate change could just as easily become the source of even greater conflict, because if you just think of one potential problem, that climate change makes life in large parts of Africa unbearable. And that'll create huge migrations, which will put enormous pressure on European countries, add to the polarization and political extremism and so on. And indeed, I mean, countries might end up competing because of fewer resources and so on. So
and rare earths and so on.
Yeah, so I think that it's more likely that people go for each other's throats than that they will cooperate.
Sadly, history might prove you right. Any more comments? No? Any more questions? Yes, there's some questions back there and over here.
Oh, hello.
In the middle. Somebody got a microphone?
Yeah, I have a microphone. I have a question.
Oh, right.
I can come closer if you want.
Speak close to it, yeah.
Political science student in Vytautas Magnus University. I have a question. We were talking today about China and some regions which are Pacific, and we all know that China is making economical expansion in the region to the countries which are near to the China, and not only. For example, Africa. Recently we heard that in the news. We can say also Central Asia. Let's take, for example, one belt, one road, which are making China right now. And I have a question. For the people who living in the cities, they are getting new roads, new infrastructure, and moreover, and they see it's a good. But if we look at from political point and more wider, what do you think? Is that danger? Is the first of my question. If so, what the deepness of this danger? Could you please specify what part of this danger could endanger these countries which are under investments of China? Well, and the main part for me, what would you, from your point, would you suggest to do for the countries? What the path you see right now to escape from this path, to prevent it? And what alternative could you also give for these countries, for Central Asia and close to the China? Thank you.
So the question is, what are the possible dangers of Chinese efforts to invest and build infrastructure and so on in parts of Africa and the global south?
Yeah, you mentioned Pacific, but China also make investment in the Central Asia and Africa. And I wanted to know, what do you think about that?
You're the economist.
Well, I would challenge whether this is an economic question. I would start my answer with an observation from the region. So the way we look at China and the Belt and Road Initiative here in the West is very different to how it is being seen in different regions in the world, not just in Asia Pacific. So what you have there are especially emerging economies whose main political focus is growth. So what they need, growth, economic growth. So what they need is investments, huge investments in infrastructure, in technology, in industrial capacities. And China, for now, is the absolute global superpower of investment. There's basically no one who can match these huge amounts of money that they are pouring into these different countries. And a lot of that comes from an economic logic. So I talked about the dual use infrastructure, that's an issue, but that's only a small part of what is happening in the framework of Belt and Road. So first of all, I would say these countries profit a lot from these investments. And the danger is not so much the debt trap. There has been a lot of this talk about the debt trap, especially in Western media. That is not really a huge issue if you look at the broader implementation of Belt and Road. I think the biggest problem, I wouldn't call it danger, but the biggest challenge for these countries is that they are completely dependent on this one source of investment. But the problem behind it is not that Chinese investment are so evil. They are not with regard to most of these investments, or that these countries are so naive. But there's no alternative. And of course, you have the Japanese especially in Southeast Asia, in Indochina. You have the Koreans, who are the biggest investors, for instance, in Vietnam. The Japanese are also very active in Latin America now. You have the Gulf countries who become more active, but they cannot really match the Chinese. Then, of course, you have the Americans, BlackRock, huge investments globally. But there's one actor who's really falling behind, and that's the Europeans. The Europeans have deep pockets. They could invest, but they are somehow not willing to really step up. So what these countries need is diversification with regard to investment, and they don't get it. So, and that's we didn't talk about Europe at all on this panel, which is also telling with regard to Europe's role in the region, which is basically non-existing. But that would be a very important role for Europe to play, to step up and help these countries to diversify economically, and especially with regard to investment.
Thank you. Any other comments?
No, I totally agree.
Yeah. Any other questions?
There was somebody back there. Since I've been
so
impudently speaking for the Japanese, I think there's a Japanese person who wants to ask a question.
Hello, I'm Maka Berulova. I'm working as a research analyst at Andrei Sakharov Research Center. So my question will be the following. So you mentioned the potential military risk that could be created from China, by China. But let's imagine this scenario, which I would hope and everyone hopes that would never happen. But imagine a scenario where Moscow reaches the peace agreement where the winner is Moscow. So it's Russia is the winner in this war. And we know that you had excellent presentation about the role of North Korea and relations with Russia. So, of course, I cannot imagine to compare North Korea's scale to China in this region. But what would be your thoughts about the risks coming from North Korea in case Russia wins in this war? Do you think that North Korea is capable to start war with South Korea, for example? Because if Russia wins and North Korea has its strong ally, and we saw that Putin refers them as to brothers, right? Which sacrificed for them. So is there any kind of talks about the risks which can be coming from North Korea? Again, I hope that it won't happen, but what if? Yeah.
I think Russia is not going to only be friend of North Korea, because South Korea is also important partner for Russia because they want to put China down. And to achieve that, they need South Korea because South Korea has a technology. They can replace China for the position. So I don't think that they can give power to North Korea to make a war in the region. And
okay, that's reassuring.
Yeah.
I think you should. That
I think
person
there is
over there.
somebody at the back who wants to ask a question.
Yes.
Maybe come forward a bit to ask your question.
Thank you for the good.
Can you speak up, please?
Thank you for the good presentations. And I have a question to Ian Burma, Mr. Ian Burma. And you mentioned that after the Ukraine, next could be the Taiwan. But I guess after the Ukraine, next could be Japan, because we have a territorial issues with Russia and Northern Ireland. And some people say that after the Ukraine, Russia maybe invade Japan. So the question is, what do you think? Is it possibility that Russia invade Japan?
Yeah, you're referring to the Northern Islands, which after World War II went to Russia and are still being claimed by Japan.
The Kurils. Yeah.
Sorry?
The Kurils, sometimes known as the Kurils.
The Kurils, where Chekhov spent some time. I think.
Right.
This has been a big issue with the extreme right wing in Japan, as you know, and they go around on soundtracks and always ask for the islands back and so on and so forth. It seems to me slightly unlikely that the Russians would risk a real conflict with Japan over something that really isn't all that important except symbolically. Whereas China's claim on Taiwan is far more important. And I think that, again, because of the legitimacy of the monopoly on power of the Communist Party, the Chinese government feels that they have to, sooner or later, take back Taiwan in order to maintain their power domestically in China, which is a huge, perhaps the great concern for the Chinese government. I don't think that the Northern Territories play such a part in the thinking of Putin and the Russian government. So it strikes me as unlikely that they would risk a conflict over that.
Up to Ukraine. Yeah.
No, I said ще не вмерла Україна. Ukraine has not died yet, so it's a bit early call.
Quite so. Are there any other questions? This is one from down here.
Thank you. Hi guys, thank you for the great presentations. My name is Manuela, I'm Brazilian, and I'm doing Erasmus in Vitalis Magnus. I'm one of Professor Robert's students. So my question is about nuclear weapons. So
Sorry, about what?
Nuclear weapons.
Nuclear weapons, good question.
One of you mentioned that the only thing keeping that region safe is the U.S. presence. So I was wondering if the U.S. step away from the region, do you think those countries would be like more open to pursue nuclear weapons, openly because some of them probably already have nuclear weapons. But I know that Juni mentioned that on his presentation. So I was wondering if that would be like a real concern.
Good question. The nuclear one, doesn't only apply to that region. If the nuclear umbrella of the US is taken away.
Well, it's like Poland. I mean, the Poles are talking about acquiring
all sorts
nuclear
of
weapons,
places.
and yes, I think the answer. But I think that if the American nuclear umbrella were to be withdrawn, which is a big if, because even Trump isn't really suggesting it, but it's very likely that the Koreans and the Japanese would start thinking about acquiring their own weapons, and they could have it tomorrow, technically. I mean, they have all the means. But it would take a change of the constitution, and it would take a real sea change in public opinion in Japan to do that. And that sort of decision made after long debate and so on is one thing. Doing it in a fit of panic would obviously have great risks too.
Yeah.
So following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, many South Korean people, like including security experts and politicians, are pursuing nuclear latency. So nuclear latency is a buzzword now. So many politicians are bringing up. We have the presidential election on June 3rd, and the politician from the Conservative Party is bringing up the issue because so nuclear latency basically refers to the capability to rapidly develop nuclear weapons without actually acquiring them. But before the war in Ukraine, people didn't prefer to have nuclear arsenals because it could provoke other countries, and it could also it can lead to an escalation of war. But now, I think it's because of the fear, it's a psychological issue, and people are worried about the war. So many more people are now preferring the nuclear arsenal. But from my observation, people are saying that it cannot solve the problem issue because it can provoke neighboring countries like Japan and Taiwan. Other countries also would like to have nuclear weapons, but because of the sanction, I think it's not very realistic for the moment. But politicians are bringing up because they want to, I think, get popularity because many people have now the fear of getting attacked. So basically, I think the Asian country, in my opinion, should stop the arms race, because East Asian countries are a little bit different, especially Korea is surrounded by many powerful countries which have nuclear weapons, and including North Korea. So I don't think that nuclear weapons could be a solution to achieve a peace on the Korean Peninsula.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think it's time to wind up. Thank you very much to our panelists, to Dennis, Ian, and June, and to Brigitte for her good questions. And thank you to the audience for your questions. And have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the end of the first day. First of all, I would like to remind you that tomorrow morning we have a equally interesting part of the program, which is about the human factor. So we have 6 experts, top experts, talking about for instance, where people like Trump and Putin are coming from. So it will be especially for those with a mental health background, it will be really, I think, top of the bill. The second thing is, we were talking at the second panel about the Helsinki Accords. And I see that a lot of people have either little memory of the Helsinki Accords or even little knowledge. The interesting thing is, and maybe I can have the slide a bit smaller. Yeah. On the 18th of September, we will be organizing a conference. It's the 8th Leonidas Donskis Memorial Conference. It will take place at ISM here on Gedimino Avenue, which is about the Helsinki Accords, 50 years Helsinki Accords, and what is left of it and what is next, with a number of top quality speakers again. Then I would like to ask you, you saw in your folder the leaflet of the Hospitalier Battalion. Please donate to them, they need your support. If you're coming back tomorrow, and I sure hope that you do, don't forget to bring your badge, because you won't get a new one. And if you can leave your headsets here, because we will otherwise have to pay the bill. Thank you, and see you tomorrow morning. Coffee at 9 o'clock.